of individuals and civilizations ground beneath the wheel of fate, of heroes broken by their own virtues, and of victories that taste like ash in the mouth. Today, we're delving into the most heartbreaking tales that Warhammer 40,000 has to offer. These aren't just stories of death and destruction, though those elements are certainly present. These are narratives that explore the deepest wells of human suffering, the cruelest ironies of fate, and the terrible price of existence in a universe that seems designed to crush the spirit as thoroughly as it destroys the body. What makes a story truly tragic in this setting? It's not merely the scale of loss, though the numbers can be staggering. Entire worlds burn, billions die, and civilizations spanning millennia crumble into dust. But the real tragedy lies in the personal, in the moments where we see the humanity behind the helmets and the hope behind the battles. It's in the good intentions that pave roads to damnation, the sacrifices that prove meaningless, and the heroes who become the very monsters they swore to destroy. The tragedy of Warhammer 40,000 is that almost every story could have gone differently. The Imperium didn't have to become a xenophobic theocracy. The Primarchs didn't have to fall to chaos. Countless worlds didn't have to burn. But in a universe governed by malevolent gods and the mistakes of a godlike emperor, these tragedies were perhaps inevitable. They serve as cautionary tales about the dangers of pride, the seduction of power, and the cost of survival in an uncaring cosmos. As we journey through these tales of woe, remember that they're set against the backdrop of the 41st millennium, where life has become cheap and hope has become heresy, where the Imperium of Man, humanity's last great civilization, is a rotting corpse animated by fanaticism and fear, where every victory is Pyrrhic and every hero is broken. This is a universe that specializes in taking noble souls and twisting them until they're unrecognizable, in showing us what monsters we become when we're pushed to our absolute limits. Angron, the empath turned monster. Let us begin with perhaps the most viscerally tragic of all the Primarchs. Angron, the Red Angel, Primarch of the World Eaters Legion. His story is one of profound irony, for he was created to be something entirely different from what he became. The Emperor designed each Primarch with specific gifts, specific purposes, in his grand design for humanity. Angron's gift was empathy. Imagine that for a moment. In a universe of endless war, the Emperor created a being whose psychic power allowed him to absorb the suffering of others, to take their pain into himself and give them peace. Angron was meant to be a healer of sorts, a leader who could understand his warriors on the deepest possible level, who could shoulder their burdens and lead them forward unbowed by the weight of their collective trauma. But the Chaos Gods had other plans. When the infant Primarchs were scattered across the galaxy by the Dark Powers, Angron fell upon the world of a technologically advanced but morally bankrupt society where the wealthy elite entertained themselves with gladiatorial death matches. The child who should have grown to be an empathetic leader was instead enslaved, forced into the fighting pits, and subjected to one of the most heinous procedures in all of Warhammer lore, the implantation of the Butcher's Nails. The Butcher's Nails were archaeotech devices from the dark age of technology, cybernetic implants hammered into the skull and woven throughout the brain. Their purpose was simple and cruel: to amplify aggression while suppressing all other emotions. When the nails activated, they flooded the subject with overwhelming rage, turning even the most rational being into a frothing berserker. The only relief from the nails came through violence, through the spilling of blood. And the nails were always active. For Angron, this meant the death of everything he was meant to be. His gift of empathy was twisted and broken, replaced by an endless cycle of rage and pain. He could still feel the suffering of others, but now it only added to his own torment. Worse still, the nails were killing him slowly but surely, rewriting his brain, destroying the neural pathways that made him who he was. Even the Emperor, with all his power, could not remove them without killing Angron in the process. But before the Emperor found him, Angron made the most of his terrible situation. Despite the nails, despite the slavery, he became a leader among the gladiators. He used what remained of his empathic gifts to give his fellow slaves moments of peace, absorbing their pain so they could sleep without nightmares, even as it added to his own suffering. He led them in a rebellion, a desperate bid for freedom that took them to the mountains where they made their final stand. And this is where the tragedy deepens. As Angron and his gladiator family prepared to die fighting against impossible odds, as they stood together for one last moment of freedom and defiance, the Emperor arrived. The master of mankind, Angron's gene father, appeared in a flash of golden light and made a choice that would echo through millennia. He teleported Angron away, leaving his fellow gladiators to die alone on that mountain. Try to understand the magnitude of this betrayal. Angron had been a slave his entire life. The gladiators were his only family, the only people who had ever stood beside him. They were prepared to die together, to make their last stand as free men and women. And in that moment of ultimate solidarity, Angron was ripped away, forced to watch from orbit as the people he loved were slaughtered to the last. The Emperor, who commanded armies that could have easily saved those gladiators, who commanded technology that could have freed an entire world, chose instead to claim only his son. When Angron came to consciousness aboard the Emperor's warship, he was broken in a way that could never be repaired. The butcher's nails were killing him, yes, but the psychological wound was deeper. He had been robbed of his death, stolen from the only moment of true choice and freedom he'd ever known. The Emperor tried to give him a legion, tried to give him purpose in the Great Crusade, but Angron saw it for what it was: more slavery, just a different master. In his bitterness and rage, Angron made a terrible decision. He ordered his legion's tech marines and apothecaries to replicate the butcher's nails, to implant them in his space marines. If he was cursed to live in endless pain, if his existence was nothing but rage and violence, then his sons would share that curse. The World Eaters, who had once been the Warhounds, a legion known for close quarters combat and brotherhood, transformed into something monstrous. The implantation process was horrific. Early attempts had a 100% fatality rate. Space Marines, already conditioned to withstand pain that would kill ordinary humans, died screaming as the nails rewrote their brains. But Angron persisted, and eventually, the process was perfected. Khan, one of his captains, became the first to survive the procedure, and thousands more followed. With the nails embedded in their skulls, the World Eaters became uncontrollable. They fought with savage fury, slaughtering everything in their path, unable to distinguish friend from foe once the blood rage took them. They weren't soldiers anymore. They were weapons that pointed themselves at the enemy and hoped they died before they ran out of targets. The other legions began to avoid fighting alongside them, disgusted by their lack of discipline and their tendency to turn on allies. And Angron? He descended further into madness with every passing year. The nails were consuming more and more of his brain, leaving less and less of the person he might have been. He was dying, slowly but surely, killed not by any enemy, but by the implants that had been forced upon him as a slave. Some of his more loyal sons whispered that this was mercy, that death would free him from his endless torment. Then came the Horus heresy. When the War Master turned against the Emperor, Angron joined him without hesitation. Why wouldn't he? The Emperor had enslaved him, had left his true family to die, had done nothing to remove the devices killing him. Angron fought for Horus not because he believed in his cause, but because he hated the Emperor with every fiber of his tortured being. During the heresy, Angron's degradation reached its terrible conclusion. As the World Eaters descended upon world after world, leaving nothing but corpses and ashes in their wake, Angron was approached by Lorgar, his brother and the Primarch of the Word-Bearers. Lorgar offered him a way out, a dark miracle that would stop the nails from killing him. All it would cost was his soul. In the midst of battle, as Angron lay dying from the nails' latest assault on his brain, Lorgar enacted a ritual. The World Eaters, driven by desperation to save their Primarch, joined in the slaughter, offering rivers of blood to the blood god Khorne, and Khorne answered. Angron was transformed into a daemon Primarch, a being of the warp-given form, immortal and unstoppable. The nails could no longer kill him, because he was no longer entirely real. But this wasn't salvation. It was damnation. The transformation stripped away the last vestiges of Angron's humanity. He became a creature of pure rage, a manifestation of violence for its own sake. The empath who could absorb others' pain became an engine of suffering, spreading agony wherever he walked. The warrior who had fought for freedom became a slave to Khorne, bound by chains forged from his own hatred. In the 10,000 years since the heresy, Angron has emerged from the warp periodically to lead his world eaters in campaigns of pure destruction. He no longer fights for any cause, no longer holds any ideology. He exists only to kill, to spread blood and suffering across the stars. And somewhere, buried deep beneath the rage and the demon flesh, there might still be a fragment of the being who once took his comrades' pain upon himself so they could sleep peacefully. This is the tragedy of Angron. He was designed to be humanity's most compassionate leader, its greatest healer of psychological wounds. Instead, he became its most brutal killer, a monster who spreads pain instead of alleviating it. He didn't choose to be implanted with the butcher's nails. He didn't choose to watch his family die. He didn't choose to be transformed into a demon. Every step of his path was forced upon him by circumstances beyond his control, and by an emperor too proud to see that sometimes saving one person means saving all the people they love. The bitter irony is that Angron was right. In his final moments of lucidity before becoming a demon, he accused the emperor of being nothing more than another slaver, another tyrant who saw people as tools to be used. And looking at his own fate, forced to serve first the emperor and then Khorne, never truly free even for a moment, it's hard to argue that he was wrong. Angron's tragedy is that he glimpsed what he could have been, a leader who truly cared for his warriors, who could bear their burdens and lead them to something better, and then had it stolen from him piece by piece, until nothing remained but rage and hate and endless, pointless violence. Magnus the Red, the road to hell paved with good intentions. If Angron's tragedy is one of external forces destroying an inherently good nature, then Magnus the Red's tragedy is one of internal hubris, leading to damnation despite the purest of intentions. Magnus, Primarch of the Thousand Sons Legion, was perhaps the most powerful psyker ever created, second only to the Emperor himself. He was a scholar, a seeker of knowledge, a being who believed that understanding the universe could save it. And that belief, that noble dedication to wisdom, would lead him to commit the greatest betrayal of the Emperor and damn himself and his legion to an eternity of servitude to Tzeentch, the chaos god of change and manipulation. Magnus the Red's story begins, as do all the Primarchs, with mystery and potential. When the infant Primarchs were scattered by chaos, Magnus fell upon the world of Prospero, a planet rich in psychic energy and home to a civilization that valued knowledge above all else. Unlike Angron's brutal slavery or Curz's lonely savagery, Magnus was raised in relative paradise. The Prosperians recognized his incredible psychic gifts and nurtured them, teaching him to master the warp, to see beyond the veil of reality into the immaterium itself. By the time the Emperor found him, Magnus had transformed Prospero into a utopia of learning. The capital city of Tisca was a marvel, its libraries holding knowledge from across human history, its schools teaching thousands of aspirants to wield psychic power responsibly. Magnus and his Thousand Sons Legion became the Emperor's premier scholars and historians during the Great Crusade, recovering lost knowledge from dead civilizations and cataloging the wonders they encountered. But Magnus had a fatal flaw. He believed he could master anything, understand anything, control anything, This included the warp itself, that roiling dimension of psychic energy and emotion where the Chaos Gods held sway. The Emperor had forbidden deep research into the warp, understanding the dangers it posed. But Magnus, in his pride, believed he knew better. He thought that by understanding the warp thoroughly, he could protect humanity from it. He saw his father's prohibitions not as wisdom, but as fear, as an unwillingness to grasp the tools necessary for humanity's survival. This philosophical disagreement came to a head at the Council of Nicaea, a conclave called by the Emperor to address the growing concerns about psykers within the Space Marine legions. Many Primarchs had witnessed their warriors succumb to possession or mutation through reckless use of psychic powers. They argued for strict limitations or outright prohibition. Magnus defended the Librarius program with passion and eloquence, arguing that psykers properly trained and disciplined were essential to humanity's future. The Emperor ruled against Magnus. The Librarius program was disbanded, the use of psychic powers forbidden except for sanctioned applications like astropathic communication. For Magnus, this felt like a profound betrayal. His father, the most powerful psyker in existence, was denying his sons the tools they needed. It seemed like hypocrisy of the worst kind. But Magnus didn't rebel. He accepted the ruling, or appeared to. He took his legion back to Prospero and continued his studies in secret, convinced that when the time came, when humanity needed the knowledge he was gathering, his father would see reason. That moment came when Magnus, through his psychic gifts, discovered the most terrible truth imaginable. Horus, the War Master, beloved son of the Emperor and commander of all imperial forces, had been corrupted by chaos and was planning to rebel. The Imperium stood on the brink of civil war, and only Magnus knew it. He had to warn the Emperor immediately. Lives hung in the balance. The future of humanity itself was at stake. But how? Prospero was far from Terra, too far for any normal message to arrive in time. The war might be over before a ship could carry word, so Magnus made a choice. He would use his psychic powers to send a warning directly to the Emperor, mind to mind across the vast gulf of space. It would require tremendous power, more than any psyker had ever wielded. It would require delving deep into the warp, but it was necessary. He had to warn his father. Magnus enacted his ritual, gathering his most powerful sorcerers and drawing on the psychic might of Prospero itself. The spell worked. His message reached across the galaxy like a lance of pure thought, piercing through the barrier between the warp and reality to deliver his warning directly to the Emperor. But in his desperation and his pride, Magnus failed to see the trap he was walking into. The Chaos Gods, particularly Tzench, had been manipulating him for years, guiding him toward this exact moment. When Magnus's psychic message struck Terra, it didn't just reach the Emperor. It smashed through the psychic wards protecting the Imperial Palace, destroying the Webway project the Emperor had been constructing in secret. This project, a human-built passage through the warp that would have allowed safe, faster-than-light travel without risking possession or corruption, was the Emperor's great hope for humanity's future. It would have freed humanity from dependence on the warp for travel, would have neutered the Chaos God's ability to interfere with human affairs, and Magnus had just destroyed it. Worse, his breach of the Webway opened a portal directly into the palace's depths, through which demons began to pour. The Emperor was forced to leave his other duties and personally hold the portal closed, sitting upon the golden throne day after day, year after year, maintaining a psychic barrier against the tide of chaos. The Webway project, millennia in the making, was ruined beyond repair. From the Emperor's perspective, his son had just committed the greatest act of betrayal imaginable. Magnus had ignored his explicit prohibitions against delving into the warp. He had used sorcery after it had been forbidden, and in doing so, he had destroyed humanity's best chance at a brighter future. The irony was crushing. Magnus had been trying to save the Imperium, but his actions had doomed it to 10,000 years of slow decay. The Emperor sent the Space Wolves, led by Lehman Russ, to bring Magnus back to Terra to face judgment. But this message was intercepted by Horus, who saw an opportunity to eliminate a potential enemy. Horus convinced Russ that Magnus was too dangerous to bring in alive, that he needed to be destroyed along with his entire legion. Whether Russ needed much convincing is debatable. The Space Wolves and Thousand Sons had never gotten along, and Russ had argued forcefully against Magnus at Nicaea. Magnus, through his psychic sight, knew the attack was coming. He could have prepared his legion, could have mounted a defense. The Thousand Sons were powerful sorcerers, and Prospero's defenses were formidable. They might even have won, or at least bought time to evacuate. But Magnus, drowning in guilt over what he had done, decided that he and his legion deserved punishment. He blinded his own forces to the coming attack, using his psychic might to block their divinations and communications, ensuring they would be taken by surprise. The attack, known as the Burning of Prospero, was apocalyptic. The Space Wolves, accompanied by the Sisters of Silence, who nullified psychic powers with their mere presence, and the Adeptus Custodes, fell upon Prospero with devastating force. The orbital bombardment alone should have destroyed Tizca, but the Thousand Sons' psychic shields held, maintained by Astartes, who didn't understand why they were under attack. Then came the ground assault. The fighting was brutal and one-sided. The Thousand Sons, caught completely unprepared, fought with desperate courage, but they were outnumbered and outmaneuvered. The Space Wolves showed no mercy, killing civilians and Astartes alike, burning the great libraries with all their accumulated knowledge, destroying the academies where generations of students had learned to master their gifts. Tizca, the city of light, became a furnace of death and destruction. Magnus watched it all from his pyramid, paralyzed by guilt and self-recrimination. He had doomed his sons twice, first by breaking his father's commandments, then by refusing to let them defend themselves. When Leman Russ finally confronted him, Magnus barely resisted. The two Primarchs clashed in single combat, and Russ proved the better warrior, breaking Magnus's back across his knee. As Magnus lay dying, he made one final choice. He enacted a spell of epic proportions, teleporting all surviving Thousand Sons off Prospero and into the warp. They materialized on the planet of sorcerers, a demon world in the Eye of Terror. But the spell came at a price. Magnus shattered his own soul, splitting himself into fragments, the largest of which was consumed by Tseentch. Magnus the Red, who had sought only knowledge and understanding, became a demon Primarch, a puppet of the very chaos gods he had once believed he could outsmart. The transformation of the Thousand Sons was equally horrific. Many of them suffered from a mutation called the flesh change, where their bodies would spontaneously mutate into writhing masses of tentacles and eyes and teeth. On Prospero, this affliction had been rare, kept in check through discipline and training. But in the Eye of Terror, surrounded by Tzeentch's energies, the flesh change ran rampant. Thousand Sons warriors collapsed into puddles of screaming protoplasm, their gene seed lost forever. In desperation, Arzek Ahriman, Magnus's chief librarian, enacted a spell called the Rubric of Ahriman. He intended to cure the flesh change forever, to save his brothers from mutation. Instead, the spell went wrong. Those Thousand Sons without psychic power were reduced to dust, their souls bound into their armor as mindless automatons. The Psykers were protected, but at the cost of watching most of their legion become empty suits of armor, animated by the fragments of tortured souls. Magnus, what remained of him, was broken, utterly. He had tried to be loyal. He had tried to save the Imperium. Every choice he'd made had been driven by good intentions and a genuine desire to help. And yet, through pride and ignorance and the subtle manipulations of Tzeentch, he had betrayed everything he loved. His father's greatest project lay in ruins. His homeworld was a lifeless rock. His legion was reduced to dust and demons, and he himself was no longer fully real, no longer fully his own person, but a fragment of a soul serving the changer of ways. The tragedy of Magnus is that he was right about so much. Psychers were essential to humanity's future. The Imperium couldn't function without them. Knowledge of the warp was necessary to fight against it. The Emperor's secretiveness, his refusal to explain the true nature of chaos to his sons, did contribute to the heresy. But being right didn't save Magnus. It didn't save his legion, his world, or his soul. In the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, sometimes being right just means you understand exactly why everything went wrong. 10,000 years later, Magnus the Red occasionally emerges from the Eye of Terror to lead the Thousand Sons in war. He is powerful beyond measure, a demigod of sorcery who can unmake worlds with a thought. But he's also a slave, bound to Tzeentch's will, forced to enact the schemes of a god who finds his suffering amusing. The scholar who dreamed of elevating humanity has become a weapon pointed at it. The son who tried so desperately to warn his father has become one of the Imperium's most dangerous enemies. And perhaps the cruelest irony of all, if Magnus had simply ignored his discovery of Horus's treachery, if he had let the rebellion unfold, without trying to warn anyone, the damage might have been less severe. The webway would still exist. The Emperor wouldn't be chained to the Golden Throne. Prospero would still stand. By trying to save everything, Magnus destroyed it all. That's the essence of his tragedy, the futility of good intentions in a universe designed to punish them. The Istvan atrocities, when brothers become enemies. If individual tragedies can break your heart, then the events at Istvan break the very concept of brotherhood. Here, in the early days of the Horus heresy, we witness the transformation of the Emperor's grand vision into a nightmare of betrayal and fratricide. The Istvan system became the grave of countless Astartes who died at the hands of their own battle brothers, and the psychological scars it left shaped the entire course of the galactic civil war to come. The tragedy of Istvan actually began on Istvan III, a civilized world that had rebelled against imperial rule. The War Master Horus, newly converted to chaos, but not yet openly rebellious, was tasked with bringing the world back into compliance. He brought with him elements of 4 legions, his own sons of Horus, the World Eaters of Angron, the Death Guard of Mortarion, and the Emperor's Children of Fulgrim. To any observer, it seemed like a routine pacification, if anything involving Astartes could be called routine. But Horus had a problem. Not all of his warriors would follow him into rebellion. Many remained staunchly loyal to the Emperor, incorruptible in their devotion to the imperial truth. These loyal Astartes, if allowed to live, would oppose him when he finally revealed his treachery. They had to be eliminated, but in a way that wouldn't alert the wider Imperium to his plans. Istvan III provided the perfect opportunity. Horus carefully selected which warriors would form the first wave of the assault. Under the guise of honoring the most loyal warriors with the chance to spearhead the attack, he sent down precisely those Astartes he needed to eliminate. Captains who had voiced concerns about the Legion's direction, veterans who were too close to the old ways, Marines who had spoken too fondly of the Emperor. All of them were deployed to the planet's surface, to the capital city known as the Coral City. The assault went well initially. The loyalist Astartes fought with their usual effectiveness, driving deep into enemy territory, securing objectives, winning glory for their legions. They had no reason to suspect anything was wrong. These were their brothers at their backs, their own Primarchs in command. They trusted implicitly. Then Horus gave the order to commence the virus bombing. Life Eater virus is one of the most horrific weapons in the Imperium's arsenal. Upon release, it consumes all organic matter, reducing flesh to sludge in moments. The death it brings is excruciating, as victims feel their bodies literally dissolving around them. Worse, the decay of so much organic matter releases enormous amounts of flammable gas into the atmosphere. A single spark, which the bombardment provided, ignites this gas in planet-wide firestorms that can melt stone. The virus bombs fell on Istvan III while the loyalist Astartes were still fighting below. These were warriors in their full armor, trained to fight in any environment, but even they couldn't withstand Life Eater. Those caught in the open died screaming, their armor becoming their coffin, as their bodies liquefied inside. Some managed to reach sealed shelters in time, but they had to listen to the screams of their battle brothers over the Vox as the virus consumed them. But some survived. 2 officers in particular, Saul Tarvitz of the Emperor's Children and Nathaniel Garrow of the Death Guard, uncovered the plot before the virus bombing began. Tarvitz managed to steal a Thunderhawk and race to the surface, warning as many warriors as he could to take shelter. Garrow commandeered the frigate Eisenstein and fled the system, racing to Terra to warn the Emperor of Horus's treachery. Thanks to their warnings, several thousand Astartes survived the initial bombardment, sheltering in bunkers and underground complexes. But survival came with the terrible knowledge that their own Primarchs had tried to kill them. Brothers they had fought beside for decades, perhaps centuries, had just attempted to murder them. The psychological trauma was immense. Never in the history of the Legiones Astartes had such a betrayal occurred. It shattered something fundamental in those who survived. When Horus realized the Loyalists had survived, he was forced to deploy his traitor Astartes to finish the job. This led to a 3-month ground war in the ruins of the Coral City. Brother fighting brother. The sons of Horus killing sons of Horus. Death Guard slaughtering Death Guard. The surviving Loyalists, led by Captains Garviel Loken and Tarik Torgadon of the Sons of Horus, fought with desperate courage, knowing that every moment they survived was another moment for word to reach the Emperor. The battles were apocalyptic. These were Astartes, fighting Astartes, warriors created to be humanity's ultimate protectors, turning their weapons on each other. The dead piled up so high that their bodies formed defensive walls. The traitors sent wave after wave of warriors, but the Loyalists held, making them pay in blood for every inch of ground. At one point, Angron himself descended to the surface with 50 companies of World Eaters, so maddened by the Butcher's nails that he couldn't wait for the siege to conclude naturally. Throughout the siege, the surviving Loyalists declared themselves by their original names and honors. The Sons of Horus became the Lunar Wolves again, reclaiming their identity from before Horus's corruption. They fought not for glory or victory. They knew they would die, but for defiance, to prove that not all of them had fallen, that loyalty still meant something. The end came through orbital bombardment and sheer attrition. The traitors couldn't dislodge the defenders through ground assault alone, so they resorted to carpet bombing the ruins, reducing what remained of the Coral City to rubble and molten stone. The Loyalists fought until the very last, until no more remained to hold the line. Garviel Loken, one of the heroes of the early Great Crusade, a warrior who had fought aliens and traitors and never faltered, died in those ruins, buried beneath the very world he'd tried to save. But the tragedy of Istvan was only beginning. The news that Garrow brought to Terra forced the Emperor's hand. He ordered 7 full legions to converge on the Istvan system and bring Horus to justice. 3 legions would form the first wave: the Iron Hands, Salamanders, and Raven Guard. 4 would follow behind to provide support: the Iron Warriors, Alpha Legion, Wordbearers, and Night Lords. What no one knew was that the second wave had already turned traitor. Horus had been planning this for months, carefully converting his brother Primarchs, playing on their grievances and ambitions. The Loyalists were walking into a trap of monumental proportions. The first wave landed on Istvan V, deploying to a massive canyon called the Urgol Depression, where Horus had concentrated his forces. The Iron Hands, led by their Primarch Ferrus Manus, spearheaded the assault. Ferrus was driven by rage against Fulgrim, who had tried and failed to convert him to Horus's cause and had killed many of his warriors in the attempt. He wanted vengeance, and he let that desire override his tactical judgment. The assault went well initially. The Loyalists pushed deep into Horus's positions, their drop pods landing like meteors, their warriors cutting through traitor Astartes with practiced efficiency. Victory seemed within reach. Ferrus Manus himself fought at the front, his hands encased in living metal, crushing all who stood before him. The Salamanders and Raven Guard supported him from the flanks, their own Primarchs, Vulcan and Corvus Corax, leading their legions with skill and courage. Then the second wave arrived. The Iron Warriors, Alpha Legion, Word-Bearers, and Night Lords deployed to the field, and the Loyalists cheered, believing reinforcements had arrived just in time to seal their victory. The traitors opened fire. The betrayal was total and absolute. The second wave's guns roared, cutting down Loyalist Astartes by the thousands. Drop pods still descending were blown out of the sky. Infantry formations were torn apart by artillery fire from warriors they'd fought beside countless times. The Loyalists found themselves caught in a perfect kill zone. Traitor Astartes before and behind them, the geography itself channeling them into prepared killing fields. The carnage that followed has become known as the Drop Site Massacre, and it earned that name through rivers of blood. 90% of the 3 Loyalist legions died in those hours. The Iron Hands fought with desperate fury, trying to break through to their Primarch. But Fulgrim had been transformed into a demon, possessed by a greater demon of Slaanesh. He met Ferrus Manus in single combat, and, with unnatural speed and strength, severed the Gorgon's head from his shoulders. The Salamanders and Raven Guard fared little better. Vulcan was last seen disappearing in a nuclear fireball, buried under the weight of firepower the Iron Warriors brought to bear. Corvus Corax fought Lorgar of the Word-Bearers and nearly killed him before Conrad Curzy intervened. The few survivors scattered into the wastelands or managed to flee off-world, but they were broken forces, their legions shattered beyond repair for the duration of the heresy. The psychological impact of Istvan cannot be overstated. For the Loyalists, it proved that they couldn't trust anyone, that even their brother Astartes might be corrupted, that the civil war would be far worse than anyone had imagined. For the traitors, it was a point of no return. They had massacred their brothers en masse, had committed an act so heinous that there could be no forgiveness, no way back to the Emperor's grace. From that point forward, the only path was through terror and the throne room itself. The drop site became a symbol of betrayal, a place where brotherhood died and was replaced by paranoia and hate. The surviving Astartes from those 3 legions became known as the Shattered Legions, and they spent the rest of the heresy waging a guerrilla war against the traitors, driven by grief and rage. Some of them, like the Iron Hand Shadrach Meduson, became legends in their own right, proving that even broken legions could still fight. But they were haunted by the memories of Istvan, by the moment when their own brothers had turned their guns on them and laughed while they died. The tragedy of Istvan is the tragedy of trust betrayed. These warriors had been forged into brotherhoods that transcended normal human bonds. They lived together, fought together, died together. They were literally brothers in a genetic sense, sharing gene seed derived from the same Primarchs. And in a few short hours, that brotherhood was revealed as illusion, or worse, as a weapon that could be turned against them. Today, 10,000 years later, the site of the Drop Site Massacre is still toxic, still haunted by the ghosts of the fallen. The Loyalist chapters remember Istvan in their liturgies, speaking the names of the fallen to keep their memory alive. The traitor legions remember it too, some with pride, others with shame, but all of them marked forever by what they did on those black sands. It was the moment when the Horus heresy became truly terrible, when the scale of the betrayal became clear, when everyone understood that this wouldn't be a short war or a simple rebellion, but a conflict that would break the galaxy and leave scars that could never heal. Conrad Curzy, the prophet who carved justice in flesh. In the pantheon of tragic Primarchs, Conrad Curzy, the Night Haunter, stands apart. Where Angron was broken by others and Magnus fell through pride, Curzy's tragedy was that he saw exactly what he would become and walked toward it anyway. convinced that his dark path was the only honest one. His story is one of isolation, madness, and the terrible price of unfiltered truth in a universe built on necessary lies. Kurzi's tale begins not with family or community, but with absolute solitude. When his Primarch pod crashed through the surface of Nostromo and into the planet's core, the infant inside clawed his way up through kilometers of rock to emerge in the darkest depths of Nostromo Quintus, the planet's primary hive city. Unlike his brothers, who were found and raised by kings, warriors, or scholars, Kurzi was utterly alone. He grew up in the sewers and underhives, competing with rats for scraps, learning that the only law was strength and the only mercy was death. Nostromo itself was a nightmare world. The planet orbited a dying sun, wrapped in perpetual darkness. Its people had adapted to this endless night, their eyes sensitive to even the faintest light. But this physical adaptation came with a spiritual darkness. Nostromo was ruled by corruption, by criminal gangs and aristocratic families who were often indistinguishable from one another. Murder was common, justice was a joke, and the people lived in constant fear of the predators, both human and otherwise, that stalked the shadows. The young Kurzi witnessed all of this and was shaped by it. But unlike the criminals around him, who embraced the darkness and used it to their advantage, Kurzi had a gift: precognitive visions. He could see the future, or rather, a future. And what he saw horrified him. He saw the crimes people would commit, the suffering they would cause, the slow decay of any attempt at civilization. These visions came unbidden, often overwhelming him at crucial moments, showing him death and betrayal, and the inevitable entropy of all things. In response to what he saw, Kurzi made himself into something terrible, an avenging angel of the night, a creature of pure terror who hunted the predators. He began with small criminals, then moved to gang leaders, then to corrupt officials. His methods were brutal beyond measure. He didn't just kill, he mutilated. He displayed bodies. He made examples so horrific that the mere rumor of them caused criminals to flee the city. He broadcast his executions over every public screen, ensuring that everyone on Nostromo knew what awaited those who broke his laws. The Night Haunter, as people began to call him, didn't do this out of sadism, at least not initially. He did it because it worked. Crime rates plummeted. Murder became almost unheard of. People were so terrified of the Night Haunter that they policed themselves and each other. Peace came to Nostromo, the peace of the graveyard, as Kurzi himself acknowledged. It was order built on fear, but it was order nonetheless. By the time the Emperor found him, Kurzi had become the absolute ruler of Nostromo, a dictator whose word was law and whose displeasure meant death in the most horrible ways imaginable. When the Emperor's ship descended through the planet's perpetual night, Kurzi knew immediately who had come. His visions had shown him this moment. He stood waiting at the end of the road to his palace, and as the Emperor approached, Kurzi had a vision so powerful that he tried to claw his own eyes out. In that moment, he saw the fates of all his brothers and the fate of the Emperor himself. He saw the Horus heresy before it began. He saw terror burning, the Emperor entombed on a golden throne, half the Primarchs fallen to chaos. And he saw his own death, murdered by an assassin on a distant world, alone and abandoned by everyone he had ever known. The vision paralyzed him, and the Emperor had to stop him from blinding himself. What followed was one of the most chilling conversations in Imperial history. The Emperor claimed he had come to take Kurzi home, to give him purpose. Kurzi replied that this was not his name, that he was the Night Haunter, and that he knew exactly what the Emperor intended for him. There was no warmth in their reunion, no joy. Just a son who saw his father as another tyrant, and a father who saw a son too damaged to save, but too useful to abandon. The Emperor gave Kurzi command of the 8th Legion, which became the Night Lords. Under Kurzi's leadership, they became specialists in terror tactics. dropping onto worlds and making such brutal examples of the leaders that entire populations would surrender rather than resist. It was effective, horrifyingly so. Worlds that would have required years of campaigning fell within days, once word spread of what the Night Lords did to those who resisted. But it was also corrupting. The Night Lords were recruited from Nostromo, which in Kurz's absence had reverted to its old criminal ways. The new Astartes brought with them the worst elements of their culture: sadism, torture for pleasure rather than purpose, a delight in causing suffering. Kurz watched this happen and did nothing to stop it, perhaps because he believed it was inevitable, perhaps because some part of him enjoyed it. His visions grew worse over time, more frequent and more debilitating. They would strike him at random, showing him futures that horrified him, but which he couldn't prevent. He saw the futility of the Great Crusade, the inevitable betrayal, the long, slow death of the Imperium. These visions drove him toward madness, or perhaps revealed the madness that had always been there. When Fulgrim revealed some of Kurz's visions to Rogel Dawn, and Dawn confronted him about them, something inside Kurz snapped. He attacked Dawn, nearly killing the Imperial Fist's Primarch, then fled with his legion. He returned to Nostromo and, in an act of spite and despair, ordered his ships to destroy the planet. The Night Lord's weapons fired into the core of the world, into the very hole Kurz had emerged from decades before, and Nostromo tore itself apart in a cataclysm that killed billions. Why? Why destroy his own homeworld, the place he had brought order to through years of brutal effort? Perhaps because he had seen what it had become again in his absence, all his work undone, the darkness returned. Perhaps because he wanted to prove that nothing good could last, that all his efforts had been meaningless. Or perhaps because he was already lost to the visions and the madness, and wanted to erase the one place that might have remembered who he'd been before he became the Night Haunter. When the Horus heresy erupted, Kurz sided with the traitors immediately. Not because he believed in Horus's cause, Kurz believed in nothing, but because his visions had shown him this outcome, and he had decided to embrace it. At Istvan V, the Night Lords were part of the second wave that massacred the Loyalists, and Kurz himself saved Lorgar from being killed by Corvus Corax. He fought throughout the heresy with savage effectiveness, but also with increasing instability, his visions overwhelming him more and more often. After the heresy failed and Horus was slain, Kurz fled with his legion into the dark corners of the galaxy. They became raiders and pirates, terrorizing Imperial worlds not for any strategic purpose, but simply because it was what they did. Kurz himself descended into near-complete madness, torn between his visions and his conviction that everything he had done was justified. The end came on the world of Sagwalsa, a dead rock where Kurz had made his lair. The Imperium sent an assassin, Meshen of the Calidus Temple, to kill him. Kurz's visions had shown him this moment countless times. He could have prepared defenses, could have fled, could have surrounded himself with his legion. Instead, he sent the Night Lords away and waited alone in the dark for death to find him. When Meshen arrived, Kurz made no move to defend himself. He gave a final speech, recorded for his legion to find later, a rambling manifesto that justified everything he had done and damned the Emperor as a hypocrite. Then he simply waited, as the assassin's blade found his heart. His last words were chilling in their resignation. Death is nothing compared to vindication. The tragedy of Konrad Kurz is the tragedy of a man who saw the worst of everything and concluded that the worst was all there could ever be. He had the power to see the future, but not the wisdom to understand that futures could be changed. His visions showed him one path, and he mistook that for the only path, trapping himself in a self-fulfilling prophecy. He became the very monster his visions showed him because he believed he had no choice. Kurz genuinely believed that fear was the only reliable tool for controlling human behavior, that without terror to keep them in line, people would always revert to their worst impulses. And Nostromo seemed to prove him right. In his absence, the planet did return to chaos and crime, but he never considered that perhaps the reason Nostromo fell again was because he had never given them anything to aspire to, only something to fear. He created order, but not justice. Stability, but not hope. The most tragic aspect of Kersey is that he was partially right about many things. The Emperor was a tyrant who used his sons as weapons. The Imperium was built on lies and propaganda. The future of humanity was dark and bloody. But being right didn't save him or make his cruelty justified. It just meant he understood why he was damned, which made the damnation worse. Today, the Night Lords continue their terror campaigns, scattered warbands following the teachings of a Primarch who died 10,000 years ago. They are hated and feared throughout the Imperium, and they revel in it, seeing their reputation as proof that their Gene Father was right all along. Somewhere in the warp, it's whispered that fragments of Kersey's soul still linger, bound to his legion, unable to find peace because he never believed peace was possible. The Night Haunter remains what he always was, a prophet of suffering, who made his own visions come true through his inability to imagine anything better. The Lamenters, cursed to suffer, refusing to break. If the Primarch's tragedies are those of individuals with godlike power, then the story of the Lamenters chapter is the tragedy of ordinary heroes ground down by cosmic bad luck and the indifference of an uncaring universe. They are a chapter that has endured more catastrophes, more betrayals, and more misfortune than any other, and yet they continue to fight, continue to protect the innocent, continue to embody the ideals of what the Astartes were meant to be. Their story is one of unending suffering and unbroken faith, and it might be the most heartbreaking of all. The Lamenters were born from the 21st Founding, an event that would come to be known universally as the Cursed Founding. In the early 36th millennium, the Adeptus Mechanicus decided to experiment with the gene seed used to create Space Marines, attempting to correct the various flaws that had accumulated over the millennia. They had good intentions, to create chapters free from the genetic defects that plagued many of the original legions. The Lamenters were created from Blood Angel's gene seed, and the Mechanicus believed they had succeeded in removing the two great curses that haunted the sons of Sanguinius, the Black Rage and the Red Thirst. For a time, it seemed to work. The Lamenters showed no signs of the berserker fury that could overcome Blood Angels, no excessive bloodlust that drove other chapters to extremes. They appeared to be everything the 21st Founding had promised. Astartes perfected, free from the flaws of the past, but they were cursed in other ways, whether through some subtle defect in their gene seed, the malevolent attention of the Chaos Gods, or simply the capricious cruelty of fate. The Lamenters quickly proved to be the unluckiest chapter in the entire Imperium. Nothing went right for them. Simple missions became disasters. Allies abandoned them at critical moments. Equipment failed when they needed it most. They seemed to attract catastrophe, like a magnet attracts iron. What made this worse was the stigma attached to the 21st Founding. As the decades passed, it became clear that the Cursed Founding had produced more failures than successes. Many chapters created during this time fell to mutation, madness, or corruption. Some turned traitor, others simply died out, their gene seed too unstable to sustain a chapter. The Imperium began to view all chapters from the 21st Founding with suspicion, even those like the Lamenters who remained utterly loyal. The Lamenters found themselves shunned by other Astartes chapters. When they called for aid, it often didn't come. When they fought alongside other chapters, they were given the most dangerous assignments, the ones no one else wanted. This isolation hurt them in ways that had nothing to do with combat effectiveness. Space Marines are not solitary warriors. They depend on the brotherhood of their chapter and the wider community of Astartes. To be excluded from that brotherhood, to be treated as suspect and possibly tainted despite total loyalty, was a wound that never healed. Despite this, the Lamenters tried to serve faithfully. They took on missions that other chapters refused, defended worlds that were considered expendable, threw themselves into the most desperate situations because no one else would. They developed a reputation for compassion, unusual among Astartes, often going out of their way to minimize civilian casualties and protect Imperial citizens, even when it compromised their tactical position. In a galaxy where most Space Marines view ordinary humans as cannon fodder at best, the Lamenters actually cared about the people they were sworn to protect. This compassion would prove to be both their greatest virtue and a source of further tragedy. During the 39th millennium, the Lamenters were ordered to defend against the 9th Black Crusade, sent to the world of Corellia alongside the Mortifactors chapter. But the Mortifactors, superstitious and suspicious of the cursed founding, abandoned the Lamenters on the surface when the fighting grew intense. They simply left, taking their ships and leaving the Lamenters to face the Black Legion alone. A more pragmatic chapter might have abandoned Corellia's civilians and fought a fighting retreat to escape. The Lamenters refused. They stayed and fought a desperate defense against overwhelming odds, protecting the population, even though it cost them hundreds of battle brothers. They held the line until reinforcements arrived, and the civilians survived. But the chapter was crippled, its numbers severely depleted, its resources exhausted. This became a pattern. The Lamenters would be abandoned by allies, would face impossible odds, would win through courage and sacrifice, and would emerge victorious, but weaker, their numbers reduced, their equipment damaged. Other chapters who fought in similar circumstances often had reserves to draw on, supply lines that remained open, allies who could be trusted. The Lamenters had none of these advantages. They were alone. Then came the Badab War, perhaps the darkest chapter in the Lamenters' history. The conflict began when Lugft-Huron, chapter master of the Astral Claws, seceded from Imperial control, forming a secessionist state in the Maelstrom Zone. Huron drew several chapters into his rebellion, including the Lamenters. But the Lamenters didn't join out of treachery or ambition. They joined because Huron had shown them kindness and brotherhood when other chapters had spurned them. For a chapter that had been rejected and isolated for so long, the bonds of friendship and mutual respect offered by Huron were precious beyond measure. When Huron rebelled, the Lamenters felt obligated to stand by him, not because they agreed with his cause, but because he had stood by them when no one else would. It was a decision born from loneliness and the desperate human need for belonging, and it would cost them dearly. Throughout the Badab War, the Lamenters fought as reluctant combatants. When faced with the Marines Errant, another chapter they had fought alongside during the Corinth Crusade, they refused to fire upon them, instead using intimidation and maneuvers to drive them off. They protected civilian convoys and tried to minimize the war's impact on innocent populations. They hoped, perhaps naively, that their loyalty to friendship would be understood, that their essential goodness would be recognized. It wasn't. The Imperium sent the Minotaurs chapter to deal with the Lamenters specifically. The Minotaurs, also from the cursed founding, but far more brutal and ruthless, tracked down the Lamenters' fortress monastery, the battle barge Mater Lacrimarum, the Mother of Tears, a name that in hindsight seems almost prophetic. The battle was savage and one-sided. The Lamenters were ambushed, outnumbered, and forced to surrender after losing most of their strength. By the end of the Badab War, the Lamenters chapter was reduced to little more than 300 battle brothers, a fraction of their original strength. A full-strength chapter numbers around 1,000 Astartes. The Lamenters were functionally extinct, unable to fulfill their duties, unable to defend themselves if attacked. Many expected them to be declared excommunicate traitoris and destroyed. Instead, the Imperium showed mercy, perhaps recognizing that the Lamenters' rebellion had been born from misplaced loyalty rather than corruption. They were declared penitent and sentenced to a 100-year crusade on the eastern fringe of the galaxy, fighting without, support, or resupply to prove their loyalty through suffering. For most chapters, this would have been a death sentence. For the Lamenters, it was just another day. The penitent crusade put the Lamenters directly in the path of Hive Fleet Kraken, one of the largest Tyranid swarm fleets ever encountered. With barely 300 warriors and limited resources, the Lamenters faced one of the most terrifying Xenos threats in the galaxy. They fought on world after world, each battle a desperate last stand, each victory bought with irreplaceable lives. On Malvolian, they faced waves of Tyranid bioforms that blotted out the sun. They held for weeks, buying time for the civilian population to evacuate, losing brothers with every hour that passed. On Devlin, they defended a hive city with a garrison that should have numbered thousands, not the few dozen they could spare. The Tyranids came in endless waves, and the Lamenters killed them by the millions, but there were always more. By the time other chapters arrived to help contain the Tyranid threat, the Lamenters were down to their last 3 companies, barely 200 warriors. They had fought Hive Fleet Kraken to a standstill through sheer stubborn courage, but the cost had been catastrophic. Their chapter serfs, their scout companies, their vehicles and equipment, all lost in battles that should have been impossible to survive. And yet, they survived. Against all odds, through luck that was somehow worse than having no luck at all, the Lamenters endured. They rebuilt, slowly and painfully, accepting Primaris reinforcements and new recruits, patching their equipment together, carrying on because that was all they knew how to do. The tragedy of the Lamenters isn't any single catastrophe, though they've endured plenty. It's the grinding, relentless accumulation of misfortune, betrayal, and loss. It's being punished for loyalty, abandoned by allies, forced to prove themselves again and again, despite having already proven everything that should matter. It's the knowledge that no matter how bravely they fight, no matter how many civilians they save, no matter how loyal they remain, the next disaster is always waiting around the corner. What makes it worse is that the Lamenters could have given up. They could have turned to chaos, as many chapters from the Cursed Founding did. They could have become cynical and brutal, abandoning their compassion for efficiency. They could have simply disbanded, their remaining warriors joining other chapters, escaping the curse that seemed to follow their yellow and checkered armor. But they didn't. They keep fighting, keep protecting, keep believing in the ideals that the Imperium claims to represent, even when the Imperium itself has abandoned those ideals. The Lamenter's symbol is a bleeding heart on a checkered background. It's perhaps the most appropriate chapter symbol in all of Warhammer 40,000. They are the chapter whose heart bleeds for humanity, who feels the pain of those they protect, who refuses to become monsters despite the universe's best efforts to make them so. They are heroes in the truest sense, not because they're the strongest or the most glorious, but because they keep trying to do good in a universe that punishes goodness at every turn. In the grim darkness of the far future, where there is only war and most heroes become something terrible, the Lamenters stand as a beacon of what the Astartes were supposed to be. Protectors, not conquerors. Saviors, not destroyers. And if they're cursed to suffer for it, then they'll suffer with their hearts still intact and their honor still unblemished. That's their tragedy, but it's also their triumph. They refuse to be broken, even when breaking would be easier than enduring. Smaller tragedies that echo through time. Not all of Warhammer 40,000's tragedies operate on the scale of fallen Primarchs or shattered legions. Some of the most heartbreaking stories are those of individual warriors whose names are barely remembered, but whose sacrifices speak to the human cost of the endless war. These are the stories that remind us that behind every battle statistic, every casualty report, every acceptable loss, there was a person who mattered to someone. Take ancient Rylanor, the ancient of rights of the Emperor's Children Legion. Rylanor was a venerable dreadnought. a warrior so grievously wounded that only entombment in a walking sarcophagus could preserve his life. He served with distinction during the Great Crusade, a respected veteran whose counsel was sought by officers throughout his legion. When the heresy began, and Fulgrim led the Emperor's children into the service of Slaanesh, Rillanor found himself horrified by what his brothers were becoming. During the drop site massacre at Ishtvan V, Rillanor was abandoned in the fighting, left behind as the traitor legions withdrew. He lay in the ruins of a collapsed hangar for 10,000 years, his life support systems barely functioning, listening to the silence of a dead world. He could have simply shut down, allowed his organic components to die. Instead, he waited, nursing a hatred so pure and focused that it kept him conscious through millennia of isolation. He waited for Fulgrim to return, and in the 41st millennium, Fulgrim did return, drawn by curiosity to the world where he had achieved his first great victory. Rillanor activated a virus bomb he'd been guarding for 10,000 years, knowing that while it wouldn't kill a demon Primarch, the gesture would matter. He forced Fulgrim to face what the Emperor's children had lost, to see that even after 10 millennia, there were still those who remembered what they had been before corruption claimed them. Rillanor's final words to his former Primarch cut deeper than any weapon. "I am Rillanor, ancient of rites, venerable of the Palatine host, and I reject you for now and for always. We were brothers once. We are brothers no more." Then he triggered. Then the bomb. The virus didn't destroy Fulgrim, who was beyond such mortal weapons, but it destroyed Rillanor's satisfaction. After 10,000 years of waiting for revenge, his weapon proved ineffective. The tragedy isn't just in his death, but in the futility of his sacrifice, the knowledge that even his most perfect act of defiance meant nothing to a being who had transcended human understanding. Or consider Garviel Loken and Tarik Torgadon, two of the finest warriors in the Sons of Horus. They were brothers in the truest sense, having fought side by side for decades, having saved each other's lives countless times, having shared hopes for the future of the Imperium. When Horus fell to chaos, they remained loyal, refusing to believe at first that their beloved Primarch could betray the Emperor. On Istvan III, as the virus bombs fell and the truth of the betrayal became undeniable, Loken and Torgadon led the defense of the loyalist survivors. They fought together one last time, and Torgadon died, saving Loken's life, killed by their own former brothers. Loken survived the initial battle, seemingly one of the few witnesses who could testify to Horus's treachery, but he was buried in the final bombardment, left for dead in the ashes of the Coral City. The tragedy of Loken and Torgadon isn't just their deaths or the betrayal they suffered. It's that they represented the best of what the Great Crusade could produce. Warriors who were intelligent, thoughtful, and genuinely idealistic about the future they were building. They believed in the imperial truth, in the unity of mankind, in the noble mission they had been given. And all of it was revealed as a lie, a pleasant fiction that had already rotted from within before they even realized the corruption was there. Then there's Barabbas Dantioch, an iron warrior who might have the most unjustly forgotten heroism in all the heresy. Dantioch was horribly wounded by a bioweapon during the Crusade, his body twisted and broken, kept alive only by advanced medical technology and his own stubborn will. When his legion turned traitor, Dantioch refused to follow. Despite his suffering, despite his legion's betrayal, he remained loyal to the Emperor. He ended up defending an imperial fortress in Ultramar against his own former brothers, a company of iron warriors led by a commander who had once been his friend. The siege was brutal, but Dantioch held, using all the tactical genius that made the iron warriors so fearsome, turning their own siege techniques against them. In the end, facing overwhelming odds, he used the Pharaohs, an ancient alien device, to summon loyalist reinforcements, then detonated the fortress, killing himself and hundreds of traitors. What makes Dantioch's story tragic is how easily he could have joined the traitors. His Primarch, Perturabo, had abandoned him before the heresy began, seeing his wounded body as a sign of weakness. The Imperium he served had done little to reward his loyalty or ease his suffering. He had every reason to be bitter, every justification for rebellion. But he remained true to the oaths he'd sworn, chose the harder path because it was the right path, and died almost forgotten, his heroism overshadowed by the grander battles of the heresy. These stories matter because they show the personal cost of the great events that shaped the Imperium. Rylanner's 10,000-year wait in darkness, Torgadan's death saving a brother who couldn't save him in return, Dantioch's lonely stand against his own legion. These aren't the centerpieces of the Horus heresy, but they're the threads that make the tragedy real, that transform numbers and battles into human stories of loss and sacrifice. Every battle in Warhammer 40,000 has hundreds of these smaller tragedies embedded within it. The Space Marine who holds a position so his squad can retreat, knowing he won't survive. The Tech Priest who stays at his post to keep the shields running while the ship dies around him. The Imperial Guard sergeant who orders his troops forward, knowing they're marching to certain death, but hoping their sacrifice will matter. Most of these heroes die unmourned and unremembered. Their names aren't recorded in the great chronicles. Their deeds aren't celebrated in ceremonies or commemorated in monuments. They're just statistics in casualty reports, acceptable losses in the grinding mathematics of war. But each one of them was a person, with hopes and fears and people who cared about them. Each death diminished the Imperium in ways that can't be measured in strategic analyses. This is perhaps the deepest tragedy of Warhammer 40,000, that individual heroism has become meaningless in the face of the Imperium's immense scale. 10,000 heroes die defending a hive city, and the Administratum simply notes that the city was held at acceptable cost. 1 million guardsmen perish buying time for a single Space Marine chapter to escape, and it's considered a good trade. The mathematics of survival in the 41st millennium are brutal and utterly divorced from human compassion. And yet, people continue to be heroic anyway. They continue to sacrifice themselves for causes they know are probably hopeless, to protect people they know will probably die anyway, to stand against darkness they know will probably consume them. Not because they believe they'll be remembered or rewarded, but because they refuse to become the monsters that survival in this universe seems to demand. That refusal, that stubborn insistence on remaining human in an inhumane cosmos, might be the greatest tragedy of all, because it guarantees suffering while changing nothing. The greater tragedies, civilizations lost. Individual stories of suffering and sacrifice are heartbreaking, but they pale beside the cosmic-scale catastrophes that have reshaped entire civilizations. These are tragedies measured not in lives, but in entire species, not in battles, but in the death of cultures that spanned millions of years. They remind us that in Warhammer 40,000, entire ways of life can be extinguished, and the universe simply continues, indifferent to the magnitude of what's been lost. Perhaps the greatest of these civilization-ending tragedies is the fall of the Eldar. The Eldar, or Aeldari, were once the dominant species in the galaxy. Their empire spanned from one side of the Milky Way to the other. Their technology was so advanced as to seem like magic, and their understanding of the universe was profound. They were immortal, or as close to it as makes no difference. Each individual living thousands of years and reincarnating through the infinity circuits of their craft worlds upon death. But they became complacent in their power. With no external threats to challenge them, and technology that fulfilled every need, the Eldar turned inward, seeking ever more extreme experiences to stave off boredom. Their society became devoted to sensation and excess, to pushing every boundary and exploring every taboo. What began as art and philosophy devolved into hedonism and depravity. They tortured for entertainment, murdered for pleasure, created cults devoted to experiences so extreme that they broke the minds of those who pursued them. This wasn't just personal corruption, it was corruption on a civilization-wide scale. Billions upon billions of Eldar participated in the descent into excess, their psychic emanations bleeding into the warp. And in the warp, something began to grow, feeding on their depravity, coalescing into consciousness from the psychic echoes of their darkest indulgences. The Eldar were creating a chaos god, and they didn't realize it until it was far too late. When Slaanesh, the Dark Prince, was born, the psychic scream of its awakening tore through reality. The birth of a new chaos god was an event of such magnitude that it created the Eye of Terror, a massive warp storm that consumed the heart of the Eldar Empire. Billions of Eldar died in an instant, their souls ripped from their bodies to feed the newborn god. Planets were swallowed by the warp, entire star systems ceased to exist, and the proud empire that had stood for millions of years collapsed in a single catastrophic moment. Those Eldar who survived did so only because they were far from the empire's heart or had taken precautions. The craft world Eldar had fled before the fall, sensing the danger and escaping on massive world ships. The Exodites had abandoned Eldar society millennia before, choosing a simpler life on maiden worlds. The Dark Eldar retreated into Komarach, a hidden city in the Webway, where they continue their depravities to this day, feeding on suffering to sustain themselves against Slaanesh's hunger. But the tragedy of the fall isn't just in the deaths or the destruction. It's in what was lost. An entire civilization's accumulated knowledge, art, and culture. The Eldar had explored heights of achievement that other species couldn't even conceptualize. Their poetry could reshape reality. Their sculptures could trap souls. Their understanding of the universe was so complete that they had mapped the warp itself. All of it gone, consumed by a god they created through their own moral bankruptcy. The surviving Eldar are living in a dying dream. Their species is functionally extinct, their numbers too few to ever recover what they lost. Every Eldar who dies is not just a personal tragedy, but a further step toward the extinction of their entire race. They know they're doomed, that Slaanesh waits to consume their souls upon death unless they take extraordinary precautions. They fight on, not because they believe they can win, but because surrender means eternal torment in the gullet of a god they created. In a different way, but no less tragic, the destruction of Cadia represents the end of a different kind of civilization. Cadia was the fortress world that stood at the gates of the Eye of Terror for 10,000 years, holding back the endless tides of chaos that boiled out of the warp storm. It wasn't just a military installation, it was an entire culture built around resistance and duty. Cadian civilians grew up learning weapons drill before they could read. The planet's regiments were the finest the Imperial Guard had to offer, disciplined, well-equipped, and utterly unbreakable in their resolve. Cadian soldiers served throughout the galaxy, but they all knew that ultimately their purpose was to defend the gate, to stand between chaos and the wider Imperium, to die if necessary so that others could live. For 10 millennia, Cadia held. Chaos armies broke against its defenses like waves against a cliff. Demon invasions were repelled, traitor uprisings crushed, incursions from the Eye of Terror turned back time and again. The very stones of Cadia were said to be harder than steel, forged in the crucible of endless war. The phrase, "Cadia stands," became a rallying cry throughout the Imperium, a promise that no matter how dark the night became, there was one place that would never fall. Then came the 13th Black Crusade, Abaddon, the Despoiler's latest and most ambitious assault on the Imperium. This time, Abaddon brought not just armies, but weapons designed to break worlds. When his other assaults failed to take Cadia through military force, he resorted to a weapon of cosmic scale. He threw the Blackstone fortresses, ancient space stations of immense power, at the planet itself. The impact was catastrophic. Cadia, the unbreakable fortress world, shattered. The planet cracked open like an egg, its crust fracturing, its mantle exposed to the void. Billions died in the initial impact and the geological catastrophes that followed. The survivors fought on, even as their world died around them, defending evacuation ships and making last stands in collapsing cities. Castian Creed, the Lord General of Cadia, was last seen holding a position as the ground literally fell away beneath him. The Maisin fall of Cadia opened the Cicatrix Maledictum, the Great Rift, a massive warp storm that split the galaxy in two. Entire sectors were cut off from Imperial authority. Worlds that had been safe for millennia were suddenly exposed to demonic incursions. The careful balance that had held since the Horus Heresy was broken, and the Imperium was plunged into what would come to be called the Era Indomitus, a time of darkness unprecedented since the heresy itself. But the physical destruction of Cadia wasn't the only tragedy. What was lost was a culture, a way of life that had existed for 10,000 years. Cadian regiments scattered throughout the galaxy suddenly had no home to return to. Children who had expected to grow up learning to defend the gate would instead be refugees, growing up in camps or adopted by other worlds. The traditions, the stories, the very identity of what it meant to be Cadian, all of it threatened with extinction. Yet even in death, Cadia refused to surrender its meaning. The scattered regiments, the survivors on nearby worlds, they took up a new battle cry. Cadia stands. Not in a physical sense, but in spirit. As long as one Cadian still fought, as long as the memory of the fortress world lived in the hearts of its people, Cadia would never truly fall. It's a defiant gesture in the face of cosmic injustice, and perhaps that's the only kind of victory possible in the 41st millennium. These greater tragedies share a common theme, the death not just of people, but of possibility. The Eldar could have been shepherds of the galaxy, guiding younger species toward enlightenment. Instead, they birthed a chaos god and doomed themselves to slow extinction. Cadia could have held forever, a permanent bulwark against the darkness. Instead, it broke, and the galaxy fell into shadow. These were not inevitable outcomes, but the results of choices, mistakes, and malevolent intervention. They also represent a particular cruelty of the Warhammer 40,000 universe, that nothing good can last. Every victory is temporary, every achievement eventually corrupted or destroyed. The Imperium isn't slowly improving, it's slowly collapsing, losing worlds faster than it can protect them, consuming itself to fuel its own survival. The forces of chaos don't need to win decisively, they just need to outlast the defenders, who are finite, while the warp is eternal. This is the tragedy on the grandest scale, that the entire galaxy is caught in a slow-motion apocalypse, that everyone fighting is ultimately delaying rather than preventing the inevitable, that the best anyone can hope for is that the end doesn't come in their lifetime. The Eldar know their species is doomed. The Imperium knows its golden age will never return. Even the Chaos Gods understand that if they consume everything, there will be nothing left to torment. Yet people still fight, still sacrifice, still believe that their actions matter, even if the outcome is predetermined. Maybe that's the ultimate tragedy. Not the magnitude of the losses, but the stubborn refusal to accept that those losses were meaningful. In a universe designed to grind hope into dust, the greatest act of defiance is to hope anyway, knowing full well that hope will be punished. Why these tragedies matter? After journeying through so much suffering, so much loss and betrayal and sacrifice, you might wonder why anyone would immerse themselves in such relentlessly dark narratives. Why do these tragic stories resonate so strongly with fans of Warhammer 40,000? What do we gain from exploring these depths of despair and witnessing the systematic destruction of everything good? The answer lies in the human element that tragedy reveals. Warhammer 40,000 operates on a scale that should be incomprehensible. Battles involving billions of combatants, weapons that can destroy planets, conflicts that span entire sectors of the galaxy. These numbers are so vast that they lose meaning, becoming abstract statistics that fail to move us. But when we focus on individual stories of tragedy, When we see the personal cost of these cosmic conflicts, suddenly, the scale becomes real. We understand what it means for 1 billion people to die when we've seen how one person's death matters. Angron's tragedy teaches us about the destruction of potential, about how abuse and trauma can transform someone from a healer into a monster. His story is a warning about the long-term consequences of cruelty and the importance of saving not just individuals, but everyone they love. It's also a meditation on agency and the question of how much of our behavior is truly our choice when circumstances have shaped us so thoroughly. Magnus's fall illustrates the danger of hubris and the road to hell paved with good intentions. He genuinely wanted to help, genuinely believed he could control forces beyond his understanding, and in his pride, he destroyed the thing he most wanted to protect. His tragedy speaks to the human tendency to believe we're smarter than we are, to think that understanding something means we can control it. In our own lives, we might not be dealing with chaos gods and webway projects, but we've all made mistakes while trying to help, all pushed forward with plans that seemed brilliant until they fell apart. The tragedy of Istvan shows us the fragility of trust and the particular horror of betrayal by those closest to us. It's one thing to be defeated by an enemy. It's another entirely to be stabbed in the back by a brother. In a universe as hostile as Warhammer 40,000, where threats come from every direction, the breaking of brotherhood isn't just a personal tragedy, but an existential one. It forces everyone to operate in isolation, trusting no one, which makes them all weaker against external threats. The lesson is that betrayal doesn't just harm the betrayed, it poisons entire communities, making cooperation impossible and leaving everyone vulnerable. Konrad Kurzi's story is a meditation on determinism versus free will, on whether seeing a dark future means you're doomed to fulfill it. His tragedy is that he believed his visions showed him the only possible path, when in fact they showed him one possible path that he chose to walk. It's a cautionary tale about self-fulfilling prophecies and the danger of allowing fear to dictate our choices. Kurzi could have fought against his visions, could have tried to create a better future, but he was convinced that struggle was meaningless, and in believing that, he made it true. The Lamenters exemplify perseverance in the face of impossible odds and the choice to remain good when goodness is punished. They show us that heroism isn't about winning or being celebrated. It's about doing the right thing even when it costs you everything and no one will thank you for it. In a universe that rewards cruelty and punishes compassion, they refuse to become cruel. That's not naivety. It's a profound act of resistance against a cosmos that wants to make monsters of everyone. These tragedies matter because they're mirrors, distorted and exaggerated perhaps, but mirrors nonetheless. We see in Angron's rage our own struggles with trauma and the fear of becoming our worst selves. We see in Magnus's hubris our own tendency to overestimate our capabilities and underestimate the consequences of our actions. We see in the Istvan betrayals the pain of broken trust in our own relationships. We see in Kurzi's determinism our own struggles with feeling trapped by circumstances beyond our control. We see in the Lamenters our own efforts to maintain integrity when the world seems designed to break us. But there's something else these tragedies offer, a strange kind of hope. Not hope that things will get better, because in Warhammer 40,000 they probably won't, but hope in the sense of human resilience, the refusal to surrender even when surrender would be rational. Every tragic character we've discussed could have given up. They had reasons, justifications, more than enough suffering to excuse quitting. But they didn't. They fought on, even when fighting meant suffering, even when they knew they'd lose, even when victory itself would be hollow. That's the paradox at the heart of Warhammer 40,000's tragedies. They're stories about futility and loss, about how nothing good lasts, and how the universe punishes hope. But they're also stories about people who refuse to accept futility, who keep fighting anyway, who maintain their humanity in the face of dehumanizing horror. The Imperium tells its citizens that the Emperor protects, that suffering has meaning, that sacrifice will be rewarded. These stories tell us something more honest and more profound. Suffering doesn't have meaning unless you give it meaning, and the only reward for sacrifice is the knowledge that you tried. In our own world, we face challenges that can feel overwhelming. Climate change, political division, economic instability, the thousand small cruelties of daily existence. We're not fighting Xenos hordes or chaos corruption, but we understand the feeling of being ground down by circumstances beyond our control, of fighting battles we seem destined to lose. Warhammer 40,000's tragedies speak to that experience. They validate the feeling that yes, everything is terrible and unfair, while simultaneously showing us examples of people who faced even worse and kept going. The difference between Warhammer 40,000 and our reality is that the grim-dark setting makes explicit what we usually try to avoid confronting. That everything ends, that most struggles are ultimately futile, that the universe is indifferent to our suffering. But in making these truths explicit, in pushing them to their logical extreme, the setting paradoxically offers a kind of liberation. If everything is hopeless anyway, then we're free to choose our responses based on what we value, rather than what we think will succeed. We can be kind because we choose kindness, not because we expect reward. We can fight for justice because it's right, not because we believe justice will win. This is why these tragedies resonate. They're not just entertainment, though they certainly are that. They're not just catharsis, though they offer that too. They're explorations of how to maintain human values in a universe that seems designed to destroy them. They ask the question, when everything is darkness, what light will you carry? And more importantly, will you carry it even knowing it can't dispel the darkness, that it will probably get you killed, that no one may ever know you tried? The characters we've discussed all answered that question differently. Angron tried to carry light once and had it brutally extinguished, so he became darkness itself. Magnus's light was his knowledge, and he held it so tightly that it burned him and everyone around him. Kersey never believed in light at all, convinced that darkness was all there could ever be. The Lamenters carry their light openly, despite knowing it makes them targets, despite centuries of proof that it will cost them dearly. None of these answers is entirely right or entirely wrong. That's what makes them tragic, rather than simply sad. Tragedy requires that we understand why the characters made the choices they did, that we see the logic behind even their worst decisions. Angron's rage is justified by his suffering. Magnus's pride grew from genuine brilliance. Kers's nihilism was supported by visions that came true. The Lamenter's compassion leaves them vulnerable. Each approach has its cost, and in the world of Warhammer 40,000, those costs are always paid in full. So we return to these stories, these tragedies, not because we're masochists who enjoy suffering, but because they're honest. They don't promise that good will triumph, or that sacrifice will be rewarded, or that things will get better. They promise only that the struggle matters to those who struggle, that dignity can be maintained even in defeat, that how we respond to inevitable loss defines us more than the loss itself. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. But in the stories of those who fight that war, in the tragedies of those who give everything for causes they know are doomed, there is something profoundly human. Something that transcends the setting's nihilism and speaks to our own struggles with meaning in an often meaningless universe. These characters suffer on a cosmic scale so that we can process our own suffering on a human scale. They fail so spectacularly that our own failures seem manageable by comparison. They endure so much that our own endurance seems possible. That's why these tragic stories matter. Not because they're hopeful in the traditional sense, but because they're honest about how hard hope is to maintain. And they show us examples of people who maintain it anyway. Not because they promise victory, but because they show us warriors who fight knowing victory is impossible and do it anyway. Not because suffering has inherent meaning, but because they demonstrate how people can create meaning from suffering through the choices they make in response to it. And maybe, just maybe, in seeing these characters refuse to surrender their humanity in the face of overwhelming darkness, we find inspiration to maintain our own humanity in the face of our own challenges. The scale is different, the stakes are different, but the essential choice is the same. Will we become monsters to survive, or will we remain human and risk everything that costs us? Warhammer 40,000's tragic stories suggest that remaining human is worth it, even when it guarantees suffering, even when monsters seem to win, even when the universe itself appears to punish compassion and reward cruelty. Because in the end, the choice between remaining human and becoming a monster isn't about outcomes or success or survival. It's about who we choose to be, regardless of consequences. And that, perhaps, is the most tragic and most beautiful truth these stories have to offer. That being human is a choice we make every day, in every action, despite knowing that the universe doesn't care and that we'll probably lose anyway. We choose it because it's who we are, or who we want to be, or who we refuse to stop being, no matter what the cost. We carry light into darkness, not because we believe it will prevail, but because someone must, and it might as well be us. If you've enjoyed this journey through tragedy and tears, through the broken lives of Primarchs and the shattered hopes of ordinary heroes, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Share it with others who appreciate the deeper meanings hidden in the grimdark universe, who understand that sometimes the darkest stories contain the most profound truths about the human spirit. In a universe of only war, we can at least be witnesses to those who fought with honor, who suffered with dignity, and who refused to let the darkness define them. Remember them as they deserve to be remembered, not as failures, but as examples of what it means to be human when being human is the hardest choice of all. For the Emperor, for the lost and the fallen, for those who carried light into darkness. Cadia stands. The population of every faction in Warhammer 40k. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. But beneath the thunder of bolter fire and the screams of the dying, there exists a question that haunts the strategic minds of every faction. How many souls populate this blood-soaked galaxy? The answer is as staggering as it is terrifying. A cascade of numbers so vast they challenge comprehension itself. Picture, if you will, a single grain of sand. Now imagine every beach on Earth, every desert, every hidden pocket of silicon scattered across our world. The populations we're about to explore dwarf even that astronomical count. We're talking about civilizations that span thousands of light years, species that have endured for millions of years, and forces so numerous that their mere movement across the void dims the stars themselves. The Warhammer 40,000 universe operates on a scale that makes conventional measurement almost meaningless. When the Adeptus Administratum attempts to census the Imperium's worlds, the data is outdated before it ever reaches Terra. By the time a scribe on Holy Earth tallies the population of a hive world in the eastern fringe, that world might have been consumed by Tyranids, overrun by orcs, or ascended to demonic possession. The galaxy is simply too vast, too chaotic, and too violent for precise accounting. Yet we can extrapolate. We can analyze the fragmentary records that survive, the battlefield reports, the ancient archives, and the fevered calculations of those few individuals with clearance to contemplate such matters. What emerges is a portrait of unimaginable scale, where 1 billion deaths might not even register as a rounding error in the greater calculus of galactic conflict. Understanding these populations matters because it illuminates the true horror of the 41st millennium. Every war isn't just a clash between armies, but between tidal waves of living beings. Every planet that falls doesn't just represent territory lost, but billions or even trillions of souls extinguished. The grinding math of attrition warfare takes on new meaning when you realize that some factions can afford to lose millions of warriors in a single engagement and consider it an acceptable cost. The populations we'll examine today represent the primary powers vying for dominance or survival in the Milky Way galaxy. From the sprawling, corrupt vastness of the Imperium of Man to the ravenous hordes of Tyranids emerging from the intergalactic void, each faction brings its own demographic weight to bear. Some factions, like the Tau, count their citizens in mere billions, making them demographic minnows in a sea of giants. Others, like the Orcs, achieve numbers that dwarf even the mighty Imperium through sheer reproductive efficiency and savage persistence. There's a dark poetry to these population figures. They tell stories of civilizations in decline, like the Aeldari, once masters of the galaxy now reduced to scattered remnants. They reveal the terrifying potential of races like the Tyranids, whose numbers grow with every world they devour. They expose the fundamental vulnerability of the Imperium, whose quadrillions of souls barely suffice to hold back the tide of annihilation pressing in from every direction. Before we dive into the specifics, we must acknowledge the limitations of our data. The sources for these numbers come from codexes, novels, and official Games Workshop publications, but they often contradict each other. One source might claim the Imperium encompasses 1 million worlds, while another suggests that number is merely the count of major inhabited planets, with countless billions more minor settlements scattered throughout Imperial space. We'll focus on the most commonly cited and recent figures, while noting where significant variance exists. The method of counting also varies wildly by faction. How do you census a race like the Orcs, where every corpse spawns dozens of new warriors through spore dispersal? How do you measure the Tyranids, whose very bodies are interchangeable biomass, recycled and reformed with each world they consume? How do you account for the forces of chaos, where cultists might live normal lives until the moment of uprising, or where demons flicker in and out of reality based on the tides of the warp? These questions plague not just us as observers, but the inhabitants of the galaxy themselves. The Imperium's strategists must plan campaigns without knowing the true strength of their own forces, let alone their enemies. The Eldar's Farseers peer into possible futures, trying to calculate the survival odds for their dying race. The Tau's Earthcast attempts to project growth curves that can compete with species that have existed for millennia. Everyone in this dark galaxy fights partially blind, guided by faith, instinct, or desperation more than hard data. What follows is our best attempt to illuminate these numbers, to give form to the incomprehensible scale of life and death in the 41st millennium. We'll journey through each major faction, examining not just raw population figures, but what those numbers mean for their strategic position in the galaxy. We'll see how demographic advantages can be offset by technological inferiority, how quality can sometimes triumph over quantity, and how the sheer weight of numbers can become its own form of doom. So settle in and prepare yourself for a journey through the census records of damnation. We're about to count the countless, measure the immeasurable, and attempt to wrap our minds around numbers that would make even the most ambitious imperial bureaucrat weep in despair. The Imperium of Man, a civilization of quadrillions. The Imperium of Man stands as the single largest political entity in the galaxy, a sprawling, corrupt, theocratic nightmare that encompasses, according to most sources, approximately 1 million worlds. But that simple statement barely scratches the surface of the demographic monstrosity that is humanity's galactic empire. When we say 1 million worlds, we're speaking specifically of the major inhabited planets that maintain regular contact with the Adeptus Terra and contribute tithes to the imperial war machine. This number doesn't account for the countless billions of minor outposts, mining stations, agri-settlements, penal colonies, and frontier worlds that exist in the gaps between major population centers. Many of these lesser holdings have populations in the thousands or millions rather than billions, but their cumulative contribution to imperial demographics is far from negligible. The population of these million worlds varies dramatically based on classification. At one end of the spectrum, you have the agri-worlds and feral worlds, with populations that might number only in the hundreds of millions. These are the breadbaskets and recruiting grounds of the Imperium, worlds where the majority of the population toils in relative simplicity, their lives brutish and short, but not yet crushed under the full weight of imperial bureaucracy. Then you have civilized worlds, planets that maintain something resembling a balanced ecosystem and modern infrastructure by imperial standards. These worlds might host anywhere from 1 billion to 50 billion souls, depending on their size, resources, and strategic importance. They represent the average imperial planet, if such a thing can be said to exist in an empire spanning a galaxy. But it's the hive worlds that truly boggle the mind. These ecumenopolises, where entire planetary surfaces have been paved over with towering cities that reach into the upper atmosphere and delve deep into the planetary crust, can host populations that range from 100 billion to over 1 trillion souls on a single world. Imagine Earth's current population multiplied by more than 100,000, all crammed onto one planet, and you begin to grasp the scale we're discussing. Consider Armageddon, one of the most famous hive worlds in imperial history. During the Third War for Armageddon, pre-invasion estimates placed the population at approximately 600 billion souls. Terra itself, Holy Earth, the throne world of the god Emperor, houses the Administratum's records, suggesting a population well into the trillions, though the exact figure is considered a state secret of the highest order. Now let's attempt the mathematics. If we conservatively estimate that the Imperium's million worlds break down roughly as follows: 30,000 hive worlds averaging 300 billion souls each, 300,000 civilized worlds averaging 10 billion souls each, and the remaining 670,000 worlds averaging 1 billion souls each, we arrive at a staggering figure. 30,000 hive worlds at 300 billion each gives us 9 quadrillion souls. 300,000 civilized worlds at 10 billion each provides 3 quadrillion souls. 670,000 remaining worlds at 1 billion average adds another 670 trillion souls. This gives us a rough total of approximately 12 quadrillion souls, or 12 million billion, or written out, 12,000 human beings. But this is likely a conservative estimate. Many sources suggest higher averages for hive world populations, with some of the most densely packed worlds hosting populations that could reach into the tens of trillions. If we adjust our estimates upward to account for this, assuming the largest hive worlds skew the averages significantly higher, we could easily be looking at figures in the range of 15 to 20 quadrillion souls. Some sources push even further, suggesting that the true population of the Imperium might reach into the quintillions, a number almost beyond comprehension. A quintillion is a billion billion, or written out, 1,000. If accurate, this would mean the Imperium contains more human beings than there are grains of sand on all of Earth's beaches, multiplied by tens of thousands. The distribution of this population matters as much as the total. The Imperium is divided into 5 major segmentums: Solar, Obscurus, Ultima, Pacificus, and Tempestus. The segmentum Solar, centered on Terra, is the most densely populated, housing perhaps a quarter of the Imperium's total population, despite occupying less than a fifth of its territory. This concentration makes strategic sense, as proximity to Terra means more reliable warp travel and more direct Imperial control. The Ultima segmentum, located on the eastern fringe of the galaxy, is the second most populous region. This is where much of the Imperium's expansion occurred during the Great Crusade, and it remains a crucible of conflict, facing threats from Tyranid hive fleets, Tau expansion, and numerous Orc empires. The population density here is slightly lower than in segmentum Solar, but the sheer volume of space means absolute numbers remain enormous. Segmentum Obscurus, to the galactic north of Terra, has the unfortunate distinction of bordering the Eye of Terra, the largest stable warp storm in the galaxy and the primary staging ground for chaos incursions. Despite its name, it's not the least populated segmentum. but it does suffer from constant attrition along its border with the forces of the ruinous powers. Segmentums, Pacificus and Tempestus, covering the western and southern reaches of the Imperium respectively, are somewhat less densely populated than their counterparts. Pacificus, in particular, is known for hosting numerous alien empires within its bounds, as the Imperium's control is less absolute here. Tempestus serves as a buffer against threats from below the galactic plane, though it has historically been the most peaceful of the 5 major divisions. But population figures for civilians, as staggering as they are, tell only part of the story. The Imperium's military forces represent a significant demographic subset worth examining separately. The Imperial Guard, or Astra Militarum, is often described as the largest standing military in galactic history. Conservative estimates place their numbers at several trillion soldiers under arms at any given time, spread across hundreds of thousands of theaters of war. To put this in perspective, imagine that just 0.1% of the Imperium's population serves in the Guard. Using our conservative estimate of 12 quadrillion souls, that would be 12 trillion soldiers. This seems roughly consistent with the described scale of Imperial military operations, where individual campaigns might involve billions of Guard troops and the loss of entire regiments numbering in the millions is considered routine. The Space Marines, the Adeptus Astartes, the Emperor's Angels of Death, number approximately 1 million warriors divided among roughly 1,000 chapters. This seems like a pittance compared to the trillions of guardsmen, but each Space Marine is worth dozens or even hundreds of normal soldiers in combat effectiveness. Their small numbers belie their strategic importance as they serve as shock troops, elite commandos, and inspirational symbols of the Emperor's might. The Adepta Sororitas, the Sisters of Battle, number perhaps in the hundreds of thousands spread across their various orders. The Adeptus Mechanicus maintains its own armed forces, the Scitarii, whose numbers are poorly recorded but likely extend into the billions when counting all Forge Worlds throughout the Imperium. The Adeptus Custodes, the Emperor's personal guardians, number only around 10,000, but each is worth an army unto themselves. Naval personnel for the Imperial Navy add several trillion more souls to the military ledger, manning the countless warships, transports, and support vessels that make Imperial logistics possible. The Planetary Defense Forces, local garrison troops that provide the first line of defense for Imperial worlds, likely number in the hundreds of trillions when tallied across all million worlds. This demographic weight, this mass of humanity pressed into service across a million worlds, forms the foundation of Imperial power. Yet, it is also the Imperium's greatest vulnerability. Every world lost to invasion represents billions or trillions of souls, either killed or turned against their former masters. Every hive world that falls to chaos or is consumed by tyrannids deals a demographic blow that can take centuries to recover from, if recovery is even possible. The Imperium's population is not stable or growing uniformly. Some worlds experience population booms, their numbers swelling beyond sustainable limits until violence, disease, or famine brings them back down. Others see steady decline as war, pollution, or administrative neglect takes its toll. The net trend is unclear, as the Administratum's records are too corrupted and outdated to provide reliable growth metrics. What is clear is that the Imperium's numbers, as vast as they are, barely suffice to hold its territory against the myriad threats it faces. The quadrillions of humans scattered across a million worlds create a demographic buffer that absorbs losses that would annihilate lesser civilizations. A hive world of 300 billion souls being destroyed is a tragedy beyond comprehension, representing more deaths than all of human history combined up to our current era. Yet in the calculus of the Imperium, it's a survivable loss, one tragedy among thousands occurring every year. This is the grim mathematics of the Imperium of man. Quadrillions of souls, each one a human life with hopes, fears, dreams and potential reduced to numbers on a tally sheet. Worlds measured not by their culture or achievements, but by their tithe grades and recruitment quotas. A civilization so vast that its own size becomes a form of damnation, as no amount of suffering can penetrate the bureaucratic layers separating the throne of terror from the billion battlefields where humanity bleeds. The Orcs. The green tide, uncounted. If the Imperium's population statistics challenge comprehension, the Orcs present an entirely different kind of demographic nightmare. Here is a species that doesn't follow conventional biological rules, whose population dynamics defy easy calculation, and whose numbers may actually exceed even the mighty Imperium's quadrillions. The Orcs are unique among the galaxy's major species in that they are, fundamentally, a fungal organism masquerading as a sentient race. When an Orc dies, its body releases millions of microscopic spores that settle into the soil and, given time, grow into new Orcs. This means that any world where Orcs have fought becomes permanently infested with greenskin life, unless subjected to the most extreme cleansing measures. This reproductive strategy has profound implications for Orc population dynamics. Unlike humans, who require years of childhood and training before a new soldier can take the field, Orcs emerge from their spore pods fully formed and instinctively understanding their role in Orc society. A battlefield that sees 1 million Orc deaths today might produce 10 million new Orcs over the following year, assuming the spores aren't eradicated. The Imperium's strategic analysts have created population distribution maps of known Orc worlds, and the results are sobering. In densely infested regions, there can be as many as 10 Orc-held worlds per 100 light-years of space. Given that the Milky Way galaxy is approximately 100,000 light-years in diameter, with billions of star systems, the number of Orc-inhabited worlds easily reaches into the hundreds of millions. Now, Orc worlds typically don't support the population densities of Imperial hive worlds. The Orc lifestyle, with its constant warfare and relatively primitive industry on all but the Kisantara, most developed worlds, simply doesn't allow for the same level of population concentration. However, what Orcs lack in density, they make up for in distribution. While an Orc world might only host 1 billion greenskins, there are vastly more Orc worlds than Imperial ones. Consider the mathematics. If we conservatively estimate 100 million Orc-inhabited worlds throughout the galaxy, each averaging 1 billion Orcs, we arrive at 100 quintillion greenskins, or 100,000. This is 10 times our conservative estimate for the entire Imperium's population. Even if we drastically reduce our per-world average to just 100 million Orcs each, we're still looking at 10 quintillion, roughly equal to the highest estimates for Imperial population. Multiple sources confirm that the Orcs are the most numerous native species in the Milky Way. Only the Tyranids, invaders from beyond the galaxy, potentially outnumber them. Imperial records state plainly that if the Orcs were ever to unite under a single war boss, they could sweep across the galaxy in an unstoppable wag that would drown the Imperium in green-skinned fury. This has nearly happened before. The War of the Beast in M32 saw an Orc empire rise that nearly toppled the Imperium entirely. The attack moon above Ulanor during the Great Crusade required the Emperor himself and multiple Primarchs to deal with. The Third War for Armageddon saw Warlord Gazgakul Thraka command a Weiji Aish that brought billions of Orcs to a single world system. What prevents the Orc dominance isn't lack of numbers, but their own nature. Orcs are constantly fighting each other, tribal and clan warfare consuming the majority of their military effort. The largest gatherings of Orcs, the Great Wachahas, typically only last as long as their inspirational war boss survives. Once he falls, the Wagaha fragments back into smaller tribes that immediately begin fighting among themselves. Population estimates for specific orc empires highlight the scale we're discussing. The Octarius Empire, ruled by the Overfiend of Octarius, occupies a region of space comparable to the Tau Empire and likely hosts hundreds of billions, if not low trillions, of orcs across its holdings. When this empire was deliberately infected with Tyranid Hive Fleet Leviathan by Inquisitor Kryptman, the resulting conflict consumed both sides in numbers that defied counting, with billions dying every week as the war ground on. Individual orc wags provide additional data points. Accounts of major orc invasions regularly reference billions of orcs involved in campaigns. One particularly well-documented wag, though started by only 3,000 orcs, eventually grew to include forces numbering in the billions through a combination of spore reproduction and attracting orcs from nearby worlds. The orc ecosystem also includes smaller greenskin subspecies. Gretchen, smaller and weaker cousins to the orcs, exist in even greater numbers, perhaps outnumbering their larger kin by ratios of 10 to 1 or more. While not typically counted in orc population statistics from a military standpoint, Gretchen do contribute to the overall greenskin presence and can be pressed into combat roles when needed. Snotlings, even smaller fungal beings, exist in numbers beyond counting. They're barely sentient and serve primarily as living tools and food sources for larger greenskins. Including them in population counts would be like counting bacteria alongside humans, but they do represent part of the complete orc ecosystem that makes greenskin infestation so difficult to eradicate. The speed of orc population growth is another factor that makes them such a persistent threat. An imperial world reclaimed from orc occupation requires decades or even centuries of intensive decontamination to eliminate all spores from the ecosystem. If even a single spore survives, within years, orcs will begin emerging again, forcing renewed extermination efforts. This rapid reproduction means that orc populations can recover from catastrophic losses far faster than human ones. A human hive world that loses 90% of its population might take centuries to recover, requiring importation of colonists and intensive reconstruction. An orc world subjected to the same losses could return to full population within a generation, perhaps 20 years, purely through spore reproduction from the corpses of the fallen. Combat effectiveness per individual. Orc is another consideration. An orc boy, the basic warrior, is roughly equivalent in combat ability to an Imperial Guard trooper, perhaps slightly superior in close combat. But here's the crucial difference. Every single orc is a potential combatant. There are no orc civilians in the sense humans understand. Elderly orcs don't exist, as greenskins die from violence long before age becomes a factor. Orc children don't exist, as they emerge from their spore pods fully grown. This means that an orc population of 1 billion represents 1 billion potential warriors, while a human population of 1 billion might only be able to field 10 to 20 million soldiers without destroying the civilian infrastructure that supports them. This combat to population ratio gives orcs an effective military strength far exceeding their raw numbers when compared to human civilizations. The orc threat is further complicated by their presence in warp space. Space hulks, massive conglomerations of ships fused together during warp storms, often host orc populations that drift through the immaterium for centuries before emerging back into real space. These wandering hordes can appear anywhere in the galaxy without warning, disgorging armies of greenskins that have been building up numbers in isolation for generations. Certain orc subspecies add further complications. Feral orcs, those who have regressed to primitive tribal states on worlds long isolated from the larger greenskin empire, might not be technologically advanced, but still contribute to total orc numbers. Freebooters, orc pirates who roam the void in search of loot and battle, exist outside traditional tribal structures, but still represent significant populations scattered across the galaxy. The strategic implications of orc demographics are profound. The Imperium can never truly eliminate the orc threat. only contain it. Every world touched by greenskins requires eternal vigilance, or they will return. The sheer number of orc-held worlds means that humanity is constantly on the defensive on thousands of fronts simultaneously, unable to commit to the kind of total extermination campaign that might actually end the threat. For the orcs themselves, their vast numbers represent the natural state of the galaxy. They don't conceive of overpopulation or resource scarcity in the way humans do. There are always more orcs to fight, always another world to conquer, always another waggy to join. Their population is both their strength and their curse, ensuring they will always have enemies but never achieve lasting unity. In the end, the orcs may represent the galaxy's largest population of any single coherent species. Their numbers are certainly in the quintillions, possibly exceeding even the most optimistic estimates for imperial population. They are a tide of green that has never truly receded in 60 million years since the war in heaven created them as biological weapons. And unless something fundamental changes in their nature or the galaxy itself, they will remain countless and undefeated, the eternal foe of every civilized species that dares claim dominion over the stars. The Tyranids, horror from beyond the stars. If orc populations challenge our ability to count, the Tyranids obliterate any pretense of meaningful census altogether. Here is a threat where the very concept of population breaks down, where the distinction between individual and collective becomes meaningless, and where the numbers involved transcend anything else in the galaxy. The Tyranids are not a native species of the Milky Way. They come from the intergalactic void, having consumed every scrap of biomass in their previous galaxy before setting their sights on ours. This single fact makes any population estimate simultaneously pointless and terrifying. We're not counting the population of a civilization. We're measuring an approaching tide that has already drowned an entire galaxy. The earliest official source that attempts to quantify Tyranid numbers comes from the opening of an older codex. Every thought and action, every spark of life in the Tyranid race is bound and interlinked into a single great organism stretching over light years of space and controlled by the immortal hive mind. 1 billion times 1 billion Tyranids stand at the rim of the galaxy, each no more than a single cell in the living body of the hive mind. Let's unpack that number. 1 billion times 1 billion is 1. 19. Quintillion, written as 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. This was described as being at the rim of the galaxy, essentially the vanguard of the Tyranid invasion. And this was from early descriptions, before the arrival of High Fleet Leviathan, and before the revelation that these fleets represent mere tendrils of a vastly larger swarm still in intergalactic space. More recent sources have provided even more staggering figures. The novel Devastation of Baal describes the Tyranids as numbering in the septillions. A septillion is a trillion trillion, or written out, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. This is a number so large that it exceeds all other population estimates in the galaxy, combined by orders of magnitude. To put a septillion in perspective, if every star in the galaxy hosted an Earth-like planet with Earth's current population, you would need to multiply that by 100 million to reach a septillion. It's a number that makes all previous population discussions seem quaint by comparison. Importantly, these numbers refer specifically to warrior organisms, the Tyranid bioforms that actually fight. They don't include the hive ships themselves, which are also technically Tyranid organisms. They don't include the billions of smaller creatures and single-celled organisms that make up the Tyranid ecosystem. They don't count the biomass held in reserve, the partially digested matter being transported between worlds, or the latent genetic potential waiting to be expressed. When a Tyranid hive fleet attacks a world, every organism that lands is part of the hive mind. Termagants, hormigants, warriors, carnifexes, and countless other bioforms coordinate with perfect synchronicity, Their numbers in individual invasions regularly reach into the billions for major targets. Smaller splinter fleets might only deploy hundreds of millions of organisms, but there are thousands of these splinter fleets scattered across the galaxy. The three major hive fleets that have been identified, Behemoth, Kraken, and Leviathan, each contain unfathomable numbers of creatures. Behemoth was the first and supposedly the smallest of the three, yet it required the full might of the Ultramarines chapter and hundreds of billions of Imperial Guard troops to halt. Kraken split into countless splinter fleets that continue to plague the galaxy. Leviathan approaches from below the galactic plane in a two-pronged attack whose full strength has never been measured. And here's the truly terrifying part. These three named hive fleets are just the advanced scouts. The main body of the Tyranid swarm is still in the intergalactic void, still approaching, its numbers unknown, but certainly dwarfing anything that has arrived so far. Some estimates suggest the main swarm could contain quadrillions or even quintillions of hive ships, each ship containing billions to trillions of organisms. The Tyranid reproductive strategy makes population estimates even more complicated. They don't breed in the traditional sense. Instead, they consume biomass from conquered worlds and use it to create more Tyranid organisms. A world with a population of 10 billion humans might be rendered into bioforms that field 100 billion Tyranid warriors, as the entire planetary ecosystem, not just the human population, gets processed into war material. This means Tyranid numbers grow with every conquest. Each world they successfully invade doesn't just remove that population from the galaxy's total, but actually adds to Tyranid strength. If left unchecked, their growth is exponential. 10 worlds consumed might allow the creation of enough bioforms to attack 20 worlds. 20 worlds could allow 40 to be targeted. The mathematics of it is a nightmare scenario for Imperial strategists. The recycling capability of Tyranids adds another dimension. When Tyranid organisms die, their biomass isn't lost. The hive fleet recovers and reclaims it, breaking it down and reforming it into new organisms. This makes kill counts in battles against Tyranids almost meaningless. You might destroy 1 billion Tyranids in a planetary defense, but if the hive fleet isn't driven off, those billion corpses will be reclaimed and return as 1 billion fresh warriors within weeks. Different Tyranid organisms also vary wildly in size and biomass. A single Hierophant biotitan contains as much biomass as thousands of termagants. A hive ship might contain as much living matter as an entire world's ecosystem. When we say 1 billion Tyranids, we need to specify what we're counting. 1 billion of the smallest warrior organisms, 1 billion tons of Tyranid biomass, 1 billion distinct organisms of varying sizes. Each measure provides different insights into the threat level. Genestealer cults represent a distributed Tyranid population that exists within other civilizations. These hybrid organisms, part Tyranid and part host species, can number in the millions on an infected world before revealing themselves. They serve as beacons for approaching hive fleets, coordinates in living flesh that guide the swarm to fresh feeding grounds. Counting them in Tyranid populations is complex, as they're not yet fully Tyranid, but definitely no longer purely their host species. The psychic weight of the Tyranids is as overwhelming as their physical presence. The shadow in the warp, a psychic disturbance caused by the unified consciousness of billions of Tyranid organisms, disrupts warp travel and communication across light years. The more Tyranids gather, the stronger this shadow becomes. It's a phenomenon that can be detected by Imperial psychers and used to estimate the size of approaching fleets, though the estimates it provides are invariably far too many, and doom is coming. Different sources have attempted different calculations. One approach looks at the number of hive ships observed. If major hive fleets contain thousands of hive ships, and each ship can hold tens of billions of organisms, we start reaching into the hundreds of trillions just for one fleet. multiply by the number of known fleets, splinter fleets, and the theorized main swarm, and we rapidly enter the realm of septillions. The Tyranids also have no population limit based on resources in the way other species do. They don't need stable populations on home worlds. They don't maintain civilian infrastructure. Every scrap of biomass is either a warrior or fuel for creating warriors. This makes them the most efficient military force in galactic history from a demographic perspective. Their military strength and their total population are essentially the same number. Comparisons to other threats help contextualize the Tyranid numbers. The Imperium's strategists have calculated that if every able-bodied human in the Ultima Segmentum was mobilized into the Imperial Guard, they might have sufficient numbers to hold back one major hive fleet at an acceptable casualty ratio. Note, one segmentum mobilized to fight one fleet. And there are multiple fleets, with more arriving every year. During the Battle of Baal, the Blood Angels' homeworld faced what was considered a splinter fleet from Hive Fleet Leviathan. The Tyranid forces numbered in the high billions, possibly low trillions, and they were described as merely a fraction of Leviathan's total strength. If a minor splinter contains 1 trillion organisms, what does the main body contain? 10 trillion? 100 trillion? The calculations spiral into nightmare territory very quickly. The existential threat of Tyranids isn't just about current numbers, but trajectory. The Imperium's population, massive as it is, can decline. Wars, plagues, and disasters deplete it faster than breeding can replace losses. The Tyranid population can only grow, barring total military defeat. Every world that falls to them makes them stronger. Every biomass-rich planet they discover adds to their forces. They're not competing for galactic dominance. They're eating the galaxy itself. Some final perspective. If the septillion figure is accurate, and if the Tyranids succeed in consuming the Milky Way's biomass, they will be many times more numerous when they finish than when they started. Our galaxy contains hundreds of billions of stars, trillions of planets, and unimaginable amounts of organic matter in various forms. All of that will become Tyranid if they're not stopped. The swarm that emerges from our galaxy to attack the next will be a septillion times 1,000, a number that defeats any remaining attempt at comprehension. In summary, Tyranid population numbers are more than everyone else combined, growing exponentially and fundamentally unstoppable unless their hive fleets are destroyed in space before they can consume more worlds. They represent the galaxy's doom, not as a prophecy, but as a mathematical inevitability. The only questions are how long the feeding will take and whether any other species will survive to the end. The Aeldari, ghosts of a fallen empire. From the vast, countless hordes of orcs and Tyranids, we now turn to a civilization defined by scarcity. The Aeldari, once known as the Eldar, represent perhaps the most tragic demographic story in the galaxy. Here is a species that once ruled everything, now reduced to scattered remnants, fighting a millennia-long battle against extinction. Understanding Aeldari population requires understanding their history. Before the fall, before the birth of Slaanesh tore a hole in reality and destroyed the Aeldari Empire, they were the most numerous and powerful species in the galaxy. Trillions upon trillions of Aeldari lived on countless worlds, spanning much of the Milky Way. Their civilization was so vast that its destruction created the Eye of Terror, a permanent warp storm the size of multiple star systems. The fall killed 90% or more of the Aeldari species in a psychic cataclysm. Most died instantly as Slaanesh was born from the collected psychic sewage of their civilization's decadence. Their souls were consumed, added to the newborn Chaos God's power, lost forever to reincarnation or afterlife. The survivors number in the tiny fractions compared to their former glory. Today's Aeldari are divided into several distinct groups. The craft-world Aeldari, sometimes called Asuriani, fled their doomed empire aboard massive world ships. These craft worlds now drift through space, each one a self-contained civilization, numbering perhaps 100 to 200 million souls. The largest craft worlds might host as many as 1 billion Aeldari, though such populations are rare. There are dozens of known major craft worlds, with perhaps a few hundred minor craft worlds whose locations and populations are less well documented. If we estimate 50 major craft worlds, averaging 100 million Aeldari each, that provides 5 billion craft world Aeldari. Adding another 100 minor craft worlds at 10 million each adds another billion. This puts the craft world population somewhere around 6 to 8 billion souls. But the craft world Aeldari, visible as they are, represent only one branch of surviving Aeldari civilization. The Drukhari, or Dark Eldar, escape the fall by fleeing into the webway, the labyrinthine dimension that exists between real space and the warp. They established the city of Komorragh, a twisted metropolis that exists partially in the webway and partially in real space. Komorragh's population is difficult to estimate, but sources suggest it could host anywhere from 100 million to 10 billion Drukhari, depending on how you count the slaves, the constantly regenerated warriors, and the various sub-dimensions attached to the main city. The Drukhari have access to technologies that allow for rapid cloning and even resurrection of the dead, meaning their effective population can fluctuate wildly, and their losses in raids can be replaced far faster than natural breeding would allow. A reasonable middle estimate places the Drukhari population at around 2 to 5 billion, concentrated primarily in Komorragh and its satellite realms. This makes them potentially comparable in numbers to the craft world Aeldari, though their social structure and reproduction methods are radically different. The Exodites represent another distinct Aeldari population. These are the Aeldari who rejected both the decadence of the pre-fall empire and the rigid discipline of the craft worlds, instead choosing to settle on primitive worlds and live in harmony with nature. They ride dinosaur-like creatures, practice a form of spirit bonding with their worlds, and maintain a feudal, low-technology society. Exodite worlds number in the hundreds, or perhaps thousands scattered throughout the galaxy, but their populations are small by galactic standards. A typical Exodite world might host between 1 million and 10 million Aeldari living in scattered tribal communities. If we estimate 500 Exodite worlds averaging 3 million Aeldari each, that provides roughly 1.5 billion Exodites. The Harlequins represent the smallest distinct group of Aeldari in terms of population. These followers of the laughing god Segarak number perhaps only in the hundreds of thousands galaxy-wide. They serve as messengers, performers, and occasionally warriors, traveling between all Aeldari factions through the webway. Their small numbers belie their importance to Aeldari culture and their surprising effectiveness in combat. The Inari, followers of the new death god Inead, don't represent a separate population so much as a coalition drawn from all other Aeldari factions. Their numbers are uncertain, possibly reaching into the millions as Aeldari from craft worlds, Komorragh, and Exodite worlds join their cause. For population purposes, they're best counted within their factions of origin. Totaling these numbers, 6 to 8 billion craft world Aeldari, 2 to 5 billion Drukhari, 1 to 2 billion Exodites, and a few 100,000 Harlequins gives us a total Aeldari population of approximately 9 to 15 billion souls. To be generous with our estimates, we might push this to 20 billion at the absolute maximum. Let's put this in perspective. 20 billion Aeldari represents less than the population of a single major imperial hive world. The entire Aeldari species, across all factions, could fit onto Armageddon or Terra with room to spare. Compared to the quintillions of orcs or the quadrillions of humans in the Imperium, the Aeldari are a rounding error, a demographic afterthought. Yet despite these minuscule numbers, the Aeldari remain significant players in galactic affairs. This paradox is explained by their advantages in other areas. Individual Aeldari are superior warriors to humans in almost every respect. with centuries of experience, psychic powers, and technology that makes Imperial gear look crude. A single Aeldari aspect. Warrior might be worth 5 or 10 Imperial Guardsmen in combat. More importantly, the Aeldari possess strategic mobility that allows them to punch far above their weight. The webway provides them with instant access to anywhere in the galaxy, allowing forces to appear suddenly, strike precisely at key targets, and disappear before reinforcements arrive. They don't need to hold territory or maintain supply lines in the way other species do. They can fight asymmetrically, maximizing their limited numbers through superior intelligence and perfect timing. The demographic crisis facing the Aeldari is nonetheless severe. Their reproduction rate is painfully slow. An Aeldari might live for 1,000 years, but they produce perhaps 2 or 3 children in that entire span. The long gestation periods and the cultural emphasis on experiencing multiple lifetimes' worth of pursuits before settling down to raise families means that Aeldari population growth is glacially slow. Combat losses exacerbate this issue. While an Aeldari army might retreat before taking catastrophic casualties, any Aeldari who do die represent losses that might take decades or centuries to replace through natural reproduction. The craft worlds in particular practice strict population management, carefully controlling birth rates to match the resources and living space available on their world ships. The Drukhari have addressed this through their cloning technology and the ability to resurrect dead Drukhari from even small fragments of tissue, provided recovery happens within a day of death. This gives them a demographic resilience the craft world Aeldari lack, though it comes at the cost of requiring constant raids to capture the suffering and pain needed to sustain their souls against Slaanesh's hunger. Certain craft worlds have suffered catastrophic population losses that illustrate the precarious nature of Aeldari demographics. Ayandon, once one of the largest and most prosperous craft worlds, was nearly destroyed by Hive Fleet Kraken. 4/5 of its population died in the invasion. Ayandon survived, but now hosts far more dead than living, forced to rely on wraith constructs piloted by the spirits of the dead to maintain its military strength. Biel-Tan, the most militant of the major craft worlds, recently suffered a catastrophic attack that literally shattered the craft world itself. The population survived but is now scattered, their home broken, their numbers depleted. Recovery from such disasters is measured in centuries if it happens at all. The Aeldari are acutely aware of their demographic crisis. It informs every strategic decision, every battle, every diplomatic interaction. They cannot afford to fight wars of attrition. They cannot waste lives on meaningless conflicts. Every Aeldari death brings their species one step closer to final extinction. This desperation drives their sometimes incomprehensible actions, sacrificing millions of humans or other species to save thousands of Aeldari. They're far-seers, seers who can glimpse possible futures, spend much of their effort trying to identify scenarios where the Aeldari race survives. They manipulate events on scales spanning centuries, nudging the galaxy along paths that maximize Aeldari's survival chances. Yet despite all their precognition and planning, the population trends remain grim. The Aeldari are dying, slowly but inexorably, and no amount of tactical brilliance can overcome simple mathematics forever. Some hope exists. The awakening of Inead, the potential death god who might free Aeldari souls from Slaanesh's hunger, could change everything. If Aeldari no longer had to fear eternal damnation upon death, if they could reproduce without damning their children to the same fate, population growth might accelerate. But Inead is not yet fully awakened, and the path to completing that awakening is unclear and dangerous. The Exodites offer another model, living on their low population worlds. Disconnected from the wider galaxy, they may have the best long-term survival prospects. They breed at traditional Aeldari rates, but face fewer existential threats than their craft world or Drukhari kin. In a galaxy consumed by war, perhaps the simple life of harmony with nature is the only sustainable path forward. In the end, The Eldari population of 10 to 20 billion represents a civilization on the edge of extinction. They were once the galaxy's masters, rulers of all they surveyed, numbering in the trillions. Now they are scattered refugees, each death a tragedy that reverberates through their entire culture, each life precious beyond human understanding. They are a cautionary tale about the consequences of decadence, a warning that even the mightiest civilizations can fall. And they are a demonstration that pure numbers don't determine survival, as these few billion continue to influence galactic events far beyond what their population would suggest possible. The Tau Empire, the youngest ascending power. From the ancient and dying Eldari, we turn our attention to the youngest major civilization in the galaxy. The Tau represent a demographic story still being written, a species whose population is tiny by galactic standards, yet growing at a pace that has caught the attention of every other faction. The Tau Empire is approximately 6,000 years old, having developed from Stone Age tribes to a spacefaring civilization in an eye blink of galactic history. This youth shows in their population numbers, which are dwarfed by the ancient empires they now find themselves competing against. The Tau Empire is organized into septs, each sept being a fully developed star system, or, in some cases, a cluster of systems centered on a major world. Current sources indicate the empire encompasses somewhere between 100 and 200 fully developed septs, with the exact number fluctuating based on expansion, losses, and how one defines a fully developed sept versus a newly colonized world still under development. A typical sept world hosts a population of Earth-sized scale, perhaps 10 to 20 billion Tau and auxiliary species. The older, more developed septs from the first sphere expansion might host populations reaching 50 billion on their most built-up worlds. The newer septs from the third and fourth sphere expansions tend towards smaller populations as colonization and infrastructure development take time. Let's calculate. If we estimate 150 major septs, with the 30 oldest averaging 30 billion inhabitants each, the 70 middle-aged septs averaging 15 billion each, and the 50 newest averaging 5 billion each, we get 900 billion from the old septs, 1,050 billion from the middle-aged ones, and 250 billion from the new ones, totaling approximately 2,200 billion souls. But this is where it gets complicated, because Tau Empire population includes multiple species. The Tau themselves are divided into castes: the fire caste who form the military, the earth caste who build and manufacture, the water caste who govern and trade, the air caste who pilot ships, and the mysterious ethereals who lead them all. The actual Tau population, meaning the blue-skinned Tau specifically, likely represents only 60 to 70% of the Empire's population. The remaining 30 to 40% consists of auxiliary species integrated into the greater good. The Kroot, a carnivorous avian species, contributes significant numbers, possibly numbering in the hundreds of billions across their various kindreds and clans, allied with the Tau. The Vespid, an insectoid species, add several tens of billions. Human populations within the Tau Empire, worlds either conquered from the Imperium or voluntarily defected, contribute anywhere from 100 billion to potentially several hundred billion Guevesa, as the Tau call their human auxiliaries. Other minor auxiliary species, including the Nikasar, Demiurge, and various smaller groups, add tens of billions more. Totaling all these groups, the Tau Empire probably hosts somewhere between 2 trillion and 4 trillion souls across all species. The variation depends largely on how many human majority worlds have been integrated and how densely populated those worlds were before integration. To put this in perspective, the entire Tau Empire's population would fit comfortably into a few dozen Imperial hive worlds. The largest Imperial worlds individually match or exceed the Tau Empire's total population. This makes the Tau Empire a demographic minnow, barely registering compared to the Imperium's quadrillions or the Orcs' quintillions. Yet the Tau have achieved strategic significance disproportionate to their numbers through several factors. First, their technology is in many ways superior to the Imperium's, particularly in fields like battlesuits, energy weapons, and artificial intelligence. A fire warrior equipped with a pulse rifle is roughly twice as effective as an Imperial guardsman with a laser gun. A Tau battlesuit can take on and defeat enemy vehicles and monsters that would require a full Imperial Guard company to match. Second, their society is unified in a way the Imperium could never achieve. The greater good provides ideological cohesion that allows for efficient resource allocation and strategic planning. The Tau don't have the corruption, internal power struggles, and administrative inefficiency that plague Imperial governance. This means their relatively small population can be mobilized more effectively than the Imperium's vastly larger one. Third, their expansion rate is unprecedented. The Tau have gone from one world to nearly 200 developed seps in just a few thousand years. Their population growth rate, while modest compared to humans in absolute terms, is accelerating. Mathematical projections, assuming continued expansion at current rates, suggest the Tau Empire could reach populations in the tens or even hundreds of trillions within the next few millennia. Of course, such projections assume the Tau survive that long, a big assumption in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium. They face existential threats from all sides. The Imperium to their west, preparing to crush them before they can become a true peer competitor. Orc invasions from multiple directions, Tyranid hive fleets approaching their territory, and chaos corruption beginning to infect their populations, despite Tau having minimal psychic presence. The Tau's demographic composition also presents unique challenges. Their caste system, while efficient, means population growth in different castes must be carefully balanced. An overabundance of fire caste warriors without sufficient earth caste workers to support them would strain the Empire's resources. Too few air caste pilots would limit their mobility. The Ethereals carefully manage birth rates within each caste to maintain this balance. The auxiliary species add their own demographic complexities. Human populations within the Tau Empire retain their human breeding rates, which are much faster than Tau reproduction. If unchecked, humans could theoretically outnumber Tau within the Empire within a few generations, potentially shifting the political and cultural balance. Some sources suggest the Tau have implemented population control measures among their human auxiliaries to prevent this, though the details are deliberately vague and contested. The Kroot present different demographic considerations. As mercenaries and allies, rather than fully integrated citizens, Kroot populations wax and wane based on how many kindreds have current contracts with the Tau. A major war might see Kroot populations within Tau space spike as dozens of kindreds flock to the fighting, only to decline afterward as the Kroot disperse to other theaters or return to their home worlds, the Fourth Sphere. Expansion added significant population to the Empire, but also brought complications. The catastrophic journey through the warp that these colonists experienced created cultural trauma and xenophobic attitudes alien to traditional Tau philosophy. The survivors numbered in the millions, possibly low billions, but their integration into the greater empire remains incomplete due to their experiences. Population density within the Tau Empire is relatively low compared to other major factions. The Tau prefer planned development, clean cities, and sustainable ecosystems. They don't build hive worlds in the imperial sense, horrific urban sprawls housing trillions. Their most populated worlds might be considered comfortable civilized worlds by imperial standards. This means their territory could theoretically support far larger populations than it currently does, given sufficient time and resources to develop. Military demographics paint an interesting picture. The Tau Empire's fire caste probably numbers in the tens of billions, perhaps 50 billion at most. This is the standing military, not counting reserves or auxiliary forces. 50 billion fire warriors might sound like a lot, but it's comparable to the garrison force for a single imperial segmentum. The Tau compensate through superior training, equipment, and tactics, but they fundamentally cannot fight wars of attrition against enemies that outnumber them by factors of thousands. Birth rates among Tau are moderate by human standards, perhaps replacement level or slightly above. A Tau might have 2 to 4 children over their lifetime, which spans perhaps 40 to 50 years. This is far faster than Eldari reproduction, but slower than human rates, particularly humans on worlds with high death rates that encourage large families. The strategic implications of Tau demographics are clear. They are growing quickly, but remain vulnerable to any enemy willing to accept massive casualties to overwhelm them. The Imperium could, in theory, throw enough bodies at the Tau Empire to drown it in blood, but doing so would require committing resources needed elsewhere. The Tau survive because they're a relatively low priority threat compared to Chaos, Orcs, and Tyranids. Looking forward, the Tau represent potentially the fastest growing major faction in terms of relative population increase. Their population might increase by 10 or 20% per generation, compounding over time. In 10,000 years, assuming survival, they could rival the Imperium's current population. But that's a long time to survive in a galaxy that doesn't look kindly on the ambitious. The Tau Empire's population of 2 to 4 trillion souls represents both their strength and their vulnerability. They are numerous enough to field massive armies by most standards, yet hopelessly outnumbered by every other major faction. They are growing fast, but starting from a small base. They are united and efficient, but fragile, one major defeat away from demographic catastrophe. They are the galaxy's proof that population alone doesn't determine power, but also its reminder that eventually, numbers matter more than any amount of technological or organizational superiority can overcome. The Necrons, the sleeping dead uncounted. The Necrons present perhaps the most difficult demographic puzzle in the galaxy. Here is a civilization that predates almost everything else, whose warriors don't breed or grow, who lie dormant beneath countless worlds, and whose true numbers might never be known until the last tomb world awakens, and it's too late to count. 60 million years ago, the Necrontyr were a flesh and blood species, whose empire spanned much of the galaxy. Then came the war in heaven, the biotransference that turned them into undying machines, and eventually the decision to enter the Great Sleep until the galaxy healed from the wars they'd helped ravage. Millions of tomb worlds were constructed, vast underground complexes, where billions or even trillions of Necrons entered stasis, awaiting a time when they could reclaim their empire. The problem with counting Necrons is that most of them are still asleep. The tomb worlds that have awakened so far represent a tiny fraction of the total. Many tomb worlds lie undiscovered beneath inhabited imperial or alien planets, their occupants blissfully unaware of the horror sleeping beneath their feet. Others have awakened but maintain secrecy, building up strength before revealing themselves. Still others have suffered catastrophic failures during the Great Sleep, their inhabitants destroyed by entropy, natural disasters, or external interference. Sources suggest there are millions of tomb worlds scattered throughout the galaxy. The exact number is unknown even to the Necrons themselves, as their communications networks remain disrupted and many dynasties lost contact with each other during the sleep. Conservative estimates place the number of tomb worlds at 3 to 5 million, though it could be significantly higher. Each tomb world varies wildly in population. Crown worlds, the capitals of Necron dynasties, might host tens of billions of dormant Necrons in perfect stasis chambers, their hierarchies intact and ready to resume their ancient roles. Core worlds, the secondary holdings of major dynasties, might contain 1 to 10 billion Necrons each. Fringe worlds, the outer reaches of former Necron holdings, might host only millions or even thousands. Let's attempt a calculation. If we assume 3 million tomb worlds total, with 1,000 crown worlds averaging 20 billion Necrons each, 100,000 core worlds averaging 5 billion each, and the remainder averaging 100 million each, we get 20 trillion from crown worlds, 500 trillion from core worlds, and 290 trillion from fringe worlds, totaling 810 trillion necrons. But this assumes most necrons survived. The Great Sleep intact, which sources strongly suggest is not the case. The necrons themselves acknowledge that massive casualties occurred during their 60 million years of dormancy. Systems failed. External forces interfered. The Citan shards they'd imprisoned broke free and destroyed tomb complexes. A conservative estimate suggests perhaps only 30 to 50% of the original necron population survived their slumber. This would place the total surviving necron population somewhere between 250 trillion and 400 trillion. This is still an enormous number, comparable to the upper estimates for Imperial Guard forces or the mid-range estimates for individual orc populations, but far short of the truly astronomical numbers attached to the largest factions. However, these numbers come with massive caveats. First, most of these necrons remain in stasis. Current estimates suggest less than 1% of tomb worlds have fully awakened, with perhaps another 5 to 10% partially active. This means the active necron population might be only a few trillion or even hundreds of billions, with the rest still sleeping. Second, necron dynasties are highly hierarchical, and the lower-ranking warriors make up the vast bulk of their population. These warriors are essentially automatons, mindless killing machines, with barely any consciousness remaining from their original necron-tire selves. The higher-ranking lords, overlords, and other nobles who retain personality and intellect number perhaps only in the millions or tens of millions across all awakened tomb worlds. Third, the necrons have access to construction capabilities that blur the line between population growth and manufacturing. They can, theoretically, create new necron warriors from raw materials, essentially building new population. However, these newly constructed warriors lack the ancient pedigree and the connection to original necron-tire souls that the sleeping millions possess. Most dynasties view such construction as a last resort, preferring to awaken their dormant brethren. The awakening process itself is a major demographic factor. Tomb worlds don't wake all at once. The initial awakening might rouse only a few million necrons, who then spend decades or centuries performing maintenance, assessing threats, and preparing for full activation. Some tomb worlds have been partially awake for thousands of years without achieving full activation due to caution, system damage, or strategic considerations. Canoptech constructs, the robotic servitors that maintain tomb worlds and support necron armies, exist in numbers that might exceed the necrons themselves. These aren't necrons in the sense of being people who were once necron-tire, but they are part of the overall necron military force. Scarabs, wraiths, spiders, and other constructs might number in the quintillions if you counted every scarab across every tomb world. But including them in necron population counts would be like counting every servitor and servo skull toward human populations. Regional dynasties provide some specific data points. The Sautek dynasty, one of the most powerful awakened dynasties, controls dozens of awakened tomb worlds and likely commands tens of billions of active necron warriors. The Mefrit dynasty maintains similar numbers. The Novok dynasty, more recently awakened but aggressive in expansion, might field billions of warriors currently, with trillions more waiting in stasis. The strategic implications of necron demographics are profound but uncertain. If all tomb worlds awaken simultaneously, the necrons would likely possess the raw military strength to conquer the galaxy through sheer force of numbers combined with superior technology. Their warriors don't tire, don't break, don't require supply lines or rest. An army of 1 trillion necron warriors could march across a world until every enemy was destroyed, taking centuries if necessary, and lose nothing to attrition except through actual destruction. But they won't awaken simultaneously. The awakening is staggered, chaotic, and unpredictable. Some tomb worlds will never wake, destroyed by catastrophe or entropy. Others wake to find their worlds inhabited by younger races and must fight to reclaim their own territory. The Necron's demographic strength is like a vast reservoir whose flow rate into active military force is constrained by a narrow valve. The Necrons also don't recruit, don't breed, and can't replace losses through reproduction. Every Necron destroyed is gone forever, unless their resurrection protocols can save them, which relies on intact technology and the Necron being recoverable. A major defeat that prevents recovery of fallen warriors represents permanent demographic loss. Over millions of years, the total Necron population can only decline as each conflict takes its toll and no new Necrons are born to replace the fallen. This creates an interesting strategic calculation. The Necrons are simultaneously one of the most numerous factions and one of the most endangered. Their numbers are fixed at best, declining at worst. Every battle, even victories, erode their population irreplaceably. Yet their technological and individual superiority means they can afford losses that would cripple other species and still maintain military effectiveness. Some Necron pharaohs, the supreme leaders of dynasties, recognize this demographic trap and pursue strategies of minimizing casualties even at the cost of faster conquest. Others, particularly those damaged by the Great Sleep or maddened by their transformation, throw their forces away recklessly, not caring that each loss can never be replaced. The Satan shards add another demographic complication. These fragments of ancient star gods imprisoned by the Necrons aren't population in the traditional sense, but they represent military assets of enormous power. A single Catan shard might be worth billion Necron warriors in combat effectiveness. There are potentially hundreds or thousands of shards scattered across tomb worlds, each one a strategic asset whose value transcends simple headcount. Population distribution also matters. The Necrons were once divided into hundreds or thousands of dynasties, each ruling portions of the galaxy. These dynasties remain separate after the Awakening, often with competing agendas and even open warfare between them. The total Necron population might be hundreds of trillions, but that number is divided among factions that don't always cooperate. Unlike the unified hive mind of Tyranids or the centralized command of the Tau, Necron numbers don't translate into coordinated galactic strategy. The Silent King, Zarek, has returned from his self-imposed exile and seeks to reunify the Necron dynasties against the Tyranid threat. If he succeeds, the coordinated strength of even a fraction of tomb worlds could shift the galactic balance of power dramatically. But that's a big if, as many Necron nobles resent his authority and pursue their own agendas. In terms of actual combat-ready forces currently active, the Necrons might field something like 10 to 50 trillion warriors across all awakened tomb worlds. This puts them in the same rough range as the Imperium's military forces, though with vastly superior unit quality. But the potential exists for this number to increase dramatically as more tomb worlds wake, possibly reaching into the hundreds of trillions or beyond within the next few thousand years. The Necron population, ultimately, is a loaded weapon. Most of the ammunition remains in storage, waiting to be deployed. What's been fired so far has proven devastating enough. But if the magazine ever empties fully, if all tomb worlds wake and all dynasties unite, the galaxy will face a threat potentially more dangerous than even the Tyranids. The difference is that Tyranids grow stronger with each conquest, while Necrons can only diminish. The question is whether they can accomplish their goals before attrition depletes their finite numbers below viability. The forces of chaos, corruption without number. Counting the population of chaos forces presents unique challenges. How do you census an army drawn from corrupted humans, traitor space marines, demons flickering in and out of reality, and cultists hidden among normal imperial populations? The answer is, you don't, not with any precision. But we can estimate the scale of this threat by examining its component parts. First, the Chaos Space Marines, the original traitors who turned against the Emperor during the Horus Heresy, and the renegades who have joined them since. At the start of the Horus Heresy, 9 of the 20 Space Marine legions turned traitor. These 9 legions comprise somewhere between 800,000 and 1 million Astartes, depending on which sources you trust and how you count the various companies and detachments scattered across the galaxy. The heresy itself decimated these numbers. The traitor legions suffered horrific casualties during the 7-year civil war, culminating in the disastrous Siege of Terra, where much of their strength was broken. Conservative estimates suggest only half survived, meaning 400,000 to 500,000 Chaos Space Marines fled into the Eye of Terror after the war ended. Since then, 10,000 years have passed. In that time, the traitor legions have suffered further attrition through constant warfare, rivalry, and the dangerous nature of existence within the warp. However, they've also gained reinforcements from 3 sources: the slow recruitment and creation of new Chaos Marines within the Eye of Terror, loyalist chapters or individual Marines that have turned traitor, and various dark pacts that allow Chaos champions to extend their lives indefinitely. Time moves strangely in the warp. A Chaos Space Marine might experience only decades subjectively, while millennia pass in real space. This means many of the original traitors from the heresy still live and fight, preserved by warp energies and the blessings of their dark patrons. These veterans number perhaps in the low hundreds of thousands, ancient warriors whose experience spans 10,000 years of war. Newer additions to Chaos ranks include entire renegade chapters, smaller war bands of defectors, and individual Astartes who fell to corruption. Over 10,000 years, probably several 100,000 additional Space Marines have turned traitor, though not all simultaneously. Many have died in the intervening years, but a significant population of post-heresy Chaos Marines still fights. Current estimates place the total Chaos Space Marine population at approximately 1 million warriors, perhaps ranging from 800,000 to 1.5 million, depending on how you count various warbands and renegades. This makes their total numbers roughly equal to the loyalist Space Marines, creating a grim parity between the Imperium's greatest defenders and their fallen brothers. However, the Chaos Space Marines represent only the tip of the spear when it comes to Chaos forces. Far more numerous are the mortal followers, the cultists, traitor guardsmen, and populations of demon worlds who serve the ruinous powers. Chaos cults exist on thousands, possibly tens of thousands of Imperial worlds. A successful cult might operate in secret for generations, slowly building its population until it numbers in the hundreds of thousands, or even millions, before attempting its uprising. At any given time, the total population of Chaos cultists throughout the Imperium, hidden among normal citizens awaiting the call to arms, might reach into the low billions or even tens of billions. When these cults rise up in conjunction with Chaos Space Marine invasions, they provide the bulk of Chaos military manpower. A single cult uprising might field hundreds of thousands or millions of poorly armed but fanatically devoted warriors. During major Black Crusades, when multiple cults across dozens of worlds rise simultaneously, the total cultist armies might reach into the billions. Traitor Guard regiments add professional military capability to Chaos forces. These are entire Imperial Guard regiments that turn traitor, either through corruption or disillusionment. At any time, there might be hundreds or even thousands of these traitor regiments operating across the galaxy, totaling perhaps tens of billions of soldiers. Within the Eye of Terror and other warp-corrupted regions, these traitor forces might number even higher, though exact figures are impossible to determine. Demon worlds present their own demographic nightmare. These are planets within the Eye of Terror and other warp storms where reality is so corrupted that demons can manifest permanently, and the native populations have been transformed into something no longer quite human. The Eye of Terror alone contains thousands of such worlds, each potentially hosting millions or billions of corrupted former humans now serving as slaves, soldiers, or worse. Attempting to count the populations of demon worlds is almost meaningless, as the nature of warp-corrupted reality makes concepts like population fluid. A demon world might host 10 million slaves one day and 100 million the next, as the warp shifts and reality warps. These populations exist in a state of constant flux, dying and being reborn, transformed and reformed according to the whims of chaos gods and their servants. The Dark Mechanicum, forge worlds that turn to chaos during the heresy, maintain their own populations of corrupted tech priests and servitors. These populations might total in the tens of billions across all their holdings, providing chaos forces with their own manufacturing and technical support base. The Dark Mechanicum's forge worlds produce the weapons, armor, and ships that chaos forces need, staffed by billions of souls damned to eternal servitude. Demons themselves present impossible census challenges. They don't exist in the way material beings do. A demon might be counted in one battle, return to the warp after being banished, and then be counted again in a completely different engagement. Are these two demons or one? The question has no meaningful answer. Moreover, demon numbers are theoretically infinite. The warp contains countless demons of all types and allegiances, from the lowliest nurglings to the mightiest greater demons. But only a tiny fraction can manifest in real space at any given time, limited by the strength of the warp's incursion and the availability of summoners or gates. At any moment, there might be millions or billions of demons manifested across the galaxy, but this represents an infinitesimal portion of the total demon population in the Immaterium. Each chaos god commands legions beyond counting. Khorns, bloodthirsters alone might number in the millions, though only hundreds or thousands manifest simultaneously. One source, admittedly from fantasy rather than 40k but potentially relevant, suggested 8 to the 8th power as the number of bloodthirsters, which would be 16,777,216. Other greater demon types exist in comparable numbers, with lesser demons numbering in the billions or more. But again, these are warp entities whose manifestation in real space is temporary and limited. Counting them toward chaos military strength is like counting all the water in an ocean when trying to measure how much water a bucket can hold at once. The total exists, but can't be brought to bear all at once. Black Crusades provide snapshots of chaos force composition at maximum mobilization. The 13th Black Crusade, which finally broke Cadia and split the galaxy, involved perhaps hundreds of thousands of Chaos Space Marines, billions of cultists and traitor guard, and countless demons. Death tolls from that campaign reached into the trillions on both sides, with entire star systems consumed by warp storms or razed in the fighting. The Great Rift's opening changed Chaos demographics dramatically. Suddenly, vast swathes of the galaxy became warp-touched, with demons able to manifest more easily and Chaos forces able to operate openly across regions that previously required careful infiltration. The populations of hundreds of Imperial worlds that fell to Chaos, when the Rift opened, potentially number in the hundreds of billions or low trillions, all now serving the ruinous powers, either willingly or through corruption. Within the Imperium Nihilus, the Dark Imperium cut off from Terra's light by the Great Rift, Chaos forces have carved out new kingdoms and realms. These populations might total in the hundreds of billions, possibly more, as entire sectors fall to the Dark Gods and their mortal servants. Attempting a total count of Chaos forces is ultimately futile because the population is fundamentally unstable and fluid. At any given moment, Chaos might field 1 to 1.5 million Chaos Space Marines, 100 billion to 1 trillion mortal cultists and traitor soldiers throughout the galaxy, several billion actively manifested demons at any given time, hundreds of billions of corrupted humans living under direct chaos, rule in the Eye of Terror and other warp-touched regions, unknown, trillions of potential recruits hidden within Imperial populations waiting to be activated. The total population under Chaos influence might be anywhere from 1 to 3 trillion souls, not counting demons. But this number fluctuates wildly, based on military activity, successful cult uprisings, and the tides of the warp itself. What makes Chaos forces particularly dangerous isn't their total population, but their ability to appear from nowhere through warp rifts, to corrupt and turn existing Imperial populations against themselves, and to sustain themselves through plunder and the dark gifts of their patron gods. They don't need stable populations on safe worlds. They can draw recruits from any civilization they encounter. Every defeat of Imperial forces potentially providing new traitors to Chaos. The forces of Chaos don't compete on demographics. They compete on ability to corrupt, to inspire fear, and to manifest exactly where they're needed most. A single well-placed cult can destroy a world of billions. A dozen Chaos Space Marines can lead a planetary uprising. A demon incursion can turn an entire system into a warp-touched nightmare. Numbers matter, but for Chaos, quality of corruption often trumps quantity of forces. Minor factions and final calculations. Beyond the major powers we've examined, the galaxy hosts numerous smaller factions, whose populations, while individually insignificant compared to the great empires, still number in the millions or billions and contribute to the overall demographic picture of the 41st millennium. The Leagues of Votan, the kin as they call themselves, or squats as the Imperium once knew them, represent a stable, if minor, population. These abhuman descendants of human colonists live in fortress holds scattered across the galactic core. Their total population might reach into the tens of billions across all their leagues and holds, comparable to a minor segmentum's worth of Imperial citizens, but far more concentrated and unified. The kin population density is high relative to their territory, as they prefer heavily fortified strongholds to sprawling planetary civilizations. Each major hold might host several billion kin, with dozens of such holds scattered throughout their territory. They're self-sufficient, technologically advanced, and have little interest in expansion, making them a stable demographic minority. Genestealer cults represent a distributed population hidden within other civilizations. At any given time, dozens or hundreds of major cult infestations exist throughout Imperial space, each potentially numbering millions of hybrid organisms across multiple generations. The total Genestealer cult population at a snapshot moment might be 5 to 10 billion, though this number constantly changes as cults achieve their purpose, summoning tyrannid fleets that consume both the cult and the planet it infested. These cults should perhaps be counted as part of both their host population, as they appear in censuses as normal citizens, and as tyrannid advance forces, given their ultimate allegiance. Their ambiguous status makes demographic accounting difficult, but their impact, when they reveal themselves, can be devastating, regardless of their exact numbers. Minor Xenos species populate thousands of worlds throughout the galaxy. The Kroot, even not counting those serving the Tau, might number in the low hundreds of billions across their various kindreds and home systems. The Vespid, the Nikasar, the Demiurge, and dozens of other species each contribute their own populations, typically ranging from hundreds of millions to tens of billions, depending on their spatial extent and reproductive rates. Orc freebooters and independent warbands, not affiliated with major empires, still number in the billions, scattered throughout the galaxy on ships, space hulks, and minor colonies. These don't significantly add to the already astronomical orc population estimates, but do represent distinct demographic subgroups. Hrud, Bargesi, Umbra, Q'Al, Rangdan, and other dangerous Xenos species mentioned in Imperial records exist with populations ranging from millions to potentially billions. Many of these species are poorly understood, with the Imperium knowing only that they're hostile and dangerous. Their total combined population might reach into the tens of billions, though this is highly speculative. Exodite Aeldari have already been counted in the Aeldari section, but it's worth noting that some Exodite worlds have essentially gone native to the point where they barely maintain contact with other Aeldari. These isolated populations might add a few 100 million to Eldari totals. Human populations outside imperial control exist, though exact numbers are unknown. There are human worlds that have never known the Imperium, feral worlds where humanity has regressed to primitive states, and isolated colonies cut off during the Age of Strife that developed independently. These populations might total in the low billions across thousands of worlds, though many are eventually discovered and brought into compliance or destroyed by other threats. Rogue traders, pirates, and other void-dwelling populations of all species might number in the tens of millions spread across countless ships and void stations. They represent demographic noise in the larger picture, but are nonetheless present. Now let's attempt to synthesize all this information into a comprehensive demographic hierarchy of the galaxy in the 41st millennium. At the absolute top, we have the Tyranids, with population estimates reaching into the septillions if we believe the most recent sources. This is a number so vast, it dwarfs everything else combined by multiple orders of magnitude. However, most of this population hasn't arrived yet, still approaching from the intergalactic void. Second, the Orcs, numbering perhaps in the low quintillions, making them the most numerous native species in the galaxy. Their population is distributed across hundreds of millions of worlds, constantly fighting themselves as much as anyone else, but present everywhere and always growing. Third, the Imperium of Man, with population estimates ranging from 12 quadrillion on the conservative end to potentially a quintillion on the high end. This makes humanity the most numerous single sapient species aside from orcs, though divided into countless competing factions and interest groups beneath the nominal authority of the Emperor. Fourth, the Necrons, with potential total populations in the hundreds of trillions, though most remain dormant. Their active population might only be a few trillion currently, but this will grow dramatically as more tomb worlds wake. Fifth, Chaos Forces, with mortal populations possibly reaching 1 to 3 trillion when counting all cultists, traitor guard, and corrupted worlds, plus perhaps 1 million Chaos Space Marines and billions of currently manifested demons. Sixth, the Tau Empire, hosting 2 to 4 trillion souls across all species integrated into the greater good. Seventh, the Eldari in all their varieties, numbering perhaps 10 to 20 billion souls scattered across craft worlds, Komorash, and Exodite worlds. Eighth, minor factions collectively, adding perhaps another 100 billion souls of various species. This hierarchy illustrates the grim mathematics of the galaxy. The Imperium's quadrillions seem vast until compared to the Orcs' quintillions, which themselves pale before the Tyranids' septillions. Yet quality, technology, and strategy allow smaller factions like the Eldari or Tau to remain relevant despite demographic disadvantages of orders of magnitude. The total population of the galaxy, counting all sapient organic life and excluding the not yet arrived bulk of the Tyranid swarm, might be somewhere around 2 quintillion souls, dominated by orcs and humans in roughly comparable numbers, with everyone else barely registering statistically. Adding in the Tyranid main swarm makes the calculation almost meaningless. If they number in the septillions as suggested, then the total sapient population of the galaxy and the approaching swarm combined would be dominated 99% or more by Tyranids. The meaning of these numbers. What do these incomprehensible population figures mean for the setting of Warhammer 40,000? They reveal a galaxy drowning in life and death on scales that make individual experience meaningless to the grand strategic picture. When a battle claims 1 million casualties, it doesn't even register in the Imperial Administratum's records as significant. When a hive world of 300 billion souls burns, it's a tragedy to be sure, but the Imperium endures because it has thousands more such worlds. When an orc, Wei numbers in the billions, it's terrifying, but not unprecedented. as several dozen such threats emerge every century. The numbers reveal why the Imperium must be cruel. With quadrillions of souls under its nominal authority, humane governance is literally impossible. The administrative burden of caring for that many individual lives would collapse any government. Brutality becomes necessary, not from ideology, but from sheer scale. 1 million deaths to save 1 billion isn't just acceptable, but required mathematics. The numbers show why the orcs can never be defeated. With populations reaching into the quintillions and reproduction that creates dozens of new warriors from every corpse, the orcs are a permanent feature of the galaxy. The best any faction can hope for is containment, pushing them back for a time, knowing they'll return in greater numbers. The numbers expose the Tyranid threat as an extinction event. A septillion organisms approaching means every other population combined isn't enough to stop them through attrition. Only by destroying the hive fleets in space, preventing them from consuming more biomass, can the galaxy survive. Once Tyranids land in force, the mathematics of their consumption means defeat is nearly inevitable. The numbers explain the Aeldari's desperation. 10 to 20 billion souls is nothing in this context. They're extinct in all but name, fighting for survival against enemies that outnumber them by factors of millions. Every Aeldari life is precious because there are so few left to lose. The numbers illuminate the Tau's gambit. They're betting that quality can overcome quantity, that 4 trillion souls, using superior technology and unified purpose, can compete with factions numbering in the quadrillions or more. So far, they've been right, but the margin for error is razor thin. The numbers contextualize Chaos's threat. It's not the millions of Chaos Space Marines or the trillions of cultists that make Chaos dangerous. It's the ability to turn any population against itself, to corrupt from within, to transform the Imperium's own quadrillions into weapons against it. Understanding these populations helps us grasp the true horror of the 41st millennium. This isn't a galaxy at war in the sense we understand. This is a galactic-scale extinction event playing out in slow motion, where populations number in the quintillions and death tolls in the trillions are footnotes in historical records. Every human being currently alive on Earth, all 8 billion of us, would fit into a medium-sized hive world with room to spare. Our entire species' history, every person who's ever lived, totals perhaps 100 billion souls. The Imperium loses more than that every year across its million worlds. The 41st millennium's demographic scale makes genocide mundane. Exterminatus, the destruction of entire worlds, is standard Imperial procedure. A planet of 300 billion souls dies, and it's Tuesday. The Tyranids consumed that many a week ago, and they'll consume as many next week. The orcs lose and replace those numbers in a year's worth of fighting. We talk about these numbers, try to comprehend them, and ultimately fail because our minds didn't evolve to handle quantities like quintillion or septillion. We can write the numbers, calculate with them, but we can't internalize what they mean. And perhaps that's appropriate, because the Imperium's citizens can't comprehend these scales either. The average hive worlder knows their block, maybe their district, maybe their city level. The galaxy beyond is just numbers on a propaganda broadcast, too large to matter to their daily struggle for survival. The populations of Warhammer 40,000 serve as the ultimate grimdark element. They show us a universe where individual lives don't matter because there are simply too many of them, where billion casualty wars are routine, where entire species number in quantities that make total victory impossible and permanent defeat inevitable, where the only constant is war, because with populations this vast, there's always someone else to fight. The mathematics of the 41st millennium are the mathematics of hopelessness. The Imperium can't win because the enemies are too numerous. The enemies can't win because the Imperium is too vast. the Eldari can't recover because their numbers are too small. The Tau can't expand fast enough before someone notices and crushes them. The Necrons wake to find a galaxy that moved on without them. Chaos corrupts and destroys, but can never truly create. And over it all, the Tyranids approach, a biological singularity that will eventually consume every other number we've discussed, rendering all these populations moot. Unless they're stopped, the galaxy's final census will be simple. Septillions of Tyranids, 0 of everything else. This is the grim darkness of the far future, where sheer weight of numbers turns every conflict into a grinding war of attrition measured in trillions of lives, where populations rise and fall like tides, and the only certainty is that there will always be more to fight, more to die, and more to replace those who fell. Conclusion. We've journeyed through the demographic nightmare that is Warhammer 40,000, counting populations that defy comprehension and examining numbers that reduce human experience to statistical noise. From the Imperium's quadrillions to the Tyranids' septillions, from the Eldari's endangered billions to the Orcs' omnipresent quintillions, we've seen a galaxy where the sheer scale of life makes death meaningless and survival miraculous. These numbers aren't just statistics. They're the foundation of the setting's horror. They explain why the Imperium must be brutal, why mercy is weakness, why individual lives don't matter to the strategic calculus of survival. They show us a universe where the arithmetic of annihilation operates on scales that our minds reject as impossible. The next time you read about a 40k battle with 1 million casualties, remember that such losses barely register in the demographic weight of the factions involved. The next time a hive world falls, remember that its 300 billion souls represent less than 1% of the Imperium's total population. The next time an orc wag of billions approaches, remember that this is one raid among thousands happening simultaneously. The populations of Warhammer 40,000 remind us why this is the grim darkness of the far future. Because when populations number in the quintillions, when death tolls reach the trillions, when entire worlds are expendable, when species face extinction measured in billions of lives, there truly is only war. War on a scale that makes every other conflict in history seem like a minor skirmish. War eternal, war total, war without end or hope of peace. And in that grim darkness, every single one of those quintillions of souls is fighting desperately for survival, even as the numbers tell them survival is mathematically improbable. That's the true horror, the real tragedy. They keep fighting anyway, because the alternative is accepting extinction, and no species will accept that quietly. If you found this deep dive into the populations of the 41st millennium informative, please like this video and subscribe to the channel. The grim darkness has many more secrets to reveal, many more horrors to quantify, and many more aspects of this brutal universe to explore. Join us next time as we delve further into the mysteries and terrors of Warhammer 40,000, where there is only war, and the numbers never lie. For the Emperor, for the greater good, for the wag, for the hive mind, for the glory of the dark gods, or simply for survival against all odds, every soul in the galaxy fights on. And that, more than any specific number, is what the populations of Warhammer 40,000 really tell us. The real reason chaos exists in Warhammer 40k, in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. You've heard that phrase 1,000 times if you're a fan of Warhammer 40,000. But have you ever stopped to wonder why? Why is the galaxy drowning in endless conflict? Why do the dark gods of chaos hold such terrible power over reality itself? Why does the warp, that hellish dimension of pure psychic energy, tear at the fabric of existence with such malevolent hunger? The answer lies buried in the distant past, in an age so ancient that even the oldest living beings in the galaxy remember it only as myth and legend. It's a story of jealousy and pride, of desperate gambles and catastrophic mistakes. It's the story of how the very nature of reality was fundamentally and irreversibly broken. It's the story of the war in heaven, and it's the real reason chaos exists. Most fans of Warhammer 40,000 know the surface details. They know about the four great chaos gods: Khorne, the blood god of war and murder; Tzeentch, the architect of fate who embodies ambition and change; Nurgle, the plague father who represents despair and decay; and Slaanesh, the dark prince of excess and obsession. They know these entities dwell in the warp, that nightmarish realm that exists alongside our own reality, feeding on the emotions and souls of mortal beings. But here's what most people don't realize. Chaos wasn't always there. The warp wasn't always a hell dimension, and the catastrophe that transformed it from a realm of possibility into an ocean of malevolence happened 60 million years before the Imperium of Man ever existed. Before humanity had even evolved beyond tree-dwelling primates. Before the Eldar built their galaxy-spanning empire. Before the Orcs had fought their first war. This is the story that explains everything. It explains why psychers are so dangerous, why the warp is so hostile, why demons exist at all, and why the entire galaxy is locked in an eternal cycle of violence and suffering. And it all begins with two ancient civilizations and their clash of ambitions that would literally break reality itself. So settle in, because we're about to dive deep into the most important event in Warhammer 40,000 lore. We're going to explore the war in heaven, understand how the Old One's desperate tactics inadvertently created the very forces of chaos, and see how the scars from this ancient conflict still define the galaxy in the 41st millennium. By the end of this journey, you'll understand why the grimdark universe of Warhammer 40,000 is the way it is, and why there truly can be no peace among the stars. The warp before chaos, a realm of tranquility. To understand what went wrong, we first need to understand what the warp once was. And this is where most people's understanding of Warhammer 40,000 completely fails them. They think the warp has always been chaos, that it's inherently evil, that it was born corrupt. But that couldn't be further from the truth. Imagine, if you will, a dimension of pure potential. A realm where the laws of physics as we understand them simply don't apply, where time flows differently, where space has no meaning. This is the immaterium, the warp, existing parallel to our material universe since the very dawn of creation. It's a mirror dimension, reflecting the material world, but composed entirely of psychic energy rather than physical matter. In the beginning, this realm was calm, not empty, but peaceful. The immaterium existed as a kind of afterlife, a place where the psychic impressions of living beings gathered after death. When the first sentient creatures evolved in the material galaxy, their thoughts, emotions, and dreams began to ripple through this psychic dimension. But these were gentle ripples, like rain falling on a still pond. The warp was what some might call heaven, or at least it was neutral, a realm of raw potential without malice or intent. The energy within the immaterium responded to emotion and thought, yes. But in the early days of the galaxy, when sentient life was sparse and psychic potential limited, the warp remained largely formless. There were entities there, ancient things that had formed from the primordial energies of creation itself, but they were not the predatory nightmares that haunt the galaxy today. The warp was navigable, usable, a tool that could be shaped by will and wisdom. This is the warp that the Old Ones knew. These ancient, godlike beings were the first truly advanced species to arise in the Milky Way galaxy, and they understood the immaterium in ways that no modern race can comprehend. They didn't fear the warp, they mastered it. They learned to use its energies to power their civilization, to travel instantaneously across the galaxy, to perform what lesser species would call magic, but was really just sophisticated manipulation of psychic forces. The Old Ones crafted the webway, an intricate network of tunnels that existed partially in the warp, but were insulated from its energies. Think of it like creating highways through a wilderness, protected passages that allowed safe travel through the immaterium without exposure to its raw power. This was possible because the warp wasn't hostile. It didn't actively try to corrupt or destroy. It simply existed, a tool waiting to be used by those with the knowledge and power to do so. The living beings of this era, limited as they were, created only gentle eddies in the sea of souls. When they felt joy, small currents of positive energy flowed through the warp. When they experienced sadness, different energies manifested. But these were not the towering waves of emotion that characterized the warp in the 41st millennium. They were manageable, predictable, even beautiful in their own way. More importantly, death itself had a different meaning. When living creatures died, their psychic essence, what some might call a soul, would drift into the immaterium. There it would gradually dissolve, its energy returning to the general background of the warp, or it might linger as a kind of shade, a psychic imprint of the person's life. But this was natural, peaceful. There were no demons waiting to devour souls. There were no predatory entities hunting for psychic prey. The warp was, in essence, a true afterlife, a place of rest. The old ones, with their deep understanding of the immaterium, could even commune with these lingering shades. They understood death not as an ending, but as a transformation, a return to the fundamental energies of existence. Their entire philosophy was built around this understanding. They saw themselves as gardeners of the galaxy, nurturing life wherever they found it, shaping and guiding evolution, all while respecting the natural cycle of life, death, and rebirth that the warp facilitated. This is crucial to understand because it shows just how catastrophic the change would be. The warp wasn't designed to be hostile. It wasn't meant to be a hell dimension. It became that way through specific actions taken during a specific conflict. And once it changed, once that innocence was shattered, there was no going back. The warp would forever be marked by what happened during the war in heaven. For millions upon millions of years, this was the state of the galaxy. The warp remained a tool, a dimension of possibility and potential. Sentient species evolved, lived their lives, and passed into the immaterium without ever knowing true spiritual horror. And overseeing it all were the Old Ones, those mysterious beings whose civilization predated almost everything else in the galaxy, whose works shaped the fundamental structure of reality itself. But nothing lasts forever. And the seeds of catastrophe were already being sown on a dying world far from the Old One's core territories. A species was evolving, one cursed by circumstance and consumed by bitterness. A race that would soon look upon the Old Ones with burning jealousy and infinite rage. A people who would, in their desperation to escape their fate, make a bargain that would doom the entire galaxy for the next 60 million years and counting. The Old Ones and their works. To understand the magnitude of what was lost, we need to understand who and what the Old Ones actually were. These weren't just another alien species with advanced technology. They were something far more profound, beings so ancient and powerful that they might as well have been gods by any reasonable definition of the term. The Old Ones were likely the first truly self-aware species to evolve in the Milky Way galaxy. They emerged during an era when the galaxy was young, when stars were still being born in tremendous numbers, when the very structure of the cosmos was still settling into what would become the familiar patterns of the modern era. They witnessed the universe when it was barely recognizable compared to the war-torn hellscape of the 41st millennium. Physical descriptions of the Old Ones are frustratingly vague, lost to the vast stretches of time that separate their era from the present day. What little evidence remains suggests they may have been reptilian or amphibian in nature, cold-blooded creatures with a slow, patient metabolism that matched their millennial perspectives. Some sources describe them as resembling certain species they would later create or uplift. But the truth is that their original form has been lost to history. What we do know with certainty is that they possessed lifespans measured not in centuries or even millennia, but in epochs. An individual old one could live for tens of thousands of years, perhaps even longer. This extreme longevity fundamentally shaped their entire civilization and philosophy. When you have that much time, your perspective on everything changes. Problems that would seem insurmountable to short-lived species become merely challenges to be patiently worked through. Conflicts that might tear apart younger civilizations can be negotiated over centuries until compromise is reached. More than their longevity, the old ones possessed something even more valuable: mastery of the warp. They weren't just psychers in the way that a modern human psyker can throw lightning or read minds. They understood the fundamental nature of the immaterium, how it related to the material universe, how psychic energy could be shaped and directed with precision and purpose. They could manipulate reality itself at a level that seems impossible to modern species. It was the old ones who created the webway, that magnificent network of tunnels through the warp. This wasn't a simple engineering project. It was reality manipulation on a scale that beggars belief. They carved stable passages through the immaterium, creating corridors that existed partially in both dimensions, allowing instantaneous travel across the galaxy while remaining insulated from the raw power of the warp itself. Imagine being able to step through a door on one side of the galaxy and emerge on the other side moments later, bypassing all the vast distances of space entirely. That was the webway. But the webway was just one of their works. The old ones were also master genetic engineers, perhaps the greatest who have ever existed. They could take primitive species and uplift them, accelerating their evolution, enhancing their capabilities, even granting them psychic powers. They seeded worlds with life, terraforming barren rocks into verdant paradises teeming with carefully designed ecosystems. This was not done out of simple scientific curiosity or imperial ambition. The old ones saw themselves as shepherds of the galaxy, nurturing life wherever they found it, or creating it where none existed. They built a network of worlds connected by the webway, each one a masterpiece of biological engineering. They created servant species to aid them in their works, beings designed with specific purposes in mind, but given them gift of true sentience. Among their earliest creations were the Slan, mysterious beings who would inherit much of the Old One's knowledge and serve as intermediaries in their grand designs. Later would come others, the Jocaero, orange-furred technology mimics, the Canib and Rashan, species about which little is now known, except that they once served the Old One's purposes. And eventually, far down the timeline, the ancestors of modern humanity, simple tree-dwelling primates that the Old Ones seeded on Terra as part of their vast network of life. The Old Ones' civilization spanned the galaxy. Their webway connected thousands of worlds. They had achieved something close to paradise, a civilization without scarcity, without war, without the petty conflicts that plague lesser species. They had time to contemplate the fundamental nature of reality, to pursue knowledge for its own sake, to create beauty and wonder on a scale that modern species can barely imagine. And yet, for all their wisdom and power, the Old Ones made mistakes. Perhaps their greatest error was one of omission rather than commission. When they encountered other intelligent species, they typically observed them, sometimes uplifted them, but they did not freely share their most profound secrets. The gift of extended lifespan, the deepest mysteries of the warp, the fundamental technologies that underpinned their civilization, these remained jealously guarded. This wasn't necessarily malice. The Old Ones likely believed that such knowledge needed to be earned, that species needed to mature before they could be trusted with powers that could reshape reality. They had seen the warp when it was calm and knew that psychic power without wisdom could be dangerous. Better to let species develop slowly, to guide them subtly, than to grant them powers they weren't ready to wield responsibly. But this caution, this unwillingness to share their greatest gifts, would prove catastrophic. Because somewhere in the galaxy, on a world bathed in deadly radiation from its dying sun, another intelligent species was evolving. And when these beings finally achieved star travel and encountered the old ones for the first time, the contrast between their two civilizations would spark a jealousy so profound, a rage so consuming, that it would ultimately shatter the peaceful galaxy the old ones had spent millions of years cultivating. The old ones had built heaven. They were about to learn that heaven is fragile, and hell can be created far more easily than it can be unmade. The Necrontyr, born into suffering, while the old ones built their paradise on a world far from their territories, another species was struggling for survival against impossible odds. The Necrontyr emerged on a planet that might charitably be called cursed. Their sun, the star that should have been the source of life and warmth, was instead a death sentence hanging over every member of their species. The star that the Necrontyr homeworld orbited was dying, releasing floods of deadly radiation that permeated their world. This wasn't the gentle sunlight that nurtures life on more fortunate worlds. This was a constant bombardment of high-energy particles that penetrated deep into living tissue, causing cellular damage on a molecular level. Cancer was not a disease for the Necrontyr. It was their natural state of existence. Imagine being born knowing that your body was already killing itself. That with every breath, every heartbeat, every moment you existed under the light of your own sun, radiation was tearing apart your cells, mutating your DNA, guaranteeing that your life would be measured in decades at most. The Necrontyr didn't have a word for old age that wasn't synonymous with terminal illness. They didn't have generations that remembered their grandparents as anything but wasted, tumorous husks. Pain was the constant companion of every Necrontyr from birth to death. Not just physical pain, though that was omnipresent, but existential pain. The knowledge that their entire species was condemned to short, agonizing lives through no fault of their own, simply because of cosmic bad luck that had placed their world in orbit around a dying star. And yet, despite these horrific conditions, the Necrontyr achieved something remarkable. They didn't simply accept their fate, they fought against it with every resource at their disposal. Their civilization advanced rapidly, driven by desperation. While they couldn't fix their fundamental problem, the dying star that cursed them, they could at least try to understand it. The Necrontyr became masters of material science and stellar mechanics. They studied their sun with an intensity born of hatred, trying to understand the processes that were killing them. This research pushed them to develop sophisticated technology far earlier in their development than most species. They needed to understand radiation to try to shield themselves from it. They needed to understand cellular biology to try to cure their cancers. They needed to understand everything about their enemy, even if that enemy was the very star that gave them life. Eventually, their science advanced enough to break free of their homeworld. They achieved space travel, spreading out from their cursed planet to colonize other worlds in their star system and beyond. This brought temporary relief. On worlds orbiting more stable stars, the Necrontyr could live longer, healthier lives. But the damage was already done. The radiation exposure from their homeworld had fundamentally altered their species at a genetic level. Even away from their sun, they were short-lived compared to other species, their bodies still prone to the cancers and mutations that were their birthright. The Necrontyr built an interstellar empire, but it was an empire defined by bitterness and resentment. Their culture became obsessed with death, with the injustice of their condition. They built great tombs and monuments to commemorate their brief lives. They developed philosophies centered on making the most of the short time they had. Glory in battle, honor through achievement, leaving a mark that would outlast their fragile bodies. These became the driving forces of their civilization. But underneath it all was rage. Rage at the cosmic injustice that had sentenced them to such suffering. Rage at the universe that seemed so indifferent to their plight. And then, they discovered the Old Ones. When the Necrontyre first encountered the Old Ones, it must have seemed like a revelation. Here was proof that their suffering wasn't universal, that it was possible for species to live for millennia, to exist without constant pain, to build civilizations that measured their history in epochs rather than generations. Here was everything the Necrontyre had ever wanted, embodied in beings who had achieved what seemed like immortality. The Necrontyre approached the Old Ones as supplicants. They explained their plight. They begged for help. Surely beings as ancient and wise as the Old Ones could find a cure for the radiation poisoning that cursed the Necrontyre. Surely they could share the secrets of longevity, grant the Necrontyre even a fraction of the lifespan that the Old Ones enjoyed. The Old Ones refused. The reasons for this refusal are lost to history. Perhaps the Old Ones examined the Necrontyre and determined that the damage was too fundamental to reverse. Perhaps they feared that giving such power to a species so defined by bitterness and rage would be dangerous. Perhaps they simply didn't care enough about the suffering of a lesser species to invest the time and effort required. Whatever their reasoning, the answer was no. That refusal shattered something in the collective psyche of the Necrontyre. It transformed their rage from a diffuse anger at the universe into a focused hatred of the Old Ones specifically. Here were beings who could help, but chose not to, who hoarded the secrets of immortality while other species suffered and died, who lived in paradise while the Necrontyre were born into hell. The Necrontyre civilization began to fracture. With no external enemy to unite against, their various dynasties turned on each other in conflicts called the Wars of Secession. Each dynasty sought to claim its own glory, to leave its own mark before death claimed them. The Necrontyre Empire teetered on the edge of self-destruction, internal conflicts threatening to finish what their dying son had started. It was then that the Triarch, the ruling council of the Necrontyre, made a calculated decision. They needed an external threat to unify their people, something to redirect their rage outward rather than inward. And what better target than the Old Ones, the beings who had everything the Necrontyre wanted and refused to share it. The Silent King Zarek, greatest of the Triarch, declared war on the Old Ones. It was a desperate gambit, an attempt to unite the fractious Necrontyre dynasties by giving them a common enemy. But it was also an act of supreme arrogance. The Necrontyre, for all their technological advancement, were challenging beings who had mastered the galaxy for millions of years. The First War in Heaven began, and it was a disaster for the Necrontyre. The Old Ones, with their mastery of the warp and the webway, simply outmaneuvered the Necrontyre at every turn. Necrontyre fleets would arrive at a target, only to find it abandoned. The Old Ones, having used the webway to relocate entire populations before the attack arrived. Necrontyre armies would lay siege to Old One strongholds, only to have reinforcements appear through webway gates behind their lines. The Necrontyre were losing badly. Their empire was being systematically dismantled by an enemy they couldn't even pin down long enough to fight. The Wars of Secession resumed, dynasties blaming each other for their failures. The Necrontyre species seemed doomed to either destroy itself through internal conflict or be slowly ground down by the Old One's superior tactics. But the Necrontyre's desperate research into stellar phenomena, born from their study of their own dying sun, was about to pay dividends in a way they never expected. Because in the hearts of the oldest, most massive stars in the galaxy, Necrontyre scientists detected something impossible. They found consciousness. They found hunger. They found beings of pure energy that had existed since the birth of the first stars, entities older than the Old Ones themselves. They found the Satan, and everything was about to get much, much worse. The Satan, star gods given form. The Satan were not gods in the traditional sense, though they would come to be worshipped as such. They were beings of living energy, consciousnesses that had formed within the nuclear furnaces of the first stars when the universe was young. They existed as patterns of electromagnetic force, thinking entities made of light and radiation rather than matter. For billions of years, the C'tan drifted through the cosmos, barely aware of the material universe around them. They were sustained by the energy of stars, feeding on stellar radiation in the way that living creatures feed on food. They had no need for physical forms, no desire for anything beyond the simple sustenance they drew from the burning hearts of suns. They were immortal, eternal, and utterly inhuman in their nature. But immortality without purpose is a kind of torture. The C'tan existed, but they barely lived. They had consciousness without experience, awareness without understanding. The material universe meant nothing to them. The emergence of physical life, the evolution of sentient species, the rise and fall of civilizations, all of this was invisible to them, existing in a realm of matter that they could not perceive or interact with in any meaningful way. When the Necrontyre scientists detected unusual electromagnetic patterns in dying stars, they had no idea what they were observing. But they knew they had found something unprecedented, something that might give them an advantage in their losing war against the old ones. They studied these patterns, tried to understand them, attempted to communicate with them. And the C'tan, for perhaps the first time in their existence, became aware of the material universe. They perceived the Necrontyre's attempts at communication, and through those communications, they learned that there was an entire realm of existence they had been blind to, a universe of matter and form, of creatures that lived and died, of complexity and change that had been completely invisible to their purely energy-based senses. The Necrontyre offered the C'tan a gift: physical bodies. Using their advanced material science, the Necrontyre constructed shells of living metal, necrodermis, a material that could contain and channel the vast energies of a C'tan consciousness. For the first time in their existence, the C'tan would be able to interact with the physical universe, to experience matter and form directly. The C'tan accepted, and in doing so, they experienced something they had never known before: hunger. When the C'tan took physical form, they discovered that stellar radiation, which had sustained them for billions of years, was no longer satisfying. The living metal bodies that contained them created new needs, new desires, and in their new physical forms, they could perceive something that had always been invisible to them before: the life force of living creatures. Organic beings possess something beyond mere matter. They have souls, psychic essences that burn like tiny stars in the immaterium. To the newly embodied C'tan, these souls were irresistible. Where stellar radiation had been bland sustenance, the life force of sentient beings was nectar, a feast of unimaginable richness, and they wanted more. 4 C'tan are known by name in modern records, though there were likely others. Azagorod, the Nightbringer, who embodied death itself and would later plant the fear of mortality in every sentient species in the galaxy. Mephetron, the Deceiver, master of lies and illusion. Zaranoga, the Outsider, who would later be driven mad and exile itself from the material universe. And greatest of all, the Void Dragon, whose very name speaks to the hunger that defined these beings. The C'tan looked at the Necrontyre, their creators, and saw something useful. Here was a species desperate enough to make any bargain, powerful enough to be worth using, and short-lived enough to be easily manipulated. The C'tan proposed a deal. They would grant the Necrontyre immortality, freedom from the flesh that cursed them, eternal existence in bodies that would never age or sicken or die. The price was simple: serve the C'tan, become their armies in the physical world, help them harvest the galaxy's living creatures to feed the C'tan's insatiable hunger. The Triarch, desperate to save their species and win their war against the old ones, agreed. They called it the biotransference, and it would be the greatest tragedy in the Necrontyre's long history of tragedies. The process was simple in concept, horrifying in execution. Each Necrontyre would be taken to great biotransference facilities, where their consciousness would be stripped from their organic bodies and transferred into shells of living metal. They would become machines, their personalities preserved as digital patterns in necrodermis bodies that could not age, could not sicken, could not die. But what the Satan didn't tell the Necrontyre, what the Silent King himself may not have fully understood until it was too late, was that the biotransference would rob them of their very souls. The organic Necrontyre had possessed psychic essence, connections to the warp that made them true living beings. The living metal bodies could house their consciousness and memories, but they could not contain their souls. Those were consumed by the Satan, devoured as payment for the gift of immortality. Entire worlds of Necrontyre lined up to undergo biotransference. They were told they would emerge as immortal warriors, perfect beings free from the curse of flesh. What actually happened was mass murder on a scale unprecedented in galactic history. Billions upon billions of Necrontyre were fed into the biotransference furnaces. What came out the other side were machines wearing the memories of the dead. The beings that emerged called themselves Necrons, and they were no longer truly alive in any meaningful sense. They remembered being Necrontyre. They retained their personalities, their tactical knowledge, their understanding of who they had been. But something fundamental was gone. The spark that makes a being truly sentient, the connection to something greater than mere matter and energy. Their souls had been devoured by the Satan, leaving only hollow echoes in shells of metal. Many Necrons emerged from biotransference with their minds shattered, reduced to little more than automatons that could follow orders but no longer think independently. Others retained their consciousness but found it fundamentally altered, their emotions muted, their memories growing dim, their very identity beginning to erode without the anchor of a soul to hold it steady. The Silent King Sarek was one of the few who fully understood what had been lost. He had undergone biotransference himself, but as the leader of his people, he retained more of his consciousness than most. And in that terrible clarity, he realized the magnitude of the mistake. The Necrontyre were not immortal. They were dead. Their species had not been saved. It had been murdered, replaced by mechanical puppets, wearing the faces of the deceased. But it was too late to reverse the process. The Necrontyre were gone. Only the Necrons remained. And the Satan, now commanding an army of billions of unkillable warriors, turned their attention to the Old Ones and the war that had started all of this. The Second War in Heaven was about to begin, and this time, the Old Ones would learn what it meant to face an enemy that could not be outmaneuvered, could not be killed, and would not stop until the entire galaxy was harvested to feed the endless hunger of the star gods. The War in Heaven. Reality itself at stake. When the Necrons, newly reborn in their undying metal bodies and led by the godlike Satan, resumed the war against the Old Ones, the conflict took on a character unlike anything the galaxy had ever witnessed. This wasn't a war for territory or resources. This was a war that threatened the very fabric of reality itself. The Satan brought weapons that defied comprehension. These were beings who understood fundamental forces at a level the Old Ones had never contemplated. Where the Old Ones had mastered the warp and psychic energy, the Satan were masters of the material universe, able to manipulate time, space, matter, and energy with godlike precision. The Satan wielded the Burning One's stellar fires, capable of igniting stars or extinguishing them. They commanded the World Shaper's powers to literally reorganize planets, tearing worlds apart and reassembling them according to their will. The Void Dragon could corrupt and control machines, turning the Old One's own technology against them. And the Nightbringer brought death itself as a weapon, his very presence on a battlefield causing living creatures to understand mortality in ways that would scar their species' psyches forever. The Necron legions were inexorable. They could not be killed by conventional means because they weren't truly alive. Destroying a Necron's body simply triggered its reanimation protocols, its consciousness uploading to a resurrection array to be given a new body. Necron warriors could march through fire that would incinerate organic life, fight in vacuum that would suffocate any living creature, sustain damage that would be instantly fatal to mortal beings, and simply continue fighting. The Old Ones, for the first time in their existence, found themselves losing. The webway, their greatest advantage, was being penetrated by Necron forces using newly invented dolmen gates, arcane technology that could force open passages through the immaterium, even in locations where the Old Ones had never established gates. Old One strongholds that had stood for millions of years fell to Necron assaults. The Red Harvests began, a term that would echo through Necron memory banks for the next 60 million years. The C'tan drove their Necron armies to systematically depopulate worlds, harvesting the life energy of entire species to feed their endless hunger. Planets that had teemed with life for millions of years were scoured clean, their populations reduced to psychic echoes in the warp, their worlds left as lifeless tombs. The Old Ones watched their carefully cultivated garden galaxy being torn apart. Species they had nurtured for millennia were being exterminated. Their servant races were being slaughtered by the millions, and for the first time in their long existence, the Old Ones felt something they had perhaps never truly experienced before: desperation. The Old Ones understood that they were losing the war of material science. The C'tan's mastery of the physical universe exceeded their own, and the Necron's immortal machine bodies were superior to any biological form in purely military terms. But the Old Ones had one advantage the C'tan could never match: mastery of the warp. The C'tan, beings of pure electromagnetic force now housed in material bodies, had no connection to the immaterium. They could not perceive the warp, could not interact with it, were utterly blind to the psychic dimension that the Old Ones had mastered millions of years ago. More than that, the C'tan were actively vulnerable to psychic attacks, their patterns of energy disrupted by warp-based powers in ways that physical weapons could never achieve. So the Old Ones made a decision that would change the nature of reality forever. They would create warrior races specifically designed to fight using psychic power, species with powerful connections to the warp, who could channel its energies as weapons against the C'tan and their Necron servants. The Old Ones retreated to their remaining strongholds and began working on the most ambitious genetic engineering project in galactic history. They took primitive species and accelerated their evolution by millions of years. They enhanced their psychic potential, strengthened their connection to the immaterium, created beings who could literally remake reality through force of will alone. Among the first and greatest of these creations were the Eldari, the species that would later be known as the Eldar. The Old Ones took primitive humanoids and transformed them into beings of grace and psychic might. Every Eldari was born with a connection to the warp, able to sense and manipulate psychic energy with an ease that came as naturally as breathing. They were beautiful, deadly, and possessed potential that would one day make them masters of the galaxy. But the Eldari weren't enough. The Old Ones needed more warriors, more varied forces to combat the Necrons on multiple fronts. They created the Krork, massive green-skinned warriors who were the ancestors of the modern orcs. Unlike the refined Eldari, the Krork were blunt instruments of war, psychically resonant beings whose collective unconscious could literally alter reality. Where the Eldari wielded psychic power with precision, the Krork's power came from their absolute belief. If enough Krork believed something would work, it would work, reality bending to accommodate their collective faith. There were others as well. The Jokairo, orange-furred technology mimics who could create wonders through instinct rather than understanding. The Kanib, about which little is now known. The Rashan, who have been completely lost to time. Dozens of species, each designed with specific capabilities, each given powerful connections to the warp, all thrown into the war against the Necrons. And it worked. the tide of the war began to turn. Eldari witches hurled psychic lightning that could disrupt a Necron's consciousness, temporarily freeing them from Satan control. Krork warbands, millions strong and collectively believing themselves unstoppable, became unstoppable, their psychic resonance overwhelming even Necron reanimation protocols. Jokairo crafted weapons channeled warp energy in ways the Satan could not defend against. The Satan, for the first time since taking physical form, knew fear. These new enemies wielded powers that their material science could not counter. The psychic energies of the warp were anathema to the Satan's nature, disrupting their carefully maintained patterns of energy, threatening their very existence. The Satan responded by attempting their own reality-altering project. They began constructing what they called the Great Warding, a network of devices designed to permanently seal off the warp from the material universe. These pylons, made of the mysterious material called Blackstone or Noctilith, could create zones of reality where the warp's influence was nullified, where psychic powers didn't work, where their old ones' servant races would lose their greatest advantage. The galaxy became a three-way battleground. The Old Ones and their psychic servant races fought to maintain their strongholds and push back the Necron tide. The Necrons and Satan fought to complete their great warding and harvest enough souls to satisfy the Satan's hunger. And caught in the middle were countless other species, civilizations that had existed in peace for millions of years, now finding themselves ground between forces beyond their comprehension. The scale of death was incomprehensible. Not thousands dying, not millions, but billions upon billions. Entire species were exterminated. Whole regions of space were depopulated. The red harvests of the Satan consumed more lives than any single mind could count, and the Old Ones' psychic races fought back with equal ferocity, wielding the power of the warp to unmake Necron warriors, to banish Satan shards back to the stars, to defend the last refuges of life in an increasingly dead galaxy. And with every death, with every world burned, with every civilization destroyed, something terrible was happening in the warp. The calm sea of souls that had existed for billions of years was beginning to churn. The gentle ripples of emotion that characterized the immaterium were building into waves, then storms, then tidal surges of pure psychic energy. The Old Ones, focused on winning their war, did not notice until it was too late. Or perhaps they noticed, but believed they could control it, that once the war was won, they could calm the warp once more. But they were wrong. What they had unleashed would not be contained. The very act of creating so many psychically powerful species, of flooding the warp with the death screams of trillions, of channeling such vast amounts of psychic energy through the immaterium to use as weapons. All of this was fundamentally changing the nature of the warp itself. The calm dimension of peace and potential was dying, and something far darker was being born in its place. The corruption of the warp, the birth of true evil. To understand what happened to the warp during the war in heaven, you have to understand the fundamental nature of the immaterium. The warp is a reflection, a mirror of the material universe, shaped by the thoughts and emotions of sentient beings. When living creatures feel emotions, those emotions create ripples in the warp. When they think thoughts, those thoughts create patterns in the psychic dimension. The warp is, in essence, the collective unconscious of all living things, given form and substance. Before the war in heaven, when sentient life was relatively sparse and the emotions it generated were gentle, the warp remained calm. Joy created soft currents of positive energy. Sadness created different but equally gentle patterns. Even violence and death, which did occur in nature, created only small disturbances. The warp had the capacity to absorb and dissipate these energies, returning to its baseline state of peace. But the war in heaven unleashed emotions and death on a scale the warp had never experienced. Billions of psychically sensitive beings were suddenly experiencing the most intense emotions possible: existential terror, as the Necrons came to harvest their worlds. Rage at the Satan, who fed on their souls. Despair as entire civilizations were wiped from existence. Hope as the Old One's warrior races fought back. And underlying it all, the psychic scream of death on an incomprehensible scale. The Old One's psychic warrior races were the key to this transformation. The Aeldari, Krork, and others had been deliberately designed to have powerful connections to the warp. Their emotions resonated through the immaterium with far greater intensity than ordinary species. When an Aeldari felt joy, the warp trembled with pleasure. When they felt fear, the psychic dimension recoiled with terror. And in the war in heaven, those powerful psychic species were experiencing the most intense emotions of their existence, constantly, across thousands of worlds, for millions of years. Every battle fed energy into the warp. Every death of a psychically sensitive being sent a burst of psychic force rippling through the immaterium. The warp wasn't just reflecting emotions anymore. It was being fundamentally reshaped by them. War, pain, and destruction were mirrored in the bottomless depths of the Sea of Souls. The maelstrom of death unleashed by the war in heaven began to coalesce in the previously formless energies of the warp. And for the first time, the immaterium began to develop entities with consistent forms and purposes. Ancient things that had existed in the warp since its beginning, formless and benign, began to change. They absorbed the violent emotions flooding through the dimension and transformed. What had once been neutral became predatory. What had been peaceful became hungry. The warp was learning violence, learning hunger, learning all the darkest aspects of mortal existence and incorporating them into its fundamental nature. New entities began to form from scratch, coalescing from the intense emotional energy being poured into the warp. These weren't like the Old One's servant races, created through deliberate genetic engineering. These were spontaneous births, consciousnesses that emerged from pure emotional resonance, given form by the collective fears and hatreds and desperations of trillions of dying beings. The first proto-chaos entities began to emerge. They weren't yet the distinct chaos gods that would rule the warp in later millennia, but they were precursors, nascent powers beginning to take shape from the accumulated emotional weight of the galaxy's greatest war. Rage and violence, so central to the endless battles, began to coalesce into what would eventually become Horn. The despair and entropy of civilizations collapsing, of species going extinct, fed what would become Nurgle. The desperate hope for change, the ambition to survive and adapt, created the seeds of Tzeentch. The Old Ones did not understand what was happening until it was too late. They had mastered the warp as it was, but this new warp, this churning ocean of violent emotion, was beyond their experience. Their servant races continued to fight, continued to pour psychic energy into the immaterium, and with every use of warp power, they fed the growing storm. The warp stopped being a tool. It began to develop will, purpose, hunger. The benign entities that had existed there since the beginning were consumed or transformed by predatory successors. The immaterium, which had once been a realm where souls could rest after death, became a hunting ground where predators lurked to devour the unwary. And then the real nightmare began. The newly hostile warp began to breach into the material universe. The Old Ones had always known that the warp and material reality existed alongside each other, with psychic beings able to bridge the gap through force of will. But before the war in heaven, those breaches were controlled, deliberate, safe. Now the warp was actively trying to force its way into reality, seeking to spread its corruption into the physical realm. Warp predators discovered that they could push through the cracks between dimensions, especially where powerful psykers existed. Psychically sensitive beings began to experience possession, their minds and bodies taken over by entities from the warp. Demons, those creatures of pure warp energy that had never existed before, began to manifest in the material universe. For the Old Ones and their servant races, this was catastrophic. The very weapon they had created to fight the Necrons, psychic power, was now becoming their greatest vulnerability. Every Psyker was a potential doorway for warp entities to enter reality. Every use of psychic power risked drawing the attention of predators from the Immaterium. The Old Ones tried to contain the damage. They created more servant species, hoping that sheer numbers would allow them to win the war before the warp completely collapsed. They brought forth the technology-mimicking Jokairo and the formidable Krork, even more powerful psychic species, hoping to gain the upper hand against the Necrons before the warp-spawned horrors overwhelmed them. But it was already too late. The horrors from the warp had found the Old Ones' greatest weakness. The psychic races that the Old Ones had created, with their powerful connections to the Immaterium, were perfect targets for warp entities. The Old Ones' intergalactic webway network, which interfaced with the warp to allow travel, was being breached from within by entities that had learned to navigate the psychic dimension's new hostile currents. The Citan, seeing this new development, accelerated their great warding project. If they could seal off the warp completely, they could both eliminate the Old Ones' psychic advantage and protect themselves from these new warp-spawned threats. Networks of pylons were constructed across the galaxy, creating zones of reality where the warp's influence was nullified. The Old Ones found themselves caught between two existential threats. The Necrons and Satan continued their relentless assault, now protected in many regions by the anti-warp fields of the pylon networks. And from the warp itself, new horrors emerged, creatures that had never existed before, attracted by the psychic potential of the Old Ones' warrior races. The Old Ones were losing. Their carefully cultivated galaxy was collapsing into chaos, not the metaphorical chaos of war, but the literal chaos that would define the warp for the next 60 million years. Their servant races, meant to be their salvation, had inadvertently created something far worse than the Necrons. They had broken the Immaterium itself, transforming it from a peaceful dimension of potential into a hell of predatory malevolence. And then came the final catastrophe. From the newly hostile warp emerged the most terrible threat yet: the Enslavers, the Enslaver Plague, the death of hope. Among all the horrors that the war in heaven unleashed, the Enslavers stand as perhaps the most devastating. These beings, spawned from the corrupted warp, possessed abilities that made them uniquely dangerous to psychically sensitive species. They could dominate minds, control bodies, and most terrifyingly, use psychically gifted individuals as living gateways to bring more of their kind into the material universe. The Enslavers were not warriors. They were plague. They operated like a psychic virus, spreading exponentially, impossible to contain once they gained a foothold. And they targeted exactly the beings the Old Ones had created to win the war, the powerful psychic species who could channel warp energy. An Enslaver attack began subtly. These creatures existed partially in the warp, able to perceive psychic emanations from across vast distances, up to 10 light-years away in some cases. They were drawn to psychers like moths to flame, detecting the bright psychic signatures of powerful individuals and converging on them. Once an enslaver selected a target, it would establish a psychic link with the victim. The psyker might not even realize what was happening at first. They would feel tired, lethargic. Their skin would begin to discolor. These symptoms would progress over 75 to 100 hours, during which time the victim's body chemistry was being fundamentally altered at a distance by the enslaver's psychic manipulation. The final stage was horrific. The victim's body would swell grotesquely as their tissue dissolved and reformed, becoming a pulsing gateway of ruptured flesh. The enslaver, along with others of its kind who had linked to the same victim, would use this living warp gate to enter the material universe, destroying their victim in the process, but gaining a foothold in reality. Once manifested in the physical realm, Enslavers could dominate the minds of other beings directly, taking control of up to 10 individuals each. These mind slaves retained all their abilities and knowledge, but had no will of their own, forced to follow the enslaver's commands without question. Worse, the enslaver could use these new thralls to seek out more victims, allowing it to exponentially expand its control. The process repeated endlessly. Enslavers used psychically sensitive individuals as gateways, manifested in reality, enslaved more minds, sought out new psychers to use as gateways, and brought through more enslavers. What started as a single infection could consume an entire world within weeks. What started as a single world could spread to an entire star system within months. For the Old Ones, this was the ultimate nightmare. The psychic warrior races they had created to defeat the Necrons were the perfect targets for enslaver infestation. The Aeldari, with their powerful psychic abilities, were walking doorways for these entities. The Krork, while more resistant due to their resilient nature, could still fall under enslaver control, turning their formidable combat abilities against their former allies. The enslaver plague spread across the galaxy with terrifying speed. Old One strongholds that had survived millions of years of war against the Necrons fell within days of enslaver infestation. The carefully cultivated psychic warrior races that were supposed to save the Old Ones became weapons turned against them. Their greatest strength, their psychic power, transformed into their fatal weakness. The Old Ones tried everything. They attempted to create new species resistant to enslaver control, but beings without psychic sensitivity couldn't combat the C'tan and Necrons effectively. They tried to purge infected worlds, but the enslavers had already spread too far. They attempted to seal off regions of the webway to contain the infection, but enslavers didn't need the webway. They could manifest wherever there were psychers to use as gateways. The Pandora's box that the Old Ones had opened by creating psychic species and flooding the warp with violent emotions could not be closed. The galaxy that they had nurtured for millions of years, the paradise they had cultivated, was dying, and they were dying with it. Old One civilization collapsed. Their vast networks of worlds were breached and overrun. Their places of power, the strongholds from which they had ruled the galaxy, fell to combinations of Necron assault and enslaver infestation. Some Old Ones fled the galaxy entirely, seeking refuge in distant parts of the universe. Others fought on until they were overwhelmed. A few may have survived in hidden sanctuaries, waiting for the plague to pass. But as a galactic civilization, as the supreme masters of the Milky Way, the Old Ones were finished. The species that had shaped the galaxy for millions of years, that had created the webway and nurtured countless other species, that had seemed almost godlike in their power and wisdom, they were effectively extinct, scattered by the very forces they had tried to harness. The C'tan watched this catastrophe unfold with growing alarm. The enslavers didn't discriminate. Any sentient being could potentially be enslaved, regardless of whether they possessed souls or not. While the Necrons themselves, being soulless machines, couldn't be dominated by enslavers, the C'tan recognized that the enslaver plague threatened their food source. The C'tan fed on souls, on life energy. If the enslavers enslaved or killed all sentient life in the galaxy, the C'tan would starve. Moreover, the C'tan, for all their power, were vulnerable to concentrated psychic attack. An enslaver commanding armies of psychically sensitive beings could potentially threaten even the star gods. The C'tan calculated their position. They had won the war against the Old Ones, but they might lose everything to this new threat from the warp. The Silent King Sarek, who had retained more of his consciousness than most Necrons after biotransference, saw an opportunity in the C'tan's fear. The Necrons had served the C'tan faithfully throughout the war, believing they had no choice, that they were bound forever to their star god masters. But if the C'tan were afraid, if they were vulnerable, perhaps the Necrons could break free. A plan was formed in secret among those few Necrons who still possessed independent thought. The timing would be crucial. They needed to strike when the Satan were weakest, when they had been depleted by the war, when they were distracted by the enslaver threat. And they needed weapons powerful enough to threaten gods. The galaxy stood at the edge of complete annihilation. The old ones were gone. The enslavers rampaged across thousands of worlds, turning the old ones' surviving servant races into mind-controlled armies. The Satan and their Necron legions prepared for a final purge, intending to cleanse the galaxy of the enslaver infestation before entering a hibernation to wait out the plague. And in the dying chaos of a civilization that had lasted millions of years, the seeds of rebellion were being sown. The war in heaven was ending, but its consequences would echo for the next 60 million years and beyond. The warp had been permanently corrupted, transformed from a realm of peace into the nightmare dimension of chaos. The proto-entities that had formed during the war would eventually coalesce into the four great chaos gods. Countless species had been driven to extinction, and the damage to reality itself, the fundamental breaking of the boundary between the warp and material universe, could never be truly repaired. Paradise was lost, and in its place stood the foundation for the grimdark galaxy of Warhammer 40,000. The Necron Rebellion and the Great Sleep. In the final days of the war in heaven, as the enslaver plague consumed world after world, and the Old One's civilization crumbled to dust, the Silent King made his move. The Satan, confident in their victory over the Old Ones, and preparing to deal with the enslaver threat, did not see the betrayal coming. The Necrons turned on their masters. It was a rebellion millions of years in the making, born from the moment the Necrontyr realized what biotransference had truly cost them. The Satan had promised immortality, but delivered death, had promised power, but delivered slavery. The Necrons were hollow shells, their souls consumed, their free will limited, their entire existence reduced to serving beings they had once worshipped but now despised. But the Satan had made a crucial mistake. They had given the Necrons the technology and tactical knowledge necessary to fight a galactic war. The same weapons the Necrons had wielded against the Old Ones could be turned against the Star Gods. The same armies that had swept across the galaxy could be redirected. The Silent King's plan was audacious. They would shatter the Satan, literally breaking the Star Gods into fragments small enough to be contained. Using technology developed specifically for this purpose, Tesseract labyrinths, pocket dimensions that could cage even beings of nearly infinite power. The Necrons trapped their former masters. The war between the Necrons and the Satan was brief, but apocalyptic. The Star Gods, weakened by millions of years of warfare against the Old Ones and caught completely off guard by the rebellion, still possessed terrible power. Entire Necron dynasties were annihilated in the fighting. Worlds were scorched lifeless by the Satan's retaliation. But the Necrons had the advantage of numbers, surprise, and most crucially, a purpose beyond mere obedience. One by one, the Satan fell. The Nightbringer was shattered into countless shards. The Deceiver was fragmented and imprisoned. The Void Dragon was broken, and its largest shard sealed away. Some legends say it was eventually transported to Mars by an ancient human figure who would later become the Emperor, though these accounts are dubious at best. The outsider, driven mad by the betrayal of its own kind, fled into a pocket dimension outside of normal space. But victory came at a terrible cost. The Necrons, already diminished by biotransference, were further weakened by their war against the Satan. Many dynasties were destroyed entirely. Others had their command structures shattered, leaving only mindless warriors operating on base programming. The Silent King himself, racked by guilt over the doom he had brought upon his people, would later leave the galaxy entirely, seeking redemption or oblivion in the void between galaxies. And then there was the problem of the enslavers. The galaxy was being consumed by this psychic plague. Sentient life, the very thing the Necrons had once been, was being systematically enslaved or exterminated. The ancient Eldari, most powerful of the Old One's warrior races, had survived by retreating into the webway, using their understanding of that ancient network to hide from the enslavers in ways no other species could match. They would emerge later to inherit the galaxy. The Necrons, being soulless machines, were immune to enslaver control. They could have remained active, could have fought to reclaim the galaxy in this moment of universal weakness. But they were battered, leaderless, and facing an enemy that could not be defeated through conventional warfare. Fighting the enslavers would be pointless. There was nothing to gain and much to lose. So the Silent King made one final decision for his people. They would sleep. The Necrons would retreat into vast tomb complexes on millions of worlds across the galaxy. They would enter stasis, their consciousness suspended, their bodies maintained by automated systems, waiting for the enslaver plague to burn itself out. Without sentient life to enslave, the enslavers would eventually die or return to the warp. Life would repopulate the galaxy. And when enough time had passed, when the galaxy was once again worth claiming, the Necrons would wake. The plan worked after a fashion. Over millions of years, the enslavers, deprived of psychic beings to use as gateways and minds to enslave, did retreat into the warp or die off. The Eldari, emerging from the webway, found a galaxy scoured nearly clean of sentient life, but beginning to recover. They spread across the stars, built their own empire, and for millions of years ruled as the dominant species in the galaxy. New species evolved or emerged from hiding. The Krork, the Old One's warrior race, devolved over millions of years into the Orcs, losing much of their original sophistication, but retaining their fundamental nature as beings of war and psychic resonance. On a distant world called Terra, the primitive primates that the Old Ones had seeded began their long, slow climb towards sentience and eventually spaceflight. The Necrons slept through it all. 60 million years passed in what must have felt like a single night to those few who retained enough consciousness to experience dreams. Their tomb worlds, hidden on dead planets across the galaxy, waited in silence for the awakening protocols to trigger. But the damage done during the war in heaven remained. The warp never recovered its original nature. The proto-chaos entities that had formed during the war continued to grow, fed by the emotions of each new species that evolved. The boundary between the warp and material universe, once strong and inviolable, remained weakened, allowing demons and other warp entities far easier access to reality than had ever been possible before. The pylon networks that the Citan had constructed to nullify the warp's influence remained, scattered across the galaxy. Some, like those on Cadia, would become crucial strategic points in future ages. Others were lost, buried, or destroyed. But they stood as testament to the war that had reshaped reality, silent monuments to a conflict that had threatened to destroy the very fabric of existence. The legacy, how the war in heaven shaped the galaxy. When the Necrons finally began to wake in the 41st millennium, stirred from their great sleep by the activities of younger races stumbling across their tomb worlds, they found a galaxy utterly transformed from what they had left behind. The Eldari Empire, which had dominated the galaxy for millions of years, had collapsed in a catastrophe of their own making. The birth of Slaanesh had torn open the Eye of Terror and nearly destroyed their species. Humanity, those primitive primates the Old Ones had seeded 60 million years ago, had risen to become the dominant force in the galaxy through sheer numbers and blind faith in their emperor. And the warp, that dimension the Old Ones had once mastered so completely, had become the realm of chaos. The proto-entities that had formed during the war in heaven had coalesced into the four great chaos gods. Horn, born from the rage and violence of countless battles. Tzeentch, emerged from the desperate hopes and schemes of civilizations trying to survive. Nurgle, manifested from the despair and entropy of dying worlds. And Slaanesh, the youngest, birthed from the Aeldari's own descent into depravity. The Necrons looked upon this new galaxy and understood that the war in heaven had never truly ended. It had simply transformed, its consequences rippling forward through time to define every age that followed. Everything that made Warhammer 40,000, the grimdark setting it is today, traces its roots back to that ancient conflict. Consider the Emperor of mankind. While his true origins remain mysterious, his entire purpose seems tied to combating the forces unleashed by the war in heaven. His attempt to build a human webway, to give humanity safe passage through the warp without exposure to chaos, was essentially trying to recreate what the Old Ones had achieved. His failure and the resulting Horus heresy can be seen as yet another consequence of the broken warp. If the Immaterium hadn't been corrupted, chaos couldn't have turned Horus and half the Space Marine legions to their service. The constant threat that Psychers pose to Imperial society stems directly from the war in heaven. Before that conflict, psychic abilities were a tool, a natural part of existence for species connected to the warp. Now, every human psyker is a potential doorway for demons, at risk of possession, capable of triggering catastrophes like the enslaver infestations of old. The Imperium's brutal solution, the black ships that collect psychers to either serve or be sacrificed to the Emperor, is a direct response to dangers created 60 million years ago. The webway itself, that marvel of Old One engineering that allowed safe travel through the warp, lies in ruins. The Aeldari craft worlds cling to the remaining functional passages, terrified to leave their protection, because the corrupted warp would devour their souls in moments. The Dark Eldar hide in Komorrah, a city built in the webway's depths, because they too dare not expose themselves to Slaaneish's hunger. The webway that once connected a galaxy in peace is now a refuge for the desperate and dying. The Chaos Space Marines, those fallen heroes of the Imperium turned to worshipping the Dark Gods, are serving powers that wouldn't exist if not for the war in heaven. Every Black Crusade launched from the Eye of Terror, every demon incursion, every world corrupted by chaos, these are all echoes of that ancient conflict, the corrupted warp continuing to infect reality just as it began doing 60 million years ago. Even the Tyranids, that extragalactic threat consuming everything in their path, may be connected to the war in heaven. Some theories suggest they're fleeing something even worse in distant galaxies, or that they're drawn to the psychic beacon of the Astronomicon, because the warp corruption in the Milky Way makes it visible across intergalactic distances. Whether or not these theories are true, the Tyranids' need to consume all biomass stems from the same fundamental problem. Resources are scarce in a galaxy that was nearly sterilized by ancient war. The Necrons themselves, awakening to reclaim what they believe is rightfully theirs, represent the ultimate consequence of the war in heaven. They're a species that murdered itself to gain power, served gods who betrayed them, fought a war that broke the galaxy, and now seek to fix reality by completing the Cataan's ancient plan to seal off the warp entirely. Their pylon technology, their understanding of the warp's true nature, their ability to fight chaos without being corrupted by it. These make them simultaneously humanity's greatest potential ally and most existential threat. The Imperium's doctrine that there is no peace among the stars, only an eternity of carnage and slaughter, isn't just grimdark philosophy. It's an accurate description of a galaxy fundamentally broken by the war in heaven. The calm, hopeful universe the Old Ones tried to create is gone, replaced by one where violence feeds upon violence in an endless cycle. And here's the darkest truth. It may be impossible to fix. The warp is shaped by the thoughts and emotions of living beings. As long as sentient species exist in the galaxy, as long as they feel rage and hope and despair and ambition, they will feed the chaos gods. The corruption that began during the war in heaven has become self-sustaining. War creates emotions that strengthen chaos, which causes more war, which creates more emotions, in a cycle that can only end with the extinction of all sentient life. The Old Ones tried to create paradise and inadvertently created hell. The Necrontyr sought immortality and achieved something worse than death. The C'tan gained physical form and enslaved themselves to eternal hunger. Every faction in the War in Heaven got what they thought they wanted and discovered it was a curse. And the galaxy burns still, 60 million years later, unable to escape the consequences of decisions made before humanity had even learned to use tools. The modern understanding, conflicting accounts, and canon confusion. One of the fascinating aspects of trying to understand the War in Heaven and the origins of chaos is that the lore itself presents conflicting accounts. This isn't just sloppy storytelling, it reflects the in-universe reality that the War in Heaven happened so long ago that even the most ancient beings alive today only know it through myth and fragmented records. Some older lore suggested that the Chaos Gods were born during Earth's medieval period, with Khorne emerging during the Crusades, Nurgle during the Black Death, and Tzeentch during the Renaissance. This never made much sense. Why would human events on a single planet create gods that affect the entire galaxy? The scale was completely wrong, and it suggested a disturbing level of human centrism to the entire setting. More recent lore has clarified that while the Chaos Gods may have achieved their final forms or awakened to full consciousness during Earth's medieval period, they began forming much earlier during the War in Heaven. The massive death toll and psychic trauma of that ancient conflict created the initial seeds of these entities. They've been growing and evolving ever since, fed by the emotions of every species in the galaxy over millions of years. This makes much more sense. The War in Heaven involved billions of psychically sensitive beings dying in the most traumatic circumstances imaginable over millions of years of conflict. That's the kind of event that would fundamentally alter the warp. Earth's medieval conflicts, while certainly tragic, involved at most a few million deaths over a few centuries on a single planet, whose population wasn't particularly psychically active yet. The comparison is laughable in scale. The confusion in the lore also reflects a real-world evolution of the Warhammer 40,000 setting. Earlier editions emphasized humanity's importance, suggesting we were somehow special, that human emotions had unique power to shape the warp. More recent editions have scaled back this human centrism, acknowledging that humanity is just one species among many, and that the warp's corruption predates us by tens of millions of years. Some demon characters in recent novels even reference the War in Heaven directly as their moment of origin. Greater demons like Kabanda and Kairos Fateweaver speak of the War in Heaven with something approaching reverence, as the event that gave them existence. This confirms that chaos itself, not just the precursors to the Chaos Gods, but the very nature of chaos as a corrupting force, originated during that ancient conflict. It's also worth noting that the warp exists outside normal time. The Chaos Gods, from their perspective within the Immaterium, have always existed and will always exist. They aren't bound by linear causality the way material beings are. So, in a sense, both accounts can be true simultaneously. The Chaos Gods formed during the War in Heaven and achieved their current forms during Earth's medieval period, and have existed since the beginning of time, depending on which frame of reference you use. This temporal paradox is deeply unsettling and very Warhammer. The universe doesn't follow simple cause and effect when the warp is involved. The Chaos Gods can affect events before they were born, because from their perspective, they were never born. They've always been there, existing across all of time simultaneously. What we can say with confidence is that the modern, corrupted state of the warp, the realm of chaos as we know it in the 41st millennium, is a direct result of the War in Heaven. Before that conflict, the warp was different. After it, the warp was fundamentally and permanently changed. The details may be debated, the exact mechanisms may be mysterious, but the causal relationship is clear. The Old Ones weaponized psychic power, and inadvertently corrupted the immaterium. That's the real reason chaos exists. Conclusion: paradise lost, hell inherited. And so we come to the end of our journey through the most important event in Warhammer 40,000 lore. We've traced the origins of chaos not to some inherent evil in the universe, not to humanity's sins, not to inevitable cosmic entropy, but to a specific series of decisions made by ancient civilizations, fighting a war they didn't fully understand. The old ones were not evil. They were attempting to preserve life and defend their civilization against an implacable enemy. The Necrontyr were not evil. They were desperate beings seeking to escape the curse of their dying sun. Even the Satan, as alien and predatory as they were not evil in any meaningful sense. They were simply acting according to their nature as beings of pure energy given physical form. But good intentions and understandable motivations created hell anyway. The War in Heaven stands as perhaps the greatest cautionary tale in all of science fiction. A story about how desperate solutions to existential problems can create consequences far worse than the original threat. The old ones created psychic warrior races to fight the Necrons, and inadvertently flooded the warp with violent emotions that corrupted it forever. They opened Pandora's box and couldn't close it. The Necrontyr sought escape from death and found something worse. The Satan gained physical form and became enslaved to hunger they could never satisfy. Everyone lost, and the galaxy is still paying the price 60 million years later. This is why Warhammer 40,000 is truly grimdark. It's not just that the galaxy is full of war and suffering. It's that the galaxy is broken at a fundamental level, and that breaking is permanent. The Imperium can't win. Chaos can't be defeated. The Necrons can't reclaim what they lost. The best anyone can hope for is survival, continuation, fighting another day in a war that will never end. Because the War in Heaven never really ended. It just transformed, its consequences rippling through time, shaping everything that came after. Every demon incursion is an echo of the Enslaver Plague. Every psychic catastrophe recalls the moment when the warp first turned hostile. Every drop of blood spilled in the galaxy's endless wars feeds the same chaos gods that first began forming 60 million years ago. The galaxy could have been paradise. The old ones were building toward that, creating a network of life and beauty spanning billions of worlds. But paradise is fragile, and once lost, it cannot be reclaimed. We live now in the ruins of that dream, in a galaxy where the very fabric of reality has been torn, where the warp that should be a tool has become a curse, where hope itself is a naive delusion. This is the real reason there is only war. This is why there can be no peace among the stars. This is why humanity and all the other species of the galaxy are locked in an endless cycle of violence and suffering. Because 60 million years ago, in an ancient war between godlike beings, the rules of reality itself were broken, and no one has figured out how to fix them. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war, and now you know why. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the origins of chaos and the War in Heaven, please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel for more Warhammer 40,000 lore. There are countless other stories to explore in this universe, from the Horus heresy to the current state of the galaxy in the era Indomitus. Drop a comment below with what topics you'd like me to cover next. Until then, may the Emperor protect you. Though as we've learned today, even he is fighting against consequences set in motion long before humanity ever reached the stars. The real reason. Horus betrayed the Emperor. In Warhammer 40k, in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. But before the endless conflict that defines the 41st millennium, there was a moment when everything could have been different. A single decision that would damn humanity to 10,000 years of suffering. A betrayal so profound that it would crack the very foundations of the Imperium and usher in an age of darkness from which mankind would never truly recover. The Horus heresy stands as the most catastrophic civil war in human history, Brother fought, brother, sons turned against their father, and the dreams of a united galaxy died in fire and blood. But why? What could drive the Emperor's most beloved son, his chosen war master, the Primarch who stood as the pinnacle of everything the Great Crusade represented, to turn his back on everything he had built and seek to destroy the very Imperium he had helped forge? The answer is not simple. It never is when examining the fall of heroes. The story of Horus Lupercal's betrayal is one woven from threads of ambition and pride, manipulation and genuine grievance, cosmic conspiracy and all too human weakness. It is a tragedy in the truest sense, where every character plays their part in an inevitable spiral toward catastrophe, where good intentions pave the road to damnation, and where the seeds of destruction were planted long before anyone realized a harvest of ruin was growing. Before we can understand why Horus fell, we must first understand who he was. Not the demon-possessed warlord who would ultimately die on the bridge of the vengeful spirit, but the man who stood as the Emperor's right hand, the Primarch who embodied everything the Great Crusade aspired to achieve. Horus Lupercal was, by nearly every measure, perfect. Among 20 genetically engineered demigods created to lead humanity's reconquest of the stars, he stood first. Not merely first discovered, though that was true, but first in capability, first in success, first in the hearts of his brothers and the warriors who served under him. Where some Primarchs excelled in specific domains, Horus demonstrated mastery across every aspect of warfare and leadership. As a tactician, he was brilliant. He could assess a battlefield with the same analytical precision as Guilliman, yet possessed an intuitive understanding of psychological warfare that let him win victories before the first shot was fired. He knew when to strike with overwhelming force and when a surgical application of violence would achieve compliance with minimal bloodshed. His conquest record spoke for itself. World after world fell to the Lunar Wolves, later renamed the Sons of Horus in his honor, and each victory seemed effortless, a testament to perfect planning and flawless execution. But Horus was more than just a military genius. He possessed a charisma that transcended the already superhuman presence all Primarchs commanded. When he spoke, people listened. When he made promises, they believed. He could inspire fanatical loyalty in his warriors while simultaneously charming diplomats and administrators who found other Primarchs too martial, too alien, too inhuman. Where Angron terrified, where Mortarion disgusted, where the Lion inspired cold respect, Horus made people want to follow him. He made them believe that the future would be glorious, that their sacrifices mattered, that they were part of something greater than themselves. His relationships with his brother Primarchs demonstrated this gift perhaps more than anything else. In a family of demigods, each convinced of their own superiority, each carrying the weight of being created to lead, Horus navigated the complex web of rivalries and alliances with seemingly effortless grace. He was close friends with Sanguinius, whose beauty and nobility matched his own. He earned the respect of the taciturn Ferrus Manus. He could speak strategy with Guilliman, philosophy with Magnus, and maintain cordial relations even with more difficult brothers like Perturabo and Mortarion. Not all loved him, but most respected him. And that respect was no small achievement among beings who had been designed to be supreme. Most importantly, Horus had the complete trust and love of the Emperor himself. Among all his sons, the Master of Mankind seemed to favor Horus above the rest. Where he might criticize Lorgar's slowness or Russ's savagery, where he kept secrets from Magnus or maintained a certain distance from Guilliman's empire building, with Horus, he seemed to share everything. The Emperor confided in Horus, sought his counsel, and demonstrated a warmth toward his first found son that few others received. This relationship defined Horus in ways he perhaps did not fully understand. To be the Emperor's favorite was to stand at the center of the greatest undertaking in human history. The Great Crusade was not merely a military campaign. It was the reforging of mankind's scattered civilization into a unified whole, the reclamation of humanity's birthright among the stars. And Horus was its shining exemplar, the living proof that the Emperor's vision could be achieved. When the Emperor named him War Master after the triumph at Ullanor, granting him supreme command of all Imperial military forces, it seemed like the natural culmination of everything Horus had achieved. The title was unprecedented. Never before had the Emperor elevated one of his sons above the others. Never before had he granted such sweeping authority to anyone save himself. The appointment spoke to absolute trust, to recognition not just of Horus's abilities, but of his loyalty and judgment. Standing before his brother Primarchs, accepting the office of War Master, Horus must have felt that he had achieved everything a being could aspire to. He was the Emperor's chosen instrument, entrusted with completing the Great Crusade itself. The weight of that responsibility was immense, but so was the glory. He would finish what his father had started. He would bring every human world back into the fold of the Imperium. His name would echo through history as the one who united mankind. But in that moment of triumph, seeds of future catastrophe were already germinating. Because immediately after bestowing this ultimate honor, immediately after publicly declaring Horus his most trusted son, the Emperor made a decision that would shatter everything. He announced his intention to return to Terra. He declared that he would be leaving the Great Crusade in Horus's capable hands, while he pursued a project of such importance that he could not even share its nature with his War Master. The Emperor was going home, leaving Horus to command alone, and he refused to say why. The abandonment. When the father left. Imagine the weight of that moment. You are Horus Lupercal, newly appointed War Master, standing before the assembled hosts of the Imperium's mightiest warriors. Your father has just given you the greatest honor imaginable, and in the same breath, he has told you that he is leaving. Not just leaving you in command, which would be honor enough, but leaving entirely. Returning to Terra, abandoning the Great Crusade itself, the work that has consumed 2 centuries of blood and sacrifice. And he will not tell you why. For 200 years, the Emperor had led the Great Crusade personally. He had stood at the head of his armies, conquering world after world, reuniting scattered human civilizations under the banner of the Imperium. He had found each of his Primarch sons and brought them into the fold, watching them grow into the leaders he had designed them to be. The Great Crusade was not just a military campaign. It was his great work, the fulfillment of plans that stretched back millennia. And now, with victory tantalizingly close, with the majority of human-settled space finally brought into compliance, the Emperor was walking away. The official reason given was vague. The Emperor spoke of important work on Terra, of projects that required his personal attention, of matters that would benefit all of humanity. But he shared no details. Even to Horus, his most trusted son, the War Master who now commanded all Imperial forces, he revealed nothing of what he intended to do. The secrecy was absolute and, to many, inexplicable. From the Emperor's perspective, this secrecy made perfect sense. What he was attempting was the Webway project, perhaps the most ambitious undertaking in human history. Deep beneath the Imperial Palace on Terra, using an ancient artifact called the Golden Throne, the Emperor was working to breach the dimensional barriers and gain access to the Eldari Webway, that vast network of tunnels that existed between real space and the warp. His goal was nothing less than to free humanity from its dependence on warp travel. For millennia, human civilization had been constrained by the necessity of traveling through the immaterium, that roiling sea of psychic energy where the laws of physics held no sway and the predatory entities of chaos dwelt. Every journey through the warp was a risk. Ships could be lost, delayed by centuries, or worse, corrupted by the touch of the ruinous powers. Communication across the Imperium relied on psychers and astropaths, humans with psychic abilities, who were themselves vulnerable to daemonic possession and the whispers of chaos. The webway would change everything. Its tunnels existed in a stable dimension, protected from the warp by ancient alien technology. Once humanity gained access to this network and expanded it to connect all Imperial worlds, travel would become instantaneous and safe. The Imperium would no longer need navigators to chart courses through the warp or astropaths to send messages across the void. Humanity would be freed from its greatest vulnerability. Moreover, the Webway project was part of a larger vision. The Emperor understood that humanity was evolving into a psychic species. More humans were being born with psychic abilities with each passing generation. This evolution was inevitable and necessary for humanity to achieve its full potential, but it was also dangerous, because psychic power came from the warp, and the warp was the domain of chaos. Every psyker was a potential gateway for demonic incursion. The Webway would solve this problem. If humanity could be shielded from the warp, if the species could evolve into its psychic potential while protected from chaos, then mankind would ascend to become the dominant force in the galaxy. They would surpass even the ancient Aeldari, who had fallen into depravity and created a chaos god through their excesses. The Emperor would guide humanity through this evolution, shepherding the species to a glorious future where they would never know the touch of chaos. It was a plan of breathtaking scope and ambition. It would take centuries to complete, require the personal attention of the Emperor himself, maintaining the psychic wards around the human-built portions of the Webway, and represent the culmination of everything he had worked toward since the Age of Strife. But he could not tell his sons about it. The Webway project had to remain secret for multiple reasons. The navigators, those mutant humans whose unique abilities allowed them to chart courses through the warp, would view the project as a threat to their monopoly on interstellar travel. They were powerful and politically connected, and if they learned that the Emperor intended to make their services obsolete, they might take action to sabotage the work. Indeed, the Patanova of the Navigators would later dispatch an agent to destroy a prototype device called Dark Glass, proving the Emperor's concerns justified. More crucially, if Chaos learned what the Emperor was attempting, the Dark Gods would do everything in their power to stop him. The Webway project threatened their very existence. If humanity could be severed from the warp, if mankind could evolve without exposure to chaos, then the ruinous powers would be starved of the psychic energy they fed upon. The Emperor's plan was not merely to protect humanity, but to eventually destroy chaos itself by denying its sustenance. So the Emperor kept his secrets, even from his most trusted sons. And in doing so, he planted the seeds of catastrophe. Because to Horus and his brothers, the Emperor's withdrawal looked like abandonment. It seemed inexplicable that the Emperor would return to Terra at this crucial moment. The Great Crusade was not finished. Vast swathes of the galaxy remained unconquered. Alien empires still threatened human worlds. The work that had consumed 2 centuries of effort, that had cost millions of lives, that represented the greatest achievement in human history, was incomplete. And the Emperor was walking away from it, turning his back on the crusade, on his sons, on the warriors who had bled for his vision. He was leaving them to finish the work while he pursued mysterious projects. He refused to explain. Projects that, apparently, were more important than the conquest of the galaxy itself, more important than standing beside the sons he had created, more important than the bonds of trust and shared purpose that had sustained the Great Crusade through 2 centuries of war. The psychological impact on Horus cannot be overstated. For his entire existence as the Emperor's son, Horus had been defined by their relationship. He was the first found, the most favored, the one who walked closest to his father. The Emperor had shared his vision with Horus, confided his plans, trusted him with responsibilities that few others received. Their bond was not merely that of creator and creation, or even father and son, but something approaching true partnership. And now, the Emperor was shutting him out. Horus had been given the title of War Master, yes, but what did that honor mean if the Emperor no longer trusted him with the truth? What did it say about their relationship that the emperor would not explain why he was leaving? Did Horus not deserve to know? Had he not earned that level of trust through 2 centuries of perfect service? The questions gnawed at him, creating doubt where none had existed before. If the emperor truly valued him, truly saw him as the worthy son and heir to his vision, why the secrecy? What was so important that it required the emperor to abandon the Great Crusade at its most critical moment? Why could he not at least explain to his war master, his most trusted son, what he was attempting? The doubt was a seed, small at first, barely acknowledged even to himself. But it was there, planted in fertile soil, ready to grow when watered by further grievances, and tended by those who sought to see it bloom into betrayal. And there were other grievances coming, born from the emperor's other decision upon returning to Terra. Because the emperor did not merely withdraw from the Great Crusade, he fundamentally restructured how the Imperium would be governed, in a way that seemed calculated to insult and diminish the Primarchs who had conquered it in his name. The Council of Terra, the ultimate insult. Throughout the Great Crusade, the Imperium had been governed by the War Council. This body consisted of the Emperor himself at its head, along with his closest advisors and the Primarchs. It was a military command structure befitting a campaign of conquest, where decisions were made by those who understood warfare and had proven themselves in battle. The War Council decided strategy, allocated resources, determined which worlds would be brought into compliance and by what means. It was, in essence, the government of the Imperium. The Primarchs had seats on the War Council by right. They were not merely generals leading their legions. They were the Emperor's sons, gene-crafted demigods designed to be the leaders of humanity's future. They had conquered worlds, built empires, and proven themselves worthy of authority. The War Council recognized this, giving them a voice in the Imperium's direction, alongside the Emperor and his most trusted advisors, like Malcador, the Sigillite. Then the Emperor dissolved the War Council and replaced it with something else entirely. The Council of Terra was to be the new governing body of the Imperium. It would consist of civilian administrators, bureaucrats, Terran nobles, and representatives of various imperial organizations. It would handle the day-to-day business of running a galactic empire, managing the complex web of trade, taxation, resource allocation, and legal structures that a million worlds required. It would, the Emperor declared, be the Imperium's true government, the body that would administrate all the territories that the Great Crusade had won. And the Primarchs would have no place on it. The decision made a certain logical sense from a governance perspective. The Emperor understood that an empire of 1,000,000 worlds could not be run by a military command structure indefinitely. The Great Crusade was ending, or at least entering its final phases. Soon, the emphasis would shift from conquest to consolidation, from bringing worlds into compliance to managing them effectively. That required different skills than those possessed by warriors, even warriors as capable as the Primarchs. Moreover, the Primarchs were too powerful to be given formal roles in civilian government. They were demigods, beings of immense strength, intelligence, and presence. Put them in charge of running the Imperium, and they would inevitably dominate it completely. The civilian population would have no voice, no agency. The Imperium would become a military dictatorship, ruled by genetically engineered supermen who, for all their capabilities, were not human in the conventional sense. The Emperor wanted the Imperium to be governed by and for normal humans. He had created the Primarchs as tools to unite humanity, but once that unification was complete, he intended for mankind to govern itself. The Primarchs would continue to serve, of course, as military leaders and defenders of the Imperium, but they would not rule it. That power would rest with the civilian government, accountable to the people it governed. It was a noble vision, one that recognized the inherent problem with rule by superhuman beings who could never truly understand the lives of baseline humans. But to the Primarchs, scattered across the galaxy at the frontiers of the Great Crusade, the creation of the Council of Terra looked like nothing less than a profound betrayal and insult. They had conquered the Imperium. They and their legions had bled for 2 centuries, bringing world after world into compliance. They had sacrificed, fought, and died in service to the Emperor's vision. They had built this Imperium with their own hands, literally fought for every world it contained. And now, just as victory approached, the Emperor was handing control of what they had won to bureaucrats and administrators who had never set foot outside the Sol system. The resentment was particularly acute for Primarchs who had strong ideas about how the Imperium should be run. Perturabo of the Iron Warriors, who had spent decades in thankless garrison duties, saw it as confirmation that his sacrifices were not valued. Mortarion of the Death Guard, who hated tyrants and had believed he was fighting to free humanity from oppression, found himself subordinate to distant officials who knew nothing of the worlds he had conquered. Even Guilliman, who excelled at administration and had built the realm of Ultramar into a model of effective governance, must have felt the slight of being excluded from the highest levels of imperial government. But for Horus, the blow was perhaps most severe of all. He was the War Master. The Emperor had entrusted him with supreme military command. He was supposed to complete the Great Crusade, to bring the last unconquered worlds into the Imperium, to fulfill his father's vision. And while he was out there, fighting and bleeding and winning victories, the fruits of those victories would be handed over to people the Emperor apparently trusted more than his own sons. The Council of Terra represented everything that Horus was beginning to fear. It suggested that the Primarchs were temporary solutions, tools to be used during the conquest phase, and then set aside once the real work of governance began. It implied that the Emperor did not see them as true heirs to his Imperium, but merely as very effective warriors who would eventually become obsolete. What role would the Primarchs have in a peacetime Imperium run by civilian administrators? Would they simply be relegated to garrison duties, keeping watch over worlds that others governed? Would all their achievements, all their sacrifices, amount to nothing more than being the Emperor's attack dogs, to be kennelled once the hunt was over? These fears were not entirely unfounded. There were whispers throughout the legions that once the Great Crusade was complete, the Space Marines would be disbanded, or at least drastically reduced in size. After all, what need would a peaceful Imperium have for hundreds of thousands of superhuman warriors bred for conquest? The legions had been created for war, and if there was no more war to fight, then perhaps they would be seen as threats rather than assets, dangerous tools that needed to be disposed of before they caused problems. Horus tried to push these thoughts aside. He had always been loyal, always trusted his father's judgment. Surely the Emperor had reasons for structuring the Imperium this way. Surely there was a larger plan that would eventually be revealed. But the doubt was there, growing larger with each passing solar month, fed by the silence from Terra, by the lack of explanation, by the growing distance between father and son. And there were those who noticed that doubt, who saw the opportunity it represented, who had been waiting for exactly this moment to plant their poison in fertile ground. Because the Chaos Gods had been working toward Horus's fall long before he ever realized he was vulnerable. The architects of heresy, Lorgar's fall. To understand how Horus fell, we must first understand that his betrayal did not begin with him. The conspiracy that would bring the War Master to chaos was already decades in the making, carefully orchestrated by the Primarch Lorgar Aurelian and his word-bearers Legion. And Lorgar's own fall had begun with a wound that cut as deeply as any blade ever could, the destruction of everything he believed in, ordered by his own father. Lorgar was unique among the Primarchs. While his brothers were warriors first, defined by their martial prowess and tactical genius, Lorgar was a preacher, a prophet, a seeker of divine truth. Raised on the desert world of Colchis by priests of an ancient religion, he had always been driven by spiritual questions. What was the nature of the universe? What higher powers existed beyond mortal comprehension? What truths could be found through faith and devotion? When the emperor found him, Lorga believed he had discovered the answer to all those questions. The emperor was the divine made manifest, a being of such power and vision that he could only be a god. Lorga reorganized the entire faith of Colchis around worshipping the emperor, and when he joined the Great Crusade, he brought that fervent devotion with him. The word-bearers fought differently than other legions. They did not merely bring worlds into compliance, they converted them, establishing cults of emperor worship, building vast cathedrals and monuments, writing elaborate texts that proclaimed the emperor's divinity and the spiritual salvation that came from serving him. Every world the word-bearers conquered was transformed into a shrine to the god emperor, its population taught to revere the master of mankind as the one true deity worthy of human devotion. Lorga poured everything he had into this mission. He wrote the Lectitio Divinitatis, a massive tome laying out the theological foundations for emperor worship, arguing that only a being of divine nature could have accomplished what the emperor had achieved. He spent months on conquered worlds, personally overseeing the construction of temples and the establishment of proper religious practices. He was slower than his brother Primarchs in terms of conquest speed, but what he lacked in efficiency, he made up for in completeness. The worlds the word-bearers brought into compliance stayed compliant, their populations fanatically loyal to the emperor through the power of religious fervor. For almost a century, the emperor said nothing about this. He never praised Lorga's efforts, but he never condemned them either. Lorga took this silence as acceptance, perhaps even as approval. Surely, if the emperor truly disapproved of being worshipped as a god, he would say something. Surely he would not allow his son to spend decades spreading this faith if it was truly against his wishes. But the emperor was troubled by what the word-bearers were doing. One of the core tenets of the imperial truth, the philosophical foundation of the Great Crusade, was that there were no gods, no supernatural powers, no divine beings worthy of worship. Religion was superstition, a relic of humanity's ignorant past that had to be swept away. The emperor's goal was not merely to unite mankind politically, but to free the species from the chains of false belief, to usher in an age of reason and scientific understanding. He tolerated Lorga's behavior initially, perhaps out of love for his son, perhaps because the words the word-bearers brought into compliance stayed loyal and productive. But as the Great Crusade progressed, as the emperor's frustration with Lorga's slow pace grew, as reports piled up of worlds where the word-bearers were spending more time preaching than conquering, he finally decided that enough was enough. The emperor's response was not a private reprimand or a stern conversation with Lorga. It was a public humiliation on a scale that beggared belief. The planet Kor was home to Monarchia, a city that the word-bearers considered their greatest achievement. It was called the Perfect City, a place of stunning beauty where every structure was a temple or monument to the emperor's glory. The people of Kor worshipped the god emperor with a fervor that brought tears to Lorga's eyes. It was everything he had worked toward, a shining example of what the Imperium could become if humanity embraced the truth of the emperor's divinity. The emperor ordered it destroyed. He dispatched the entire Ultramarines Legion, 100,000 Space Marines strong, along with a force of Legio Custodes and Malcador the Sigillite himself, to Kor. Their orders were clear and brutal: raze Monarchia to the ground, level every temple, every cathedral, every monument, reduce the perfect city to ash and rubble as a lesson in the folly of false religion. The Ultramarines, under Rabut Guilliman's command, carried out their orders with characteristic efficiency. They gave the population time to evacuate because this punishment was not meant for the citizens of Kor. It was meant for Lorga. When the bombardment began, it lasted for hours, systematically obliterating the city that had taken decades to build. The devastation covered a quarter of the continent, leaving nothing but smoking ruins where the perfect city had stood. Then, the emperor summoned the entire Word-Bearers Legion to Kure. All 100,000 of them called back from their campaigns across the galaxy to stand in the ashes of what they had built. They arrived to find the Ultramarines waiting for them, standing in judgment over the ruins of Monarchia. And then, the Emperor himself appeared. What happened next would scar Lorgar and every word-bearer for the rest of their existence. The Emperor, using his immense psychic power, forced the entire Legion to kneel. Not by ordering them, not by asking them, but by simply overwhelming their will with his own. 100,000 Space Marines, including their Primarch, were driven to their knees in the ashes of their greatest achievement, powerless to resist, humiliated before their brother Legion. Then the Emperor spoke. He told them that they had failed him, that everything they had done in his name was worthless, that their devotion was a lie, their faith a delusion, their achievements nothing but monuments to falsehood. He explained that the mission of the Space Marines was to bring worlds into compliance, not to spread religious nonsense. He made it absolutely clear that he was not a god, did not want to be worshipped as a god, and found their efforts to deify him to be a profound disappointment. The Emperor's reasoning, from his perspective, made perfect sense. He was trying to free humanity from religious superstition, and here was his own son spreading exactly the kind of faith-based nonsense that had poisoned human civilization for millennia. He needed to make it absolutely clear that such behavior would not be tolerated, even from a Primarch. The public nature of the humiliation was necessary to ensure that every word-bearer understood this was not acceptable, that spreading Emperor worship was against everything the Imperium stood for. But to Lorgar, it was the destruction of his entire world. Everything he had believed, everything he had worked toward, everything that gave his existence meaning, had been revealed as a mistake, worse than a mistake, a failure. He had spent a century serving what he thought his father wanted, spreading what he believed was the truth of the Emperor's divinity, only to be told that he had completely misunderstood everything. The psychological impact was catastrophic. Lorgar fell into a deep depression, withdrawing from his Legion and from the Great Crusade itself. He was not angry at first, just broken, unable to comprehend how he could have been so wrong about something so fundamental. The Emperor was his father, his god, the center of his universe. To be rejected by him so completely, so publicly, was a wound that cut far deeper than any physical injury ever could. And into that wound, poison was poured. Corphiron and Erebus, Lorgar's closest advisors, had secretly never abandoned the old faith of Colchis. That religion had been tainted by chaos long before Lorgar fell from the sky as an infant, and both men had been aware of the existence of the warp gods, even if they did not fully understand what they were. They had gone along with Lorgar's emperor worship, seeing it as a useful stepping stone, but now they saw an opportunity. They whispered to Lorgar in his despair, if the emperor was not divine, if he was not worthy of worship, then perhaps there were other powers that were. Powers that actually wanted devotion, that welcomed fervent faith, that would not reject those who sought to serve them. The Chaos Gods, they suggested, were real gods, beings of genuine divine power, who demanded and rewarded true worship. Unlike the Emperor, who rejected faith, these gods would embrace it. At first, Lorgar resisted. He was devastated, but his loyalty to the Emperor, to his father, ran deep. He loved the Emperor, even if that love was now painful and confused. But Corphiron and Erebus were patient, and they had time. They encouraged Lorgar to seek answers, to undertake a pilgrimage to discover if there truly were powers in the universe worthy of worship. And slowly, step by step, they guided him toward chaos. The pilgrimage of Lorgar took him deep into the Eye of Terror, that vast warp storm where the barriers between real space and the immaterium were thin. There, he encountered demons and chaos entities who showed him visions of the warp gods. They explained that chaos was not evil, but simply the truth of the universe, the fundamental forces that underlay all reality. They revealed that the Emperor had lied about the nature of existence, that gods did exist, that faith and devotion were not superstition, but recognition of genuine cosmic powers. More crucially, they showed Lorgar a vision of the future. In this vision, he saw the Imperium 10,000 years hence, a nightmarish realm where the Emperor was worshipped as a god by trillions of fanatical believers, where ignorance and superstition reigned supreme, where the entire human species was enslaved to a regime built on lies and oppression. The irony was profound. The Emperor, who had tried to free humanity from religion, had instead become the central figure of the most oppressive faith in human history. What Lorgar did not understand, what the Chaos Gods carefully concealed from him, was that this vision was not inevitable. It was a possible future, yes, but one that would only come to pass if Horus betrayed the Emperor, if the heresy tore the Imperium apart, if the Emperor was mortally wounded and entombed in the Golden Throne. The terrible theocratic Imperium of the 41st millennium would be born from the civil war that Lorgar himself was about to set in motion. The Chaos Gods were showing him the consequences of his own future actions and presenting them as proof that the Emperor's vision had always been doomed to fail. But Lorgar believed what he was shown. He became convinced that chaos was the truth, that the Chaos Gods were worthy of worship, and that the Emperor was either a tyrant who needed to be stopped or a fool whose dream of a rational Imperium could never succeed. His loyalty to his father curdled into bitter resentment. If the Emperor would not accept his devotion, then Lorgar would find gods who would. The Word-Bearers returned to the Great Crusade after their period of withdrawal, but they were changed. On the surface, they appeared to have learned their lesson. They conquered worlds more quickly now, showing none of their previous slowness. They seemed grim and determined, perhaps chastened by their humiliation, but resolved to prove themselves worthy once more. The Emperor, observing from distant terror, appears to have been satisfied that his lesson had been learned. He could not have been more wrong. The Word-Bearers had not abandoned religion. They had simply changed which gods they served. For over 40 years, the Word-Bearers worked in secret to spread the corruption of chaos throughout the Legion as Astartes. They established warrior lodges within other legions, seemingly harmless fraternal organizations where Space Marines could gather outside the formal chain of command, discussing philosophy and building brotherhood. These lodges had been inspired by the tribal warriors of Davin, a world the Lunar Wolves had brought into compliance, where such organizations were central to their culture. The warrior lodges seemed innocent at first. They gave Space Marines a space to voice concerns and doubts that they might not feel comfortable raising through official channels. They built bonds between brothers that transcended squad and company assignments. They provided a social structure that helped warriors cope with the isolation and trauma of endless warfare. Many legions embraced them, seeing no harm in allowing their warriors this outlet. But the lodges had been corrupted from the start. The Word-Bearers' chaplains, spread throughout the legions as part of the Warrior Lodge network, subtly guided the discussions in these gatherings. They planted seeds of doubt about the Emperor's vision, questions about what role the Space Marines would have in a peacetime Imperium, concerns about the Council of Terror and what it meant for the Legion's future. They never pushed too hard, never openly advocated rebellion, but they ensured that the doubts grew, that the questions multiplied, that the bonds of loyalty to the Emperor weakened, just slightly, year after year. Most crucially, the warrior lodges identified those Space Marines in each legion who were most loyal to the Imperium itself, most dedicated to the Emperor above their Primarch. These loyalists were carefully noted, their names recorded, their positions within the Legion documented. When the time came, when the heresy began, these loyal warriors would be the first to die, betrayed by their own brothers, eliminated before they could warn the Emperor of the treachery to come. But spreading doubt throughout the legions was only part of Lorgar's plan. His true goal was to corrupt the Primarchs themselves, to turn the Emperor's sons against their father. And the keystone of that plan was Horus. Lorgar understood that Horus was crucial. He was the War Master, the Emperor's most beloved son, the Primarch whom others looked up to and followed. If Horus fell, others would follow. His betrayal would shatter the Imperium more completely than any other Primarchs could. He was the linchpin that, if removed, would bring the entire structure crashing down. But Horus was also the most difficult target. He was utterly loyal to the Emperor, devoted to his father with a sincerity that appeared unshakable. He had no obvious weakness that could be exploited, no festering resentment like Mortarion's hatred of tyrants, no rage like Angron's, no paranoia like Kersey's. He was balanced, rational, dedicated. How could such a paragon be turned? Lorgar and Erebus crafted a plan of exquisite cunning. They could not simply present Horus with arguments and expect him to turn traitor. They needed to create circumstances that would break down his defenses, that would exploit weaknesses Horus himself did not know he possessed. They needed to bring him to the absolute brink of death, to a point where his spirit was vulnerable and could be plunged into the warp itself, where the Chaos Gods could work their corruption directly upon his soul. And they needed a weapon. Not just any weapon, but one specifically designed to harm a Primarch in ways that normal weapons could not. They needed something that would not just wound Horus's body, but would poison him, infect him, bring him so close to death that the only cure would be to accept the aid of chaos. They found that weapon in the Anathami, and in acquiring it, they set in motion the chain of events that would doom the Imperium. The Blade of Betrayal, the Anathami. The Anathami was no ordinary sword. It was a weapon crafted by the Kynabrach, an alien species of considerable sophistication, who had once been allies of an advanced human civilization called the Interrex. The Kynabrach understood chaos, or as they called it, chaos, and they knew how to forge weapons using the warp's power. The Anathami was one such creation, a blade that could be attuned to a specific individual, given their name, and then used to inflict wounds that would not heal through normal means. The Interrex, understanding the danger such weapons represented, had confiscated all the Anathamies they could find from the Kynabrach and locked them away in their museum on the world of Zenobia. They kept them as warnings, examples of technology too dangerous to be used, reminders of the corruption that could come from tampering with the powers of the warp. When the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet, commanded by Horus himself, made contact with the Interrex, it seemed like it might be the Great Crusade's greatest diplomatic triumph. The Interrex were an advanced human civilization, one that had survived the age of strife and maintained a stable society. Unlike most human worlds, which had regressed into barbarism or been enslaved by alien overlords, the Interrex had thrived. They even maintained peaceful relations with their alien neighbors, including the Kynabrach. The Interrex were willing to talk. They saw the Imperium as potential allies, though they were deeply concerned by the Imperium's xenocidal policies and its apparent ignorance of the threat posed by chaos. They tried to warn Horus about what they called chaos, about the entities that dwelt in the warp, and how they could corrupt even the most well-intentioned individuals. They showed the Imperial delegation their museum, including the locked vault where dangerous chaos artifacts were kept. Erebus, traveling with the fleet as a chaplain of the Word-Bearers, saw his opportunity. While the diplomatic talks continued, he broke into the museum and stole one of the Anathamies. He destroyed the hall in the process, making it look like a devastating act of vandalism. When the Interrex discovered the theft and the destruction, they immediately turned on the Imperial delegation, believing that the Imperium had been corrupted by chaos and had come to steal their most dangerous weapons. The battle that followed was tragic. The Interrex, who might have become valuable allies, were destroyed by the Lunar Wolves, who believed they had been unjustly attacked. The diplomatic mission ended in blood and fire, with an entire civilization wiped out, and Erebus quietly slipped away with the Anathami, the weapon that would wound a Primarch. The blade then made its way to Davin, a feral world that the Lunar Wolves had brought into compliance decades earlier. The governor of Davin, Yugen Temba, had been left in charge with a garrison of Imperial army troops to maintain order and prepare the world for full integration into the Imperium. It should have been a straightforward assignment, a reward for a loyal servant. a posting that would let him help uplift a primitive world into the glory of imperial civilization. But Davin had a dark secret. The world's people practiced ancient religions that were, unknown to the Imperials, tainted by chaos. Specifically, they worshipped something they called Nurgleth, which was in truth the chaos god Nurgle, the lord of decay and disease. The warrior lodges on Davin were not innocent fraternal organizations, but secret cults dedicated to the ruinous powers. Over the years, Temba and his garrison were exposed to this corruption. The influence was subtle at first, but Nurgle's touch is patient and insidious. By the time the Lunar Wolves returned to Davin to check on their old conquest, Temba had been thoroughly corrupted, transformed into a bloated, diseased monster who had turned away from the Imperium and now served the plague god. Erebus had given Temba the anathema. He had taught the corrupted governor how to use it, how to speak Horus's name to the blade so that it would be attuned to the War Master specifically. Then, he had ensured that Horus would be drawn to Davin, that circumstances would unfold in exactly the right way to bring the War Master face to face with the weapon designed to kill him. When reports reached Horus that Davin had fallen into rebellion, he was personally offended. This was a world that the Lunar Wolves had conquered and supposedly civilized. The fact that it had turned against the Imperium so completely was an insult to his legion's honor. He decided to handle the matter personally, leading a force to Davin's moon where Temba's forces had gathered. The mission should have been routine. Horus was a Primarch, a being of immense power and near invulnerability. Temba, for all his corruption, was just a mortal man, even if he had been twisted by Nurgle's gifts. But Erebus had planned carefully, arranging circumstances so that Horus would be separated from the bulk of his forces, trapped in the wreckage of Temba's crashed starship, forced to face the corrupted governor in close combat. The battle was brief but catastrophic. Temba, driven by unnatural strength and speed that his bloated form should not have possessed, fought with desperate fury. Horus, disgusted by what his former ally had become, struck him down with contemptuous ease. But in the final moments, as Temba died, he managed to drive the anathema through a gap in Horus's armor, stabbing the Primarch in the shoulder. It was a shallow wound, barely more than a scratch by the standards of what a Primarch could endure. Horus killed Temba immediately after and thought little of it. His superhuman physiology should have healed the injury within hours, leaving not even a scar. But the anathema was no ordinary blade, and the wound it inflicted was no ordinary injury. The blade had been attuned to Horus specifically. When it cut him, it did more than simply damage his flesh. It injected a poison directly into his system, a corruption that could not be purged by normal means. More than that, it created a connection between Horus's soul and the warp, a tether that would allow chaos to reach directly into the War Master's spirit. Within hours, Horus collapsed. His Laraman cells, the specialized organs that normally clotted a Space Marine's wounds within seconds, were not functioning. Blood poured from the shoulder wound that refused to close. Fever racked his body as his enhanced immune system went into overdrive, trying to fight off an infection that was spiritual as much as physical. The apothecaries of the Sons of Horus tried everything in their arsenal, every medical technology the Imperium possessed, but nothing worked. Horus was dying. The Primarch, whom many considered all but immortal, was dying from a single sword wound that should have been trivial, and no one could save him, except, of course, for those who had engineered the entire situation. Erebus appeared aboard the Vengeful Spirit, Horus's flagship, in the guise of a concerned ally. He expressed horror at the War Master's condition and suggested a desperate solution. On Davin's surface, there was a temple dedicated to the Serpent Lodge, a group of healers who practiced ancient arts that might be able to cure Horus where imperial medicine had failed. It was their only hope, Erebus claimed. Without their intervention, the War Master would surely die. The warrior lodge on the Vengeful Spirit, already corrupted by decades of subtle manipulation by the word-bearers, supported Erebus's suggestion. They argued passionately that any chance to save Horus should be taken, regardless of how unorthodox the methods might seem. Some of Horus's closest advisors, the group known as the Mournival, were divided. Garviel Loken, one of the most loyal of the Lunar Wolves, opposed the idea, sensing something wrong about the entire situation. But he was overruled by the majority, who could not bear the thought of standing by while their Primarch died. Horus was taken to the Temple of the Serpent Lodge on Davin. The building was massive, ancient, covered in carvings and symbols that should have warned anyone with knowledge of chaos what they were dealing with. Inside, the cultists of the lodge prepared their ritual, ostensibly to heal the War Master, in reality to complete the corruption that had begun with the anatheme's cut. They laid Horus upon a great altar and began their ceremony. The ritual was chaos sorcery, powered by the psychic energy of the cultists and channeled through artifacts dedicated to the ruinous powers. On the physical level, the ritual did nothing. Horus's body remained as it was, his wound still bleeding, his fever still raging. But spiritually, something profound happened. Horus's soul was torn from his dying body and cast into the warp itself, into the abyss. The corruption of a War Master. The warp is not a place meant for mortal minds. It is the immaterium, the sea of souls, a realm where thought and emotion become reality, where the laws of physics hold no sway, and where the entities that dwell there feed upon the psychic energy of living beings. For a normal human to be cast into the warp without protection would mean instant death, or worse, their soul devoured by the predatory entities that lurked there, or twisted into something unrecognizable by the tides of raw emotion that constantly washed through that realm. But Horus was no normal human. He was a Primarch, being crafted by the Emperor, using his own genetic material, and infused with power drawn from the warp itself. His soul burned with the brilliance of a star, a psychic beacon of immense power and clarity. He could survive in the warp, where others would be instantly destroyed. But survival did not mean safety. The Chaos Gods had been waiting for this moment. They had orchestrated it, guided every step that brought Horus to this point, arranged circumstances with infinite patience, so that the War Master would be vulnerable at precisely the right time. Now, with his soul torn from his dying body and cast into their domain, they could finally work their corruption upon him directly. But they were subtle in their approach. They did not appear as horrific monstrosities or reveal themselves as the malevolent entities they were. Instead, they showed Horus a familiar face, one he trusted above almost all others. Hastur Sejanus, one of his closest friends and advisors, a Lunar Wolf who had died honorably in battle months before. The figure of Sejanus appeared before Horus in the warp, speaking with his voice, showing his face, radiating the warmth and loyalty that the real Sejanus had possessed. He told Horus that he had been waiting, that he had been watching over the War Master since his death, and that he had urgent warnings to deliver about terrible truths that had been hidden from Horus. It was, of course, not Sejanus. It was Erebus, using sorcery to assume his form, speaking with the credibility of a trusted friend to deliver lies that Horus might otherwise have rejected. And the lies were carefully crafted to exploit every doubt, every fear, every insecurity that Horus had developed since the Emperor had left the Great Crusade. The false Sejanus showed Horus visions of the future, but these were not true visions. They were carefully constructed lies, images designed to make Horus believe that the Emperor had always been a tyrant, that his vision for humanity was one of oppression and control, and that everything Horus had fought for was based on deception. In these visions, Horus saw the Imperium 10,000 years hence. He saw a galaxy-spanning theocracy where the Emperor was worshipped as a god by trillions of fanatical believers. He saw the ecclesiarchy, the massive church dedicated to Emperor worship, dominating the lives of every human in the Imperium, He saw the Inquisition, an organization of fanatics who hunted down anyone suspected of heresy and burned them alive. He saw a regime of ignorance and superstition, where science had been replaced by prayer, where progress had been abandoned in favor of fearful stagnation, where humanity lived in constant terror of alien threats and internal purges. This was, of course, a vision of the actual future, the grim darkness of the 41st millennium. But what Horus was not told was that this future would only come to pass if he betrayed the Emperor. The theocratic nightmare he was being shown was the direct result of the Horus heresy, not something that would have happened anyway. The Chaos Gods were showing him the consequences of his own future actions and claiming they were inevitable, that this was always what the Emperor had intended. The false Sejanus explained that the Emperor had never wanted rational civilization or human progress. He had always intended to establish himself as a god, to be worshipped by all of humanity. The entire Great Crusade, all the talk about the imperial truth and freeing humanity from superstition, had been a lie to gain power. Once that power was secured, the Emperor would reveal his true intentions and establish himself as the deity at the center of a galactic religion. To support this claim, Horus was shown more visions. He saw the Emperor working in secret beneath the imperial palace on Terra, engaging in what looked like sorcery, using the same warp powers that he had forbidden others to use. This was the Webway project, of course, but Horus had no context to understand what he was seeing. To him, it looked like hypocrisy, the Emperor using the very powers he had declared forbidden. The false Sejanus explained that the Emperor had used warp sorcery to create the Primarchs themselves. This was true, though not in the way it was presented. The Emperor had indeed used knowledge of the warp and immense psychic power to forge his sons, but he had done so to create beings capable of leading humanity's expansion, not to enslave them. But to Horus, hearing this for the first time and seeing it presented as a dark secret, it seemed like confirmation that the Emperor had been lying about the nature of the warp all along. More damning visions followed. Horus saw the Council of Terra, that body of bureaucrats and administrators that had replaced the War Council. But instead of seeing it as an attempt at civilian governance, Horus saw it as evidence that the Emperor was casting aside the Primarchs, replacing his sons with lesser beings who would be easier to control. The false Sejanus whispered that the Primarchs were always meant to be temporary, tools to be used during the conquest, and then discarded once they were no longer needed. Horus saw visions of what would happen to the Space Marine legions once the Great Crusade was complete. He saw them disbanded, broken up into smaller chapters, scattered across the galaxy in permanent garrison duty, while the Council of Terra ruled the Imperium. He saw his legion reduced to peacekeepers, no longer the glorious conquerors they had been, watching while others reaped the benefits of what they had won through blood and sacrifice. The false Sejanus claimed that this had always been the plan. The Emperor had never intended for the Primarchs to rule the Imperium they had conquered. He had created them as weapons, and weapons were to be put away once the war was won. The formation of the Council of Terra was not preparation for civilian governance, but rather the first step in removing the Primarchs from power. Soon, they would be marginalized completely, reduced to figurehead generals, while real authority rested with bureaucrats who knew nothing of what had been sacrificed to build the Imperium. And in all these visions of the future, Horus was conspicuously absent. He saw his brothers, some of them, being worshipped alongside the Emperor in that nightmarish theocracy. He saw statues and monuments to various Primarchs, temples dedicated to their memory. But he did not see himself. His name was not spoken. His achievements were not remembered. It was as if he had never existed, as if the War Master who had led the Great Crusade to its completion had been erased from history entirely. This was perhaps the cruelest lie of all, and the one most calculated to wound Horus where he was vulnerable. For all his loyalty, for all his devotion to the Emperor and the Great Crusade, Horus possessed the very human flaw of pride. He wanted to be remembered. He wanted his achievements to matter. He had conquered more worlds than almost any other Primarch, had served longer and more loyally than any of his brothers. He was the War Master, the chosen son, the one the Emperor had elevated above all others, and the thought that all of this might be forgotten, that he might be written out of history while others were remembered, struck at the core of his identity. The false Sejanus explained why Horus would be forgotten. The Emperor, knowing that Horus was too loyal, too devoted, had decided that the War Master would need to be eliminated once the Great Crusade was complete. Horus would never accept the marginalization of the Primarchs. He would fight to protect his brothers and the legions he loved. Therefore, he would be removed, killed in some false battle, or purged quietly, erased from history so completely that future generations would never even know he had existed. It was all lies. Every word was calculated to exploit Horus's insecurities, to play upon his fears, to transform his devotion into doubt and his loyalty into suspicion. The Chaos Gods were master manipulators, and they had studied Horus for decades, learning his every weakness, finding the precise words that would poison his mind most effectively. But lies work best when they are wrapped around kernels of truth, and there was enough truth in what Horus was being told to make the lies believable. The Emperor had returned to Terra for secret purposes. He would not explain. The Council of Terra had been formed without Primarch input. The warrior lodges had been spreading rumors about the Space Marines being disbanded after the Crusade. All of these facts could be interpreted in the sinister light that Chaos was presenting them, and Horus, vulnerable and dying, struggling to make sense of what he was seeing, found himself believing. Throughout the vision, Horus maintained some resistance. He knew something was wrong, knew that this could not be the complete truth. At one point, he recognized that the figure before him was not truly Sejanus, that this was some form of deception. He rejected the lies, declared that he would not be fooled, that he knew his father and trusted in the Emperor's vision. But doubt is a poison that works slowly. Even as Horus rejected the explicit lies, even as he tried to hold on to his loyalty, the seeds had been planted. The questions raised could not be easily answered. Why had the Emperor returned to Terra without explanation? Why was he working on secret projects using warp powers? Why had the Council of Terra been formed without Primarch representation? These were real questions that Horus had been struggling with for years, and the Chaos Gods had simply provided answers that played to his worst fears. Moreover, Horus was dying. His physical body lay on an altar on Davin, bleeding out from a wound that would not heal. The cultists of the Serpent Lodge were offering him a choice: accept the power of the Chaos Gods and live, or reject it and die. His soul, cast into the warp, was being slowly dissolved by the energies there. Without intervention, without protection, he would cease to exist entirely. The Chaos Gods presented themselves as his salvation. They claimed to be the true powers of the universe, the fundamental forces that underlay reality itself. They were not evil, they insisted, merely misunderstood. The Emperor had lied about them because he feared their power, because he wanted to be the only god, the only power that humanity followed. But they were willing to accept Horus, to grant him power beyond imagining, to heal him and make him stronger than he had ever been. All he had to do was swear allegiance to them. All he had to do was accept that the Emperor had betrayed him first. All he had to do was agree to help them overthrow the false tyrant and replace his regime of lies with something more honest, more worthy of the sacrifices that the Primarchs and their legions had made. In his weakened state, torn between dying and accepting this dark bargain, shown vision after vision of what he believed to be the truth, Horus made his choice. He accepted the offer. He swore himself to the service of chaos, believing that he was doing so to save humanity from the Emperor's tyranny, rather than to betray everything he had fought for. The moment he agreed, power flooded into him. The Chaos Gods, who had been patient for so long, finally claimed their prize. Horus's wound healed instantly. His physical body, lying on the altar in the Temple of the Serpent Lodge, sat up, restored to health beyond even his normal capabilities. His soul returned from the warp, but it did not return unchanged. It was tainted now, corrupted by chaos, bound to the ruinous powers by oaths he had sworn in a moment of weakness and confusion. When Horus opened his eyes, they were different. His warriors, gathered around him in joy at his miraculous recovery, did not immediately notice the change. He stood, spoke of his gratitude to the Serpent Lodge for saving him, and declared that he was ready to return to the crusade. On the surface, he seemed to be the same Horus they had always known. But something fundamental had changed. The War Master, who had loved the Emperor above all else, who had been loyal beyond question, who had never wavered in his devotion to his father's vision, was gone. In his place stood a being who believed he had discovered a terrible truth, that he had been betrayed by the one he trusted most, and that he had a responsibility to stop the Emperor's tyranny before it could consume all of humanity. The Horus who walked away from the Temple of the Serpent Lodge was determined to save the Imperium. He just intended to do it by destroying the Emperor and everything the Emperor had built. The psychology of betrayal. What Horus actually wanted. To truly understand why Horus betrayed the Emperor, we must look beyond the manipulation of chaos and examine the psychological foundation that made that manipulation effective. The Chaos Gods could not have corrupted Horus if there were not already cracks in his loyalty, doubts buried so deep that perhaps even Horus himself was not consciously aware of them. The visions shown to him in the warp worked because they touched upon fears and insecurities that had always been present, simply waiting for the right catalyst to bring them to the surface. At the heart of Horus's fall was the question of his own identity and purpose. He had been created for a specific role, to lead the Great Crusade, to conquer the galaxy in the Emperor's name, to reunify humanity under a single banner. Everything about his design, from his superhuman intelligence to his unmatched charisma, was optimized for this purpose. He was a weapon, yes, but also a leader, a general, a visionary in his own right. He had been given enough autonomy to make strategic decisions, enough independence to shape how worlds were brought into compliance, enough authority to command even his brother Primarchs when the situation demanded it. But what would happen when the Great Crusade was over? This question haunted not just Horus, but all the Primarchs, though they dealt with it in different ways. Some, like Guilliman, were already building empires that could transition into peacetime prosperity. Others, like Angron, seemed to exist only for war and could not imagine any other purpose. Still others, like Mortarion, hoped that the end of the crusade would mean freedom to build the kinds of societies they believed in. For Horus, the question was particularly acute because his entire identity was wrapped up in being the War Master. Without the Great Crusade, what was he? Would he become just another general, assigned to garrison duties and border patrols? Would he be expected to step aside gracefully while civilian administrators took control of the Imperium he had helped conquer? Would his role become ceremonial, a figurehead whose real power was stripped away? These fears were not unfounded. The formation of the Council of Terror suggested exactly such a future, where military leaders like the Primarchs would be subordinate to civilian authority. And while this might have been appropriate for running an interstellar empire, it represented a profound demotion for beings who had been created to lead, who had spent 2 centuries as the most powerful and respected individuals in human civilization. Horus wanted to matter. This basic human need drove much of his decision-making, even if he did not consciously acknowledge it. He needed to know that his sacrifices were meaningful, that his achievements would be remembered, that his service to the Emperor and to humanity was valued. The visions shown to him in the warp played perfectly upon this need by suggesting that not only would he not be remembered, but he would be actively erased, removed from history as an inconvenient reminder of a more martial past. But there was something deeper driving Horus, something that perhaps even the Chaos Gods did not fully understand. He genuinely loved humanity. For all his pride and ambition, for all his desire for recognition and glory, Horus believed in the imperial dream. He had spent 2 centuries fighting to unite human civilization, bringing scattered colonies back into the fold, liberating worlds from alien oppression and warlord tyrants. He had seen the worst that could happen when humanity was divided, when Xenos predators hunted human worlds with impunity, when ignorance and superstition kept entire populations trapped in darkness. The Great Crusade had been about more than just conquest. It represented hope, the promise that humanity could rise above its fractured past and build something glorious. Horus believed in that promise. He believed in the vision of a united human civilization, free from alien threats, advancing through knowledge and reason toward a better future. That vision was worth fighting for. It was worth the sacrifices, worth the blood and death, worth 2 centuries of constant warfare. When the Chaos Gods showed him their carefully constructed visions of the future, when they presented the nightmare theocracy of the 41st millennium as the inevitable result of the Emperor's plans, Horus was genuinely horrified. If this was what the Emperor was working toward, if this was the future that awaited humanity, then everything Horus had fought for was a lie. The promised enlightenment would become oppression. The dream of progress would become stagnant superstition. The liberation would become slavery to a cosmic tyrant who demanded worship and crushed dissent with religious fervor. From this perspective, from Horus's corrupted understanding of what he had been shown, his betrayal was not a betrayal at all. It was an attempt to save humanity from a terrible fate. The Emperor had to be stopped before he could establish his theocratic dictatorship. The vision of a rational, enlightened imperium had to be preserved, even if that meant removing the Emperor from power. Someone had to stand up and say that the path humanity was on would lead to disaster. And if the Emperor would not listen to reason, then he would have to be removed by force. Of course, this was exactly backwards. The theocratic nightmare that Horus was shown would only come into existence because of his betrayal. If he had remained loyal, if the heresy had never happened, the Imperium might have become something far different, potentially closer to the enlightened civilization the Emperor actually envisioned. But corrupted by chaos, shown carefully selected and falsified visions, Horus could not see this. He believed he was acting to prevent catastrophe, not to cause it. This self-justification is crucial to understanding Horus's actions after he emerged from the Temple of the Serpent Lodge. He did not see himself as a traitor. He saw himself as a revolutionary, as someone willing to make the hard choices that others were too loyal or too blind to make. He was not betraying the dream of the Great Crusade. He was saving it from the Emperor's corruption. He was not turning his back on humanity. He was fighting for humanity's true freedom. But beneath this rationalization, beneath the corruption that had poisoned his mind, there were other motives that Horus himself might not have fully acknowledged. The ambitious part of him, the prideful part that wanted glory and recognition, whispered that if the Emperor had to be removed, then someone else would need to rule the Imperium. And who better than Horus himself, the war master who had commanded the Great Crusade to its completion, who had the loyalty of the legions and the respect of his brothers. If the Emperor's vision was flawed, then Horus would provide a better one. He would build the Imperium as it should have been built all along. This was perhaps the greatest cruelty of his corruption. Horus believed he was acting altruistically, sacrificing his relationship with his father and risking everything for the good of humanity, when in truth, he was being manipulated into serving the very powers he thought he was fighting against. The Chaos Gods had convinced him that they were simply natural forces, fundamental aspects of the universe that had been demonized by the Emperor because he feared them. They had presented themselves as allies in his quest to build a better Imperium, offering power and support without revealing that their ultimate goal was the destruction of human civilization itself. The tragedy of Horus's fall was that it came from the same qualities that had made him great. His love for humanity, his desire to matter, his willingness to make hard choices, his belief that he could shape the future for the better, all of these aspects of his character were turned against him. The Chaos Gods understood that you cannot corrupt a purely evil being. They are already aligned with chaos. To truly damn a soul, you must twist virtue into vice, turn love into hate, make someone believe that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Horus truly believed he was doing the right thing when he began his rebellion. He believed he was saving humanity from tyranny. He believed the Emperor had betrayed everything the Great Crusade stood for. And this belief, this conviction that he was acting righteously, would sustain him through the horrors to come, even as he committed atrocities that would have appalled the Horus who had served loyally for 2 centuries. The question of whether Horus's fall could have been prevented is one that scholars of the heresy have debated for 10 millennia. If the Emperor had shared his plans for the Webway project with Horus, would that have prevented the doubt that made him vulnerable? If the Council of Terror had included Primarch representation, would that have eased the fears about being cast aside? If someone had recognized Erebus's manipulation and exposed the Wordbearer's corruption before it spread throughout the legions, could the conspiracy have been stopped? Perhaps. But the Chaos Gods are patient, and they had woven a web with multiple redundancies. If one path to corrupting Horus had been blocked, they would have found another. They had been working toward this goal for decades, perhaps for centuries, planting seeds and arranging circumstances with infinite patience. The fall of a Primarch, especially this Primarch, was too important to leave to chance. What is certain is that by the time Horus walked out of the Temple of the Serpent Lodge, the Imperium's fate was sealed. The greatest civil war in human history was about to begin, and when it ended, the dream of the Great Crusade would lie in ruins. The Emperor would be entombed in the Golden Throne, barely clinging to a twilight existence between life and death, and humanity would be plunged into an age of darkness from which it has never recovered. All because the Emperor's most beloved son believed he was doing the right thing. The beginning of the end. After his recovery on Davin, Horus moved with shocking swiftness to transform his newfound convictions into action. The War Master, who had been utterly loyal to the Emperor just weeks before now, began carefully orchestrating the greatest betrayal in human history. But he was not reckless. Horus understood that a direct assault on Terra, a public declaration of rebellion, would fail. The Emperor was too powerful, the Imperial forces too numerous, the loyalty of most legions too strong. He needed allies, and he needed them to come to him willingly, believing, as he now believed, that the Emperor had to be stopped. Over the following months, Horus reached out to his brother Primarchs with careful, calculated arguments, tailored to each one's particular grievances and insecurities. To Mortarion, he spoke of tyrants and how the Emperor was becoming the very thing they had fought against. To Angron, he offered the promise of endless war and the freedom to unleash his rage without the Emperor's restrictions. To Fulgrim, he played upon perfectionist obsessions and the desire to achieve heights beyond what the Emperor would allow. To the already corrupted Lorgar, he revealed that he too had seen the truth of the Chaos Gods and was ready to embrace their power. Not all were convinced. Some Primarchs, like Sanguinius and Ferrus Manus, remained utterly loyal. Others, like Guilliman and Dawn, could not be swayed by Horus's arguments, but enough sided with him, bringing their legions into what would become the traitor cause. The Wordbearers, who had orchestrated everything. The World Eaters, who craved battle above all else. The Emperor's children, seduced by the promise of perfection through chaos. The Death Guard, convinced that the Emperor's vision was corrupt. And others, each for their own reasons, each believing they were doing what was necessary. But within each legion, not all warriors accepted their Primarch's turn to rebellion. Many Space Marines remained loyal to the Emperor, above even their gene fathers. These loyalists represented a problem for Horus. If his rebellion was to succeed, he could not allow these potential enemies to warn the emperor or rally opposition from within. They had to be eliminated quietly before the heresy began in earnest. The solution was brutal and elegant. Horus declared his intention to bring the world of Istvan III into compliance. The planetary governor had supposedly declared independence from the Imperium, and the War Master was assembling forces to crush this rebellion. It was a routine operation, the kind of action that had been performed thousands of times during the Great Crusade. No one questioned it, but Horus sent only specific warriors to the surface, those from the Sons of Horus, World Eaters, Emperor's Children, and Death Guard, who had remained loyal to the Emperor, who had not joined the warrior lodges, who could not be trusted to follow their primarchs into rebellion. Under the guise of a standard planetary assault, he gathered all the potential dissidents in one place, isolated them from their fleets, and then betrayed them in the most horrific way imaginable. Virus bombs fell from orbit, unleashing a biological weapon called the Life Eater virus. It was one of the most terrible weapons in the Imperial arsenal, capable of consuming all biological matter on a planetary surface within hours. The Loyalist Space Marines on Istvan III fought desperately to survive, warned at the last moment by Saul Tarvitz of the Emperor's Children and Nathaniel Garrow of the Death Guard, who had discovered the plot and tried to save who they could. For months, the Loyalists held out against impossible odds, fighting not against Xenos or rebels, but against their own brothers who had turned traitor. Eventually, they were all killed, either in combat or by orbital bombardment when Horus grew tired of waiting. Their deaths marked the true beginning of the Horus heresy, the moment when there could be no turning back, when the Imperium was irreversibly divided into loyalist and traitor factions. The Emperor, distant on Terra and focused on the Webway project, did not learn of Horus's betrayal until it was far too late to stop what had been set in motion. By the time word reached him of what had happened at Istvan III, Horus had already begun the next phase of his plan, the drop site massacre at Istvan V, where he would destroy 3 entire loyalist legions in a single, treacherous ambush, dealing a blow from which the Imperium would never fully recover. The war that followed would rage across the galaxy for nearly a decade, consuming billions of lives, shattering the dream of the Great Crusade, and ultimately ending with both Horus and the Emperor mortally wounded in their final confrontation aboard the Vengeful Spirit. The Imperium survived, but it was transformed into something the Emperor had never intended, the theocratic nightmare that Horus had seen in his visions, the self-fulfilling prophecy that his own betrayal had brought into being. The terrible irony. Perhaps the cruelest aspect of Horus's betrayal is that everything he fought to prevent came to pass because of his actions, not despite them. The vision of a superstitious, theocratic Imperium that the Chaos Gods showed him, the nightmare future where the Emperor was worshipped as a god and humanity lived in ignorance and fear, became reality because Horus rebelled. If Horus had remained loyal, if the heresy had never happened, the Imperium might have become something very different. The Emperor's Webway project might have succeeded, freeing humanity from dependence on the warp and ushering in an age of unprecedented progress. The Council of Terra might have developed into a genuine civilian government that brought prosperity and enlightenment to the Imperium's worlds. The Space Marine legions might have transitioned into peacekeeping forces, protecting humanity without dominating it. Instead, the heresy shattered everything. The Emperor, forced to remain on the Golden Throne to hold back the demons that threatened to pour through the broken Webway portal, could no longer guide humanity directly. The Imperium, traumatized by the betrayal of half the Space Marine legions, became paranoid and repressive, seeing potential traitors everywhere. The secular imperial truth, which had sought to free humanity from superstition, was replaced by the cult of the Emperor, which proclaimed him as the God Emperor and demanded religious devotion. Lorgar's book, the Lectitio Divinitatis, which had been written decades before the heresy to proclaim the Emperor's divinity, became the foundational text of this new faith. The very worship that the emperor had rejected, that he had humiliated Lorgar for spreading, became the dominant belief system of the Imperium. Trillions of humans came to worship the emperor as a god, despite him never wanting such worship, despite everything he had fought to prevent exactly this outcome. And Horus, who had rebelled to save humanity from this fate, became the architect of its creation. Every action he took to prevent the vision he had seen brought that vision closer to reality. It was a trap set by the Chaos Gods with exquisite cruelty, using Horus's love for humanity and his desire to do the right thing to damn humanity to 10,000 years of darkness. In the end, Horus did realize what he had become. When the Emperor finally confronted him aboard the Vengeful Spirit, when they faced each other in their final battle, Horus was fully possessed by the Chaos Gods, a vessel for their combined power. But in the last moments, when the Emperor struck him down with the power channeled through a shard of the very anathema that had first wounded him, there was a moment of clarity. Horus saw what he had done, understood the horror of his betrayal, recognized that he had been manipulated from the start. Whether he felt regret in those final moments, whether he understood that everything he had fought for had been a lie, remains unclear. The Emperor, seeing his beloved son finally freed from Chaos's grip, but knowing that the corruption ran too deep to be healed, obliterated Horus's soul completely, ensuring that not even the Chaos Gods could resurrect him. It was an act of mercy and necessity both, erasing Horus from existence so thoroughly that not even a ghost remained. Understanding the fall, the question, why did Horus betray the Emperor, has no single, simple answer. It was not one cause but a perfect storm of circumstances, each building upon the others until the weight became too much for even the greatest of Primarchs to bear. First, there was the Emperor's withdrawal from the Great Crusade and his refusal to explain why. This created doubt where none had existed before, making Horus question whether he truly had his father's trust, whether he truly understood the Emperor's vision, whether everything he had been fighting for was what he thought it was. The seeds of doubt were planted through this abandonment and silence. Second, there was the formation of the Council of Terror, which seemed to diminish the Primarchs just as the Great Crusade neared completion. This played upon fears about what role the Space Marines and their leaders would have in a peacetime Imperium, suggesting that they might be discarded once they were no longer needed for conquest. Third, there was the long conspiracy by Lorgar and the Wordbearers, spreading corruption through the warrior lodges, identifying and isolating loyalists who would have warned the Emperor, preparing the ground for rebellion decades before it actually began. This conspiracy ensured that when Horus fell, he would not stand alone, that other Primarchs would be ready to join him, that entire legions could be turned. Fourth, there was the anathema itself, the weapon that could wound a Primarch in ways normal weapons could not. Without that blade, Horus would never have been brought to the brink of death, would never have been vulnerable enough to be cast into the warp and shown the visions that corrupted him. Fifth, there were the visions themselves, lies wrapped in truth, designed with perfect understanding of Horus's psychology to exploit his every insecurity, to transform his love for humanity into a weapon against the Emperor, to convince him that betrayal was actually loyalty, that destruction was actually salvation. Sixth, there was Horus's own character, his pride and ambition, his need to matter and be remembered, his desire for his achievements to be valued. Without these very human flaws, the Chaos Gods' manipulation would not have worked. They could only corrupt him because there was something in him to corrupt, weaknesses that existed despite his loyalty and love for his father. And finally, there was the fundamental tragedy of misunderstanding. If the Emperor had trusted Horus with the truth about the Webway project, if he had explained why he was withdrawing from the Crusade and what he was trying to accomplish, would Horus have been vulnerable to corruption? Perhaps not. But the Emperor's necessary secrecy created a gulf between father and son that chaos gleefully exploited. The real reason Horus betrayed the Emperor was that he believed he was doing the right thing. He believed he was saving humanity from tyranny. He believed the Emperor had become what they had always fought against. And by the time he realized the truth, it was far too late to undo the catastrophe he had unleashed. The legacy. 10,000 years later, the Imperium still bears the scars of Horus's betrayal. The Chaos Space Marines, the traitor legions who followed him into damnation, still wage war against the Imperium from the Eye of Terror and the scattered realms of chaos. They raid, they pillage, they corrupt, seeking to finish what Horus started and bring the Imperium to its knees. The Emperor sits upon the golden throne, neither truly alive nor dead, sustained by the sacrifice of 1,000 psykers every day. His mind stretched across the galaxy, maintaining the Astronomicon beacon that makes interstellar travel possible. He cannot speak, cannot move, cannot act directly to guide humanity as he once did. The cost of Horus's betrayal was the loss of the Emperor's direct leadership, and humanity has wandered in the darkness ever since. The Imperium Horus fought to prevent has come into being. It is a realm of superstition and fear, where innovation is suppressed, where the Inquisition hunts for traitors with fanatical zeal, where trillions worship the Emperor as a god despite him never wanting such worship. It is exactly what Horus saw in his visions, brought about by his own actions in trying to prevent it. But humanity endures. For all the darkness, for all the horrors that beset it on every side, the Imperium still stands. Billions of soldiers fight across countless worlds. The Space Marine chapters, descended from the loyal legions, defend humanity from Xenos and heretic alike. The Imperial Navy patrols the void, protecting the supply lines that keep 1,000,000 worlds functioning. The Administratum struggles to govern an empire too vast to truly comprehend. It is not the glorious future the Emperor envisioned. It is not the enlightened civilization that Horus believed he was fighting for. But it is survival, and in the grim darkness of the far future, survival is the only victory that matters. The story of Horus Lupercal, the war master who betrayed his father and damned humanity to 10,000 years of war, stands as perhaps the greatest tragedy in human history. He was the best of his kind, the greatest of the Primarchs, loved by his father and respected by his brothers. And yet he fell, corrupted by powers he did not understand, manipulated into believing that betrayal was loyalty, that destruction was salvation, that the greatest love could justify the greatest crime. In the end, Horus wanted what anyone might want: to matter, to be valued, to see his sacrifices acknowledged, to build something lasting that would make the universe better. But in his fall, he learned the cruelest lesson the Warhammer 40,000 universe has to teach. The road to hell is paved with good intentions, and sometimes the monsters we become are born from the heroes we once were. The Horus heresy reminds us that even the mightiest can fall, that corruption works not by attacking our weaknesses, but by twisting our strengths, that the greatest betrayals come not from our enemies, but from those we love most. It shows us that the line between hero and villain is thinner than we would like to believe, and that given the right circumstances, the right pressures, the right lies presented at the right time, even the best among us can become something terrible. This is why the Horus heresy remains the foundational event of the Warhammer 40,000 universe, why its consequences echo through 10 millennia, why its lessons still matter. Because it shows us not just the fall of a hero, but the fragility of everything we build, the terrible cost of miscommunication and misunderstanding, and the way that good intentions can pave the road to damnation. Thank you. Thank you so much for watching this deep dive into the real reasons behind Horus's betrayal. The Horus heresy is perhaps the most complex and tragic story in all of Warhammer 40k, and understanding why the Warmaster fell requires looking at so many interlocking factors, from the manipulation of chaos to the very human flaws that made that manipulation effective. If you enjoyed this exploration of Warhammer 40k lore, please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel for more deep dives into the grim darkness of the 41st millennium. Let me know in the comments what aspect of the heresy you'd like me to cover next. Should we explore the other traitor, Primarchs, and why they fell? Dive into the Loyalist response and the heroes who held the Imperium together, or examine the Siege of Terror itself and that final, tragic confrontation between father and son. The lore of Warhammer 40k is deep and endlessly fascinating, and I'm here to bring you the most comprehensive looks at the stories that shape this incredible universe. Until next time, remember, in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war, and it all began with one perfect son who believed he was doing the right thing. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. This phrase has echoed through the Warhammer 40,000 universe for decades, a simple yet profound statement that captures the essence of humanity's struggle among the stars. But if war is eternal, then so too is death. Every second of every day, across 1 million worlds scattered throughout the galaxy, countless beings draw their final breaths, their lives extinguished in battles both grand and meaningless. Yet death in the 41st millennium is not the simple cessation of existence that we might recognize. It is something far more complex, far more terrifying, and in some cases, far more eternal than mere mortality could ever encompass. To die in Warhammer 40,000 is to face a fate determined not just by the manner of your demise, but by the very nature of what you are. Your species, your allegiances, your beliefs, all these factors conspire to shape what awaits you beyond the veil of death. For some, death brings the blessed release of oblivion. For others, it marks only the beginning of an existence more horrifying than any torment imaginable in life. Some races have transcended death entirely, existing in states that mock the very concept of mortality. Others face a fate so terrible that death becomes a mercy they can never fully claim. The galaxy of Warhammer 40k is home to countless species, each with their own relationship to death and the afterlife. The Imperium of Man, that vast and crumbling empire spanning the stars, holds beliefs shaped by 10,000 years of dogma and desperation. The Space Marines, those transhuman warriors who serve as humanity's greatest defenders, face deaths that can range from honorable sacrifice to endless imprisonment within walking tombs. The common soldiers of the Astra Militarum die in their billions, their lives measured not in years, but in the ammunition they expend before being cut down. The forces of chaos promise eternal life through service to the dark gods, but the reality is a nightmare of possession, transformation, and endless torment in the warp. Beyond humanity, the alien races of the galaxy each approach death through their own lens of existence. The Orcs, those brutal fungal warriors, see death as merely another part of the endless cycle of violence they live for, their souls returning to their gods for an eternity of fighting. The Tyranids, that extragalactic horror consuming all life before it, do not die as individuals at all, their biomass simply recycled into new forms to continue the feast. The ancient Aeldari, once masters of the galaxy, now face a fate worse than extinction, their souls hunted by the chaos god their own excess birthed into being. The Necrons, those deathless machines, have already died once, their organic forms sacrificed for immortality that has become its own kind of curse. Understanding death in Warhammer 40,000 requires us to understand the cosmology of this dark future. The galaxy is not just a physical space, but a reflection of the immaterium, the warp, that roiling sea of psychic energy that exists parallel to real space. Every emotion, every thought, every living consciousness creates ripples in the warp, and when consciousness ends, when death claims a being, their psychic essence, their soul, enters that realm. What happens next depends on countless variables: the strength of that soul, the protection it might have, the attention of the entities that dwell in that nightmare realm. For most, the warp means dissolution, their consciousness scattered like drops of water in an infinite ocean. For others, particularly those with psychic potential, or those who have drawn the attention of the warp's denizens, death means becoming prey for entities that feast on souls. This is the context in which we must explore the death of every faction in Warhammer 40k. We will journey through the final moments and ultimate fates of warriors, soldiers, monsters, and machines. We will examine what it means to die when you are already dead, what it means to be reborn in forms both blessed and cursed, and what it means to face an eternity of torment or an oblivion so complete that existence itself becomes a fleeting memory. From the lowest guardsman to the mightiest primarch, from the smallest grot to the largest hive fleet, death touches all things in this universe, but it does not touch them equally. So prepare yourself for a journey into darkness, into the final moments of countless beings whose lives are measured only by the manner of their ending. We will explore the moment when the light fades from human eyes, when mechanical systems fail and restart, when consciousness merges with something greater or is consumed by something hungry. This is what it means to die in Warhammer 40,000. This is the fate that awaits every being in a galaxy that knows only war. The Imperium of Man, Space Marines. When a Space Marine dies, the galaxy loses one of humanity's greatest weapons, a warrior who has transcended normal human limitations to become something more. These Adeptus Astartes, the Angels of Death, are among the most formidable warriors the Imperium can field. They are transhuman, their bodies enhanced with 19 specialized organs that transform them from baseline humans into living weapons. Their bones are fused with ceramite, their blood carries additional oxygen, their bodies can survive wounds that would kill a normal human 10 times over. They know no fear. They feel no pain that would cripple lesser beings. They are the Emperor's finest, and when they fall in battle, their deaths echo with significance far beyond the loss of a single soldier. The moment of death for a Space Marine is unlike that of any other warrior. Their enhanced physiology fights against the inevitable with every fiber of their being. The Susan membrane, one of the organs implanted in their bodies, can put them into a state of suspended animation when they receive mortal wounds, a last desperate attempt by their body to preserve life long enough for rescue. The Laraman's organ releases cells that rapidly seal wounds, forming scar tissue almost instantly to prevent blood loss that would kill a normal human in seconds. The oolytic kidney filters toxins and poisons, buying precious moments even as death approaches. These biological miracles work in concert, pushing back against death with superhuman resilience. But eventually, even these gifts fail. When an Astartes falls, when the damage becomes too severe for even their enhanced biology to repair, there comes a moment of clarity. Veterans speak of this moment, if they survive long enough to speak of anything. The galaxy seems to slow, the chaos of battle fading to a distant roar. The pain that their neuroglottis had been suppressing suddenly floods their consciousness, not as agony, but as a strange sensation, distant and almost curious. They feel their twin hearts struggling, beating out of sync, the rhythm that has sustained them through decades or even centuries of warfare finally breaking down. The catalepsia node, which has allowed them to remain conscious without sleep, begins to fail, and a weariness deeper than any they have known settles over them. In these final moments, many Space Marines experience a profound sense of duty fulfilled or duty failed. Their psycho-conditioning, the hypnotic indoctrination that began when they were selected as aspirants, rises to the forefront of their consciousness. They think of their chapter, of their battle brothers, of the Emperor they have served. Some see visions of their primarch, that godlike being from whom their gene seed descended. Others recall the oaths they swore when they were first inducted into the chapter, promises to defend humanity and prosecute the Emperor's enemies that they have kept for their entire service. The weight of these oaths, the significance of a life lived in war, presses down upon them even as their consciousness begins to fade. What happens to the Space Marine's soul after death is a matter of doctrine and belief within the Imperium. The Imperial cult teaches that all souls return to the Emperor's light, that the God Emperor of mankind gathers his faithful to him in death. Space Marines, as the Emperor's most devoted servants, are said to join him at his side, their spirits serving in the Immaterium as they served in life. Some chapters believe their dead joined the Emperor in an eternal war against the forces of chaos in the warp. This belief has given rise to legends of the Legion of the Damned, spectral space marines wreathed in flames who appear in the Imperium's darkest hours to turn the tide of battle, warriors who may be the spirits of fallen Astartes given form once more. The reality is more uncertain. Space marines possess powerful souls, their psychic presence in the warp strengthened by their genetic enhancements and unwavering faith. When they die, these souls do enter the Immaterium, but what awaits them there is unclear. Unlike baseline humans whose souls often dissolve quickly into the warp's currents, an Astartes soul might maintain coherence longer, potentially protected by their faith in the Emperor. Some scholars suggest that the Emperor himself, sustained by the sacrifice of 1,000 psykers daily, might have the power to shelter the souls of his warriors. Others believe that Space Marine souls eventually dissipate like all others, their consciousness scattered across the infinite expanse of the warp. But death is not always the end of service for a Space Marine. When an Astartes falls in battle, their body becomes immensely valuable to the chapter. Apothecaries, the chapter's medical specialists, rush to fallen battle brothers to perform the rite of reductio. Using a specialized tool called a narthecium, they extract the gene seed from the dead Marine's body. This genetic material, stored in the progenoid glands implanted in each Space Marine's body, is the chapter's most precious resource. Gene seed is what allows the chapter to create new Marines, to continue their bloodline across the millennia. The death of a Space Marine is tragic, but the recovery of their gene seed means their legacy continues in the bodies of future battle brothers. There is another fate that can await a fallen Space Marine, one that is considered a great honor, but is also a kind of living hell. When a Marine suffers wounds so catastrophic that their body cannot be saved, but their life force still lingers, they may be interred within a dreadnought. These towering war machines are essentially walking sarcophagi, their central compartment containing the shattered remains of a Space Marine kept alive by advanced life support systems. The Marine's consciousness is hardwired directly into the dreadnought systems, their mind becoming one with the machine. They can see through its optical sensors, fight with its weapons, walk with its mighty legs. But they are also trapped, their flesh fused with machinery, their existence reduced to brief periods of waking for battle, followed by long periods of cold sleep. The experience of becoming a dreadnought is described by some as a form of death in itself. The newly interred Marine awakens to find themselves entombed in metal, their body gone, replaced by weapons and armor. They can no longer feel the weight of their armor or the grip of a bolter in their hands. They cannot smell the incense of the chapter's chapels or taste the food in the refectory. Every human sensation is gone, replaced by data feeds and targeting information. The first awakening is said to be the worst, a moment of existential horror as the Marine realizes the full extent of what has been done to them. Some scream, their mechanical vox speakers broadcasting their anguish across the battlefield. Others fall silent, retreating into the machine, their human consciousness slowly eroding away over centuries of periodic awakenings. For dreadnoughts are not truly alive in any meaningful sense. They are awakened only for the most critical battles, spending centuries in stasis between conflicts. Each time they wake, they find the galaxy changed, their former battle brothers dead or promoted, new faces filling the chapter halls. Memories begin to fade, the organic portions of their brain degrading with each death and resurrection. Some ancient dreadnoughts have been fighting for 10,000 years, since the time of the Horus heresy itself. But they are shadows of who they once were, their personalities reduced to echoes of warrior instinct and duty. They are revered by their chapters, called Ancient Ones and Honored Brothers. But in truth, they are the living dead, consciousness trapped in walking tombs that can neither truly live nor truly die. Different Space Marine chapters handle the deaths of their battle brothers in different ways. The salamanders of Nocturne cremate their dead in the volcanic fires of Mount Deathfire, returning their essence to the Forge Father who shaped them. The Blood Angels return their fallen to the Crimson Sands of Bel, the chapter's homeworld, where they are interred in the Tomb of Heroes. The Space Wolves perform the rite of the Lone Wolf, where a warrior who has lost all his pack brothers is sent out to seek an honorable death in battle against overwhelming odds. His gene seed left unrecovered as a sign that he died as he lived. The Ultramarines follow the Codex Astartes strictly, maintaining records of every fallen battle brother and ensuring their deeds are remembered in the chapter's archives. Some chapters have more unusual practices. The Death Spectres, descendants of the Raven Guard, are said to have prophetic visions of death that allow them to prepare for the manner of their ending. The Mortifactors practice ritual cannibalism, consuming the flesh of fallen brothers to absorb their strength and memories. The Marines Malevolent, one of the most brutal chapters, show little reverence for their dead, seeing the recovery of gene seed as the only matter of importance. The warrior himself, merely a vessel to be discarded once it has fulfilled its purpose. These variations speak to the diversity of the Adeptus Astartes, but they all share a common understanding that death is not an ending, but a transition, a passage from service in flesh to service in memory, and in the gene seed that will create future generations. The psycho-conditioning that Space Marines undergo shapes how they face death. From the moment they are selected as aspirants, often as young boys, plucked from the most brutal worlds in the Imperium, they are taught that death in service to the Emperor is the highest honor they can achieve. They train to suppress fear, to embrace their fate, to welcome the moment when they will give their lives for humanity. This conditioning is so thorough that Space Marines rarely flee from battle, even in the face of certain death. They know their purpose, understand their role, and when the end comes, they meet it with the same stoic determination they brought to every other challenge in their warrior lives. Yet beneath this conditioning, beneath the layers of genetic enhancement and hypnotic programming, there remains some spark of the human they once were. In the final moments, as death closes in, some Marines remember their childhood on their homeworld, remember the family they left behind when they were taken to become Astartes. These memories are often fragmented, distorted by the transformation that made them superhuman, but they are there nonetheless. A face half remembered, a voice calling a name they haven't used in decades, a landscape that no longer exists except in the recesses of their mind. For just a moment, they are not angels of death, but simply humans facing the end. And then even that flicker of humanity is gone, and there is only duty, only honor, only service. This is what it means to die as a Space Marine. It is to fall, knowing that your sacrifice matters, that your death serves a purpose greater than yourself. It is to face oblivion with the certainty that your chapter will endure, that new warriors will rise bearing your gene seed, carrying on the war you can no longer fight. It is to hope that beyond death lies some form of service, that your spirit might join the Emperor's eternal host, fighting forever in wars beyond mortal comprehension. Whether this hope is fulfilled, whether consciousness continues in any meaningful way, is a question that only the dead can answer. And the dead, for all their honor and sacrifice, do not speak. The Imperium of Man, Astra Militarum. If the Space Marines are humanity's scalpel, precise instruments of war deployed where they are most needed, then the Astra Militarum is humanity's hammer, The Imperial Guard, as they are commonly known, is an army measured not in thousands or millions, but in trillions. They are the men and women drawn from every world in the Imperium, tithed as surely as grain or ore, shipped across the galaxy to die on worlds they will never know for causes they can barely comprehend. To die as a soldier of the Astra Militarum is to die as one drop of water in an infinite ocean. Your passing noted only as a number in a casualty report that will be filed and forgotten, your body left to rot on some distant battlefield while the war grinds on without pause. The average guardsman is not enhanced, not transhuman, not chosen by the Emperor for greatness. They are simply human, as mortal as any civilian laboring in the Imperium's hive cities. They wear flak armor that can barely turn aside a glancing blow, carry laser guns that enemies mock as flashlights despite their deadly effectiveness, and are led by officers who measure success in objectives taken rather than lives preserved. The Departamento Munitorum, the vast bureaucratic machine that administers the Imperial Guard, can accurately count every laser gun, every ration pack, every round of artillery ammunition in a given army group. But the exact number of soldiers under arms at any given moment, that is a figure that changes too rapidly to be meaningful, as millions die and millions more are pressed into service to replace them. When a guardsman dies, the experience is brutally simple compared to the transcendent passing of a space marine. There is no enhanced biology to fight off death, no psycho-conditioning to suppress fear, no certainty of purpose beyond the orders barked by their sergeant. They feel the impact of the bullet, the last bolt, the blade that ends their life, and the pain is immediate and overwhelming. Their body responds as any human body would, flooding with adrenaline, heart racing, breath coming in gasps as they try desperately to understand what has happened to them. They fall to the ground, and if they are lucky, the wound is catastrophic enough that consciousness fades quickly. If they are unlucky, they lie in the mud and blood of the battlefield, feeling their life drain away over minutes or hours, calling out for medics who will never come, for the Emperor's mercy that feels very distant indeed. The causes of death for Imperial Guardsmen are as varied as the enemies they face. They are burned alive by flamethrowers, their screams cut short as fire consumes flesh and boils the moisture in their lungs. They are torn apart by chainswords, their bodies rent into pieces by the brutal close combat weapons favored by many of humanity's enemies. They are dissolved by exotic alien weaponry, their molecular bonds unraveling, leaving nothing but a puddle of steaming biomass where a soldier once stood. They are crushed beneath the treads of tanks, both friendly and enemy, their bodies ground into the mud of battlefields that will claim millions more before the fighting ends. They are infected by diseases so virulent that their flesh sloughs from their bones in hours, or so subtle that they carry the contagion back to their barracks, spreading death to their comrades before anyone realizes what has happened. Some deaths are quick, a mercy in the grinding horror of Imperial warfare. A sniper's round through the head, a direct hit from an artillery shell, the instant vaporization caused by a plasma weapon's discharge. The soldier has no time to process what is happening, their consciousness simply ceasing in an instant. One moment they are advancing across the battlefield, the next they are gone, their body left behind as evidence that they existed at all. These quick deaths are considered blessings by those who witness them, for they mean the soldier did not suffer, did not have time to feel fear or pain, simply ceased to be between one heartbeat and the next. But far more common are the slow deaths, the agonizing endings that come from wounds that are severe but not immediately fatal. A guardsman shot through the stomach lies bleeding on the battlefield, the pain indescribable as their intestines spill from the wound. They try to call for help, but their voice is lost in the cacophony of war. They can hear their comrades advancing past them, the battle moving on, leaving them behind like flotsam left by a tide. They try to staunch the bleeding with their hands, fumbling with field dressings that seem impossibly complex as shock begins to set in. Their vision narrows, darkness creeping in from the edges, and they realize with growing horror that they are going to die here, alone, unmourned, their body just one more obstacle for the next wave to step over. The Astra Militarum does have a Medici Corps, field medics who are trained to stabilize wounded soldiers and evacuate them from the battlefield. But the reality is that in the scale of imperial warfare, these medics are impossibly outnumbered. For every soldier they save, dozens more die waiting for aid that will never arrive. Triage is brutal and pragmatic. A soldier with a survivable wound who can be quickly patched up and returned to the fight gets attention. A soldier with wounds that would require extensive surgery and long recovery is left behind, their death already factored into the casualty calculations. The Emperor needs soldiers who can fight today, not invalids who will consume medical resources for months. Fear is the constant companion of every Imperial Guardsman. Unlike Space Marines, who have their fear suppressed through psycho-conditioning, Guardsmen feel terror in its purest form. They know they are mortal. They know the odds of their survival. They know that the Imperium has billions more soldiers ready to take their place. They see their friends cut down beside them, see the horrors that the galaxy can produce, face enemies that range from the merely lethal to the utterly incomprehensible. And yet they fight, because the alternative is execution by the commissars, those grim officers assigned to every regiment to maintain discipline and punish cowardice. The commissar's bolt pistol kills more guardsmen than many would care to admit, a shot to the back of the head for soldiers who falter, who flee, who question orders in the heat of battle. The commissariat views this brutal discipline as necessary. An army of billions cannot function if individual soldiers can choose when and where to fight. Morale must be maintained, and if that maintenance requires executing soldiers pour encourager les autres, then so be it. Commissars are taught that one death, one public execution, can save 1,000 lives by preventing a rout. They walk the lines during battle, watching for signs of wavering, ready to make an example of anyone who threatens the integrity of the Imperial line. And so, guardsmen die not just from enemy fire, but from friendly bullets, their last sight the grim face of a commissar, deciding that their fear is more dangerous than losing one more soldier. What happens to the souls of Imperial Guardsmen after death is a matter of much theological debate within the Imperial cult. The official doctrine teaches that faithful servants of the Emperor are gathered to his light in death, that they find peace and rest at the Emperor's side. For the trillions of guardsmen who die in service, this promise is their only comfort, the belief that their suffering and sacrifice will be rewarded in the afterlife. Chaplains attached to guard regiments preach this message constantly, reminding soldiers that to die in the Emperor's service is to achieve a state of grace, that their deaths have meaning beyond the tactical objectives they helped achieve. The reality, as understood by those with knowledge of the warp, is likely far less comforting. Most human souls are weak, psychically inert things that dissolve quickly when they enter the immaterium. A guardsman who dies is unlikely to maintain any coherence in the warp, their consciousness simply dissipating, ceasing to exist in any meaningful sense. This could be seen as a mercy, oblivion being preferable to the alternatives that the warp might offer. For some guardsmen, particularly those with latent psychic potential they never knew they possessed, death might mean something worse. Their souls could attract the attention of warp entities, demons or worse, who feed on human consciousness. These souls might be consumed, experiencing torment beyond mortal comprehension before finally being extinguished. The sheer scale of guard casualties is almost impossible to comprehend. On a typical battlefield in the 41st millennium, losses are measured in percentages. An assault that results in 40% casualties is considered acceptable if the objective is achieved. A defensive action that holds the line but costs 70% of the defending force is celebrated as a success. Entire regiments are wiped out in single engagements, their names added to the rolls of honor, and then largely forgotten as new regiments are raised from the same worlds to replace them. The Departamento Munitorum's motto could well be that the Imperium has more soldiers than any enemy has bullets, and this philosophy shapes how guard lives are expended. Some guardsmen are granted a reprieve from the meat grinder of frontline combat. Veterans who survive multiple campaigns might be promoted to positions of relative safety, commanding from the rear or training new recruits. The truly exceptional might be inducted into elite units like the Kaskin or Stormtroopers, where their skills grant them access to better equipment and theoretically better odds of survival. A fortunate few, those who serve in successful campaigns that reclaim worlds for the Imperium, might be granted settlement rights on those worlds, allowed to retire as colonists rather than dying in service. But for the vast majority, there is no retirement, no honorable discharge. They fight until they die, and their deaths are as unremarkable as their lives were before they were conscripted. The disposal of guard dead varies based on circumstance. On some battlefields, corpses are collected and given mass burials, anonymous graves marked only with a collective headstone that reads, "Here lie the defenders of the Emperor." On others, the dead are simply left where they fell, their bodies becoming part of the landscape, rotting away until only bones remain scattered across the battlefield. In particularly hazardous environments, corpses might be burned to prevent disease, their ashes scattered to the winds. When a world falls despite the guard's efforts, the dead are left behind for the enemy to deal with, their sacrifice buying time for survivors to evacuate. The Imperial Guard's regimental system means that soldiers often form strong bonds with their fellow guardsmen, men and women who share their homeworld, who speak their language, who understand the culture they come from. When a guardsman dies, their immediate comrades mourn them, taking whatever time the battle allows to honor the fallen. They might recite prayers, make the sign of the Aquila, promise to avenge their friend's death. But the war moves on, and grief must be set aside, because to dwell on loss is to risk becoming another casualty. The friend who died this morning will be half forgotten by evening, just another face in the long list of the dead, and tomorrow there will be more names added to that list. Some regiments maintain traditions for honoring their fallen. The Valhallans burn offerings to their ice world spirits. The Katakans carve death marks into the butts of their weapons. The Kriegers simply note the casualty and move on, their fatalistic culture viewing death in service as the only redemption for their world's ancient sins. These traditions provide some structure, some meaning to deaths that might otherwise seem utterly senseless. They allow the living to feel that their fallen comrades are remembered, even if that memory is fleeting and the galaxy at large will never know they existed. Dying as an Imperial Guardsman means dying as one of countless billions who have given their lives for the Imperium. It means facing death with whatever courage you can muster, knowing that your death changes nothing about the trajectory of the war, that you are utterly, completely replaceable. It means spending your last moments in pain and fear, surrounded by the sounds of battle, hoping that your death at least buys a few more seconds for your squad to advance, for the objective to be taken, for humanity to endure. It means leaving behind no legacy except the brief memory of your comrades and the cold statistics in a casualty report that no one will ever read. This is the fate of the common soldier in the 41st millennium. This is what it means to die in the service of the Imperium when you are merely human. Chaos Space Marines and the Damned. If death for a loyalist, Space Marine means the potential for peace and the certainty of duty fulfilled. Death for those who have turned to chaos is an entirely different matter. The Chaos Space Marines, those traitors who forsook their oaths to the Emperor and pledged themselves to the ruinous powers, face fates both more terrible and more transcendent than their loyal counterparts could imagine. To die in service to chaos is to potentially live forever, transformed into something that mocks the very concept of mortality. But it is also to risk eternal torment, to have your soul claimed by the dark gods you served, used as playthings and sustenance for entities that view mortal consciousness as nothing more than food. The process of turning to chaos changes a space marine in ways that go far beyond simple corruption of ideology. The warp itself seeps into their bodies, their enhanced physiology mutating in response to the chaotic energies they have embraced. Their armor fuses with their flesh, the ceramite becoming almost a part of them, breathing with their lungs, pulsing with their hearts. Their weapons become extensions of their will, demon-possessed artifacts that hunger for blood and souls. When such a being dies, they are not simply killed. They are unmade, their essence scattered across the boundary between real space and the immaterium, and what happens next depends entirely on how much favor they have curried with their patron god. For those Chaos Marines who have fully given themselves over to the gods, death is often not permanent in any conventional sense. The gods of chaos can reach across the veil and pluck their favored servants back from oblivion, granting them new bodies, new chances to serve, new opportunities to spill blood, or spread pestilence, or commit acts of excess, or plot Byzantine schemes. The warrior who falls today might be fighting again tomorrow, their memories of death adding to the tapestry of their existence, but not ending it. This is the dark mirror of the Imperium's promise of resurrection, a blasphemous parody of the Emperor's protection. But this eternal life comes at a price that few outside the ranks of chaos truly understand. The Chaos Marine is no longer their own being in any meaningful sense. They are puppets of their patron god, their every action serving the god's purposes, whether they realize it or not. The god can grant them power, can heal their wounds, can resurrect them when they fall. But the god can also withdraw that favor at a whim, leave them to die permanently for some perceived failure, or worse, transform them into something that can no longer be called alive by any definition. The spawn, those mindless mutations that were once warriors, stand as grim reminders of what happens when chaos's gifts become too numerous, or when a warrior displeases their master too greatly. The experience of dying as a Chaos Marine is profoundly different depending on which god they serve. A follower of Horn, the blood god, might feel their fury intensify in their final moments, their rage burning hotter than ever as they strike their last blow. They curse their killer, promise vengeance, and then their skull joins, the mountain of skulls at the foot of Horn's throne. If they have been faithful, if they have spilled enough blood in the blood god's name, Horn might remake them, sending them back to the material realm to continue their endless war. If not, their essence is absorbed into the blood god's domain, their individuality lost as they become part of the churning tide of violence that defines Khorne's realm in the warp. Those who serve Nurgle, the Plague Lord, face death with an entirely different perspective. Nurgle's servants have already embraced decay, their bodies rotting even as they live, disease and corruption sustained by the Plague God's dark gifts. When they die, they often feel relief, the constant pain of their festering wounds finally fading. But this relief is short-lived, for death to a servant of Nurgle is merely a transition to a different form of existence. They might find themselves reborn as a demon, a plague bearer, or something worse, cursed to spread disease in the warp's shifting depths. Or they might discover that their souls are consumed by Nurgle himself, absorbed into the Garden of Decay, becoming part of the infinite ecosystem of rot that the Grandfather cultivates. Slanesh's followers approach death as they approach everything else, as an experience to be savored. For those who have given themselves to the Prince of Pleasure, pain and ecstasy have become indistinguishable. When they receive their death blow, they feel it with an intensity that no baseline human could comprehend. Every nerve ending fires in a crescendo of sensation, and they die in a state that could be called rapture if it weren't so deeply wrong. After death, their souls belong to Slaanesh, and the Dark Prince has endless creative ways to use them. They might be tortured for eternity, their consciousness maintained only to experience suffering beyond mortal comprehension. Or they might be transformed into demonettes, forever craving sensation, but never quite able to satisfy that hunger. The servants of Tzeentch, the changer of ways, find that even death is part of a plan they cannot comprehend. Tzeentch is the god of plots and schemes, and his followers believe that every event, including their own deaths, serves some greater purpose in the god's Byzantine machinations. When a Tzeentchian sorcerer falls, their last thoughts are often wondering what role their death plays in the great game. Their souls are claimed by the architect of fate, who might use them as components in some spell, or transform them into horrors, or simply keep them in reserve for some future scheme that won't come to fruition for 10,000 years. Time is meaningless to Tzeentch, and so his servants' deaths might serve purposes that won't be revealed until ages after they fell. Some Chaos Marines willingly embrace demonic possession even before death, allowing warp entities to merge with their bodies and minds. These possessed Marines are living weapons, their flesh reshaping itself according to the demon's will, sprouting claws and tentacles and mouths that shouldn't exist. When they die, the fate of the Marine and the demon diverge. The demon is banished back to the warp, to reform eventually in the churning chaos of that realm. The Marine's consciousness, however, has often been so subsumed by the demon that very little of their original self remains. What is left of their soul becomes a plaything for the demon, tortured and reshaped in the warp for eternity, paying the price for the power they sought in life. The Chaos Space Marines, who survive for millennia, fighting in the long war against the Imperium, accumulate mutations and blessings from their patron gods. Their bodies become walking testaments to Chaos's power, but also to its fickleness. An arm might be replaced by a crab-like claw. Eyes might multiply across their armor. Mouths might speak of their own accord from wounds that never heal. When such a being finally dies, their body often doesn't simply stop functioning. It might explode in a shower of demonic energy. It might continue fighting briefly, animated by warp entities that were bound to it. It might collapse into a puddle of ichorous liquid, or crystallize into a statue of impossible geometry, or simply vanish in a flash of unreality. Death for a Chaos Champion, one of the ruinous power's favored warriors, can be delayed almost indefinitely. Whenever they receive a mortal wound, the god they serve might intervene, knitting their flesh back together, pouring warp energy into their body to sustain them. They can survive injuries that would kill a loyalist Marine 10 times over. They can fight on with their entrails dragging behind them, with half their head blown away, with injuries that should make movement impossible. Only when their god decides their service has ended, or when they fail spectacularly enough to earn the god's displeasure, do they finally succumb. And even then, death might not be final. But not all Chaos Marines are favored enough to earn resurrection. For every champion who rises to become a demon prince, ascending to a form of immortal power that transcends both death and mortality, thousands of lesser traitors die true deaths. Their souls are consumed by the gods they served, devoured without ceremony or acknowledgement. They spent their lives in service to entities that viewed them as utterly disposable, and their deaths confirm that assessment. There is no honor in dying for chaos, no certainty of reward. There is only the hope that the gods will notice your service and grant you continued existence. And for most, that hope is never fulfilled. The Chaos Space Marines who manage to retain some shred of their original selves, who haven't fully given themselves to the gods, face perhaps the worst fate of all. They die knowing what they have become, understanding the magnitude of their betrayal, aware of the doom that awaits them in the warp. They might have started their path thinking they would use chaos as a weapon against the Imperium's enemies. But by the time death takes them, they understand that chaos has used them instead. Their last moments might be filled with regret, with the desperate hope that somehow their souls might escape the attention of the dark gods. But chaos does not release what it has claimed, and these souls are dragged into the warp screaming, to face whatever fate their former patrons have devised for traitors and failures. What makes the death of Chaos Marines particularly tragic is that many of them were once as noble as their loyalist brethren. During the Horus Heresy, entire legions turned to Chaos, warriors who had fought for the Emperor's dream of a unified humanity. They believed they were making the right choice, that they were serving a greater truth than the Emperor had revealed. 10,000 years later, their descendants and the survivors themselves have become unrecognizable monsters, corrupted beyond redemption, damned to fates that mock everything they once stood for. When they die, they face not the peace that might await loyalists, but the eternal torment that is the ultimate reward for serving Chaos. This is the fate of those who turn from the Emperor's light and embrace the darkness. They trade mortality for a chance at immortality, but that immortality is a curse disguised as a blessing. They become slaves to entities that care nothing for them as individuals, serving masters who view their eternal torment as entertainment. And when they finally fall, when their service ends or their luck runs out, they discover that death for a servant of Chaos is not an ending at all. It is simply the beginning of an eternity of suffering, consciousness preserved only to experience pain and degradation beyond mortal understanding. There is no peace in death for those who serve the ruinous powers. There is only transformation into something worse than they ever imagined. The Green Tide: How Orcs Face Death. In the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, few races approach death with the pure, almost joyful abandon of the Orcs. These hulking, green-skinned brutes are perhaps the most successful species in the galaxy, not through advanced technology or careful planning, but through sheer resilience and an absolute refusal to take anything seriously, including their own mortality. When an Orc dies, it is rarely the tragic moment that it is for humans, or the complex spiritual transition it is for other races. Instead, it is simply another part of the great violent cycle that defines Orc existence, a brief interruption in the endless fighting that is their reason for living. To understand Orc death, one must first understand what Orcs fundamentally are. They are not truly a species in the conventional sense. They are a fungal organism, a biological weapon engineered millions of years ago by the ancient Old Ones to fight in the war in heaven. Their bodies contain complex fungal spores that are released throughout their lives, and especially upon their death. Every Orc is a walking seed bank, carrying within them the potential to create entire ecosystems of Orcoid life. When an Orc dies, they don't simply cease to exist. They explode outward in a microscopic cloud of potential, a final contribution to the green tide that sweeps across the galaxy. The moment of death for an Orc is surprisingly straightforward. They are tough, far tougher than their appearance would suggest, their bodies capable of sustaining damage that would kill most other creatures several times over. An Orc can fight on with limbs missing, organs destroyed, bones shattered. Their pain tolerance is extraordinary, not because they don't feel pain, but because they simply don't care very much about it. Pain is just another sensation in a life filled with sensations, and it certainly isn't going to stop a good scrap. But eventually, even an Orc's resilience has limits. When enough damage accumulates, when the body can no longer function even by the loose standards of Orc biology, they fall. In that final moment, an Orc's last thoughts, if they can be called thoughts, are surprisingly simple. If they were winning the fight, if they managed to take a few enemies with them, they might feel something approaching satisfaction. They gave their enemies a proper beating, showed them what happens when you mess with the greenskins. If they were losing, if they went down without getting a good scrap in, they might feel something resembling disappointment, a sense that they were cheated out of a proper fight. But there is no fear, no existential terror at the approach of oblivion. Fear of death is not something that Orcs really experience. Death is just another part of the cycle, and besides, they'll probably be back eventually anyway. The Orc belief system, such as it is, centers on their twin gods, Gork, and Mork. These entities exist in the warp, vast thought forms created by the collective psychic gestalt of the entire orc race. Gork is brutally cunning, Mork is cunningly brutal, and which is a matter of perpetual debate among orcs, occasionally leading to fights that are just as violent as their conflicts with other races. When an orc dies, their soul, such as it is, travels to what they call the Great Green, a realm in the warp where Gork and Mork preside over an eternal battleground. There, the souls of dead orcs fight forever, engage in the kind of spectacular, enjoyable violence that defines their existence. The orc afterlife is not a place of peace or rest. It is war without end, exactly what orcs want more than anything else. They fight, they die, they come back and fight again. There is no punishment, no torment designed to break their spirits. The worst thing that could happen to an orc soul in the Great Green is probably being forced to sit still and not fight. But even that theoretical torment rarely comes up. Gork and Mork are not subtle or creative gods like the Kain, chaos powers. They are direct reflections of orc nature, and what they want from their worshippers is simple, constant violence. The interesting aspect of orc death is what happens to their physical remains. As mentioned, orcs are fungal in nature. When they die, their body begins to decompose, but this decomposition releases spores into the environment. These spores are remarkably resilient, capable of surviving in almost any environment, from frozen ice worlds to burning deserts to toxic waste dumps. They settle into the soil, into crevices, into any space where they might take root, and then they begin to grow. The orc ecosystem is complex and self-sustaining. The spores first produce orcoid fungus, a sprawling growth that establishes the base of the ecosystem. From this fungus emerge the first simple life forms, the snotlings, tiny creatures with minimal intelligence that exist primarily to tend the fungus and prepare the environment. As the ecosystem matures, Gretchen emerge, somewhat more intelligent but still subordinate creatures that serve as labor and cannon fodder for the orcs. And finally, the orcs themselves begin to grow, emerging from the ground as fully formed warriors, their genetic memory containing instinctive knowledge of violence and warfare. This means that killing an orc doesn't actually reduce the overall orc population. In fact, it might increase it. Every battlefield where orcs die becomes a potential breeding ground for more orcs. Worlds that the Imperium has cleansed of greenskin infestation often find themselves facing new orc incursions within years or decades, the spores from the previous conflict having taken root and produced a whole new generation of warriors. The only way to truly eliminate orcs from a world is through extensive environmental treatment, burning the soil, bombarding the planet from orbit, introducing targeted bioweapons that kill the fungal base. And even then, a few surviving spores can restart the whole process. Different types of orcs face death in ways that reflect their particular subcultures. A speed freak, one of the orcs obsessed with going fast, might die when his vehicle explodes at maximum velocity, and his last thought would probably be something like, "This is zoggin' brilliant." A mech, one of the tech-obsessed orcs who build the ramshackle but surprisingly effective orc technology, might die when one of his inventions explodes, and his final thought might be wondering what he did wrong, or perhaps pride that his device made such an impressive explosion. A nob, a particularly large and powerful orc, might die in single combat with a worthy enemy, and his last moment would be appreciation for the fight he was given. The orc concept of death is actually rather sophisticated in its own way. They don't see death as something to be avoided or feared. It is simply a thing that happens, usually to other orcs, but occasionally to themselves. The important thing is not whether you die, but how you die. An orc who dies in a massive battle, surrounded by enemies and having fought to the bitter end, is admired. An orc who dies stupidly, perhaps falling off a cliff or getting eaten by their own squig, is laughed at but quickly forgotten. There is no shame in death itself, only in dying boringly. This attitude extends to how orcs treat their dead. They don't have elaborate funeral rites or memorial services. If an orc dies, his fellows might loot his body for anything useful, teeth being the closest thing orcs have to currency, weapons and armor to be redistributed to whoever can claim them. The body itself is left where it falls, or if time permits, thrown on a fire or tossed aside. There's no reverence, no sense of loss. That orc is gone, but there will be more orcs soon enough, and the fight continues. The orc warboss, the largest and most powerful orc in a tribe, has a slightly different relationship with death. A warboss stays in power through sheer strength and force of personality. When a warboss starts to weaken, whether through age, injury, or just bad luck, another orc will eventually challenge him and kill him. This is not seen as murder or treachery, just as the natural order of things. The old warboss had his time, and now it's time for a new warboss to take over. Some warbosses die in battle against alien enemies, and this is considered a proper end. Others die at the hands of their own subordinates, when they can no longer command respect through violence. Either way, the tribe barely misses a beat, following the new boss with the same enthusiasm they showed the old one. The psychic gestalt field that all orcs contribute to, the WAG, actually makes them more resilient in groups. When orcs gather in large numbers, their collective belief in their own toughness makes them tougher. This means that an orc surrounded by other orcs is harder to kill than an orc alone. This unconscious psychic field extends even to death. Orcs believe they can survive almost anything, and so sometimes they do. They believe they can fight with injuries that should be fatal, and so they fight on. This makes killing orcs in detail extremely difficult, as even severe wounds might not stop them if they haven't realized they should be dead yet. What makes orc death particularly interesting from a metaphysical perspective is how uncomplicated it is. While humans agonize over what awaits them after death, while Eldar face the terror of Slanesh's hunger, while Chaos Marines bargain with dark gods for continued existence, orcs simply die and move on to the Great Green to continue fighting. There is no corruption of their souls, because orcs are too simple-minded for the Chaos gods to really get a grip on. Slanesh cannot tempt them with excess because orcs already indulge in exactly the amount of violence they want. Khorne might appreciate their love of combat, but orcs don't fight for glory or honor. They fight because it's fun. Nurgle's decay means nothing to a species that is already fungal. Tzeentch's schemes are utterly wasted on creatures who cannot plan more than a few days in advance. The orc soul itself is interesting. Unlike human souls, which are individual sparks of consciousness in the warp, orc souls seem to merge back into the collective Wah field that all orcs share. Individual identity might persist to some degree, enough that Gork and Mork can field them in the Great Green's eternal battles, but it is not the same kind of distinct consciousness that humans possess. Orcs are communal in life and in death, their existence defined by the mass more than the individual. This actually protects them from many of the dangers of the warp, as warp predators looking for souls to consume generally prefer the more distinct and flavorful consciousness of individuals. There are rare exceptions to the normal orc death experience. Weird boys, the orc psychers, who channel the Wah energy into devastating attacks, sometimes die when they are overwhelmed by the psychic pressure building up in their heads. These deaths are spectacular, the weird boy's head literally exploding as they release one final burst of energy. Other orcs find this hilarious and impressive in equal measure. Gazkul Mag Uruk Thraka, perhaps the most infamous orc warboss of the current age, claims to have died and been brought back by Gork and Mork themselves, given a divine mission to unite all orcs in one massive WAG that will conquer the galaxy. Whether this is true or simply the delusions of an orc who survived a head wound, it shows that even in death, orcs can become legends. The ultimate irony of orc death is that it serves to make them stronger as a species. Every dead orc becomes the seed for more orcs. Every battlefield becomes a breeding ground. The more you fight them, the more of them there are. The Imperium has been fighting orcs for 10,000 years, and there are more orcs now than ever before. From the orcs' perspective, this is perfect. More orcs means more fighting, which means more fun. Death is not defeat. It is simply the next stage of the endless cycle of violence that they exist for. This is what it means to die as an orc. No fear, no regret, no complex spiritual questions about the nature of consciousness and the afterlife. Just a brief interruption in the fighting, a moment when the body falls and the soul moves on to new battles in the Great Green. The body feeds new generations of orcs who will continue the fight. The soul joins the eternal brawl in Gork and Mork's domain. And somewhere, on some battlefield, another orc is emerging from the ground, ready to pick up a weapon and jump into the nearest scrap, carrying on the work of the one who fell. This is the way of the Greenskins, and it is exactly the way they want it. The Hive Mind, Tyrannid Death, and the Great Devourer. If there is a single faction in Warhammer 40,000 for whom the concept of death becomes almost meaningless, it is the Tyrannids. These extragalactic horrors, the Great Devourer sweeping in from the void beyond the galaxy, represent a fundamental challenge to our understanding of consciousness, individuality, and mortality. When a Tyrannid organism dies, does anything truly die at all? Is there a consciousness to extinguish, a soul to transition to some afterlife? Or is the death of a single Tyrannid simply the severing of one synapse in a vast neural network that spans light years, noticed by the hive mind only as data to be processed and incorporated into future evolutionary designs? To comprehend Tyrannid death, we must first understand what Tyrannids are. They are not individuals in any meaningful sense. Every Tyrannid creature, from the smallest Ripper to the largest Biotitan, is a specialized cell in a vast organism that encompasses entire hive fleets. The hive mind is the collective consciousness that directs these trillions upon trillions of creatures, a psychic entity so vast and alien that it defies human comprehension. It is not a god, not a single superorganism, but something that exists in the spaces between these concepts. A Gestalt intelligence formed from the combined neural activity of every Tyrannid in existence. When a Tyrannid creature dies on the battlefield, the experience is profoundly different depending on whether the creature possesses what could be called individual consciousness. The lowest Tyrannid bioforms, the Gaunts and Gants that make up the bulk of the swarm, are little more than organic automatons. Their brains are minimal, providing just enough processing power to execute basic combat routines. When the hive mind synapse creatures are nearby, these lesser forms receive direct psychic commands, their actions controlled by the vast intelligence directing the swarm. They move, they attack, they die, all without anything resembling independent thought. For these lesser creatures, death is nothing more than a cessation of function. One moment they are fulfilling their programmed purpose, advancing toward the enemy, firing bioweapons, engaging in melee combat. The next moment, they are struck down, their body damaged beyond the ability to continue. There is no pain response in the way we understand it, no fear, no understanding that death is approaching. They simply stop functioning, their biological systems shutting down as their body begins the process of being reclaimed by the swarm. If they fall within range of the hive fleet's digestive mechanisms, their biomass will be absorbed, broken down into component nutrients, and reconstituted into new Tyrannid organisms. Even in death, they serve the swarm. The larger, more sophisticated Tyrannid organisms experience something more complex when they die. Creatures like Tyrannid warriors, which serve as synapse creatures connecting the hive mind to lesser bioforms, possess more developed brains capable of limited independent action. When such a creature dies, there is a moment of disconnect, a severing of the psychic link to the hive mind. The creature might experience something that could be called awareness, a fleeting instant where the connection breaks and the individual organism exists separately from the collective. But this moment is brief, a flicker of consciousness that fades as the creature's brain ceases function. The experiences, the tactical data, everything the creature learned in its existence flows back to the hive mind through the psychic network, absorbed and catalogued for future use. The death of a hive tyrant, the most powerful synapse creatures that serve as battlefield commanders for the swarm, is significant not because it ends a consciousness, but because it disrupts the command structure of the swarm. A hive tyrant is essentially an avatar of the hive mind, a physical manifestation of its will on the battlefield. When a hive tyrant dies, the hive mind experiences something akin to losing a sensory organ. Information stops flowing from that node in the network. Lesser creatures that relied on the tyrant's synapse control might revert to instinctive behavior, losing the coordination that makes tyrannid swarms so deadly. But the hive mind itself is unaffected beyond this temporary disruption. It simply grows a new tyrant, imprinting it with the same knowledge and experiences as its predecessor, and the war continues. This raises the question of whether tyrannids can be said to die at all. If the hive mind persists, if the genetic information is preserved, if new creatures can be spawned that are functionally identical to those that fell, has anything truly been lost? From a human perspective, we might say yes, the individual organism died. But from the hive mind's perspective, it has simply redistributed resources, sacrificed one body to achieve tactical objectives, with the full expectation that the biomass will be recovered and reused. Death and life are simply different states in a continuous cycle of consumption and regeneration. The tyrannid approach to death extends to how they consume other species. When tyrannids devour a world, they don't just kill the inhabitants. They consume everything, breaking down organic matter at the molecular level, extracting every usable nutrient from the biosphere. The death of a planet to the tyrannids is total, leaving behind a lifeless rock stripped of even its atmosphere. But from the hive mind's perspective, this is not destruction, but transformation. The biomass is not destroyed, but incorporated, added to the swarm, increasing the hive fleet's mass and capability. In this sense, everything the tyrannids kill becomes part of them, death serving as the ultimate form of assimilation. One of the most terrifying aspects of tyrannid death is the reanimation protocols encoded in their biology. Certain tyrannid organisms can heal from damage that would be fatal to other creatures, their bodies stitching themselves back together even as they fight. They can regenerate lost limbs, seal massive wounds, continue functioning with injuries that should have killed them. This ability is not consciousness or will, but simply efficient biological engineering, their bodies designed by the hive mind to maximize survivability and combat effectiveness. A tyrannid that should be dead can keep fighting, driven by biological imperatives that override the body's normal shutdown responses. The shadow in the warp, the psychic presence generated by the hive mind, has profound implications for understanding tyrannid death. This psychic blanket smothers the warp in areas where the tyrannids are present, making psychic communication impossible and driving psychers to madness. It suggests that the hive mind exists partially in the warp, its consciousness spanning both the material realm and the immaterium. When tyrannid creatures die, there is no soul to transition to the warp because they never had souls in the way other species do. They are soulless organisms, their consciousness entirely dependent on their physical forms and their connection to the hive mind. When that connection breaks and the body dies, there is simply nothing left to persist. This soullessness is actually an advantage for the tyrannids. They are immune to the predations of chaos, which feeds on souls and the emotions generated by conscious beings. Demons cannot possess tyrannids because there is no individual consciousness to possess. The chaos gods cannot corrupt the hive mind because its alien nature places it beyond their ability to influence. when the forces of chaos and the Tyranids clash. It is a conflict between absolute opposites, soulless biology against immaterial hunger, and neither side can truly harm the other in any lasting way. The few individuals who have managed to glimpse the hive mind report experiences that suggest death within the swarm might be something stranger than simple cessation. Visions describe an infinite consciousness, a presence so vast that individual deaths don't register as losses, but as data points, information about what worked and what didn't in a particular situation. The hive mind learns from every death, evolves in response to how its creatures were killed, spawns new organisms better suited to countering the tactics that defeated the previous generation. In this sense, every Tyranid death teaches the swarm how to be more lethal, how to adapt, how to overcome. When synapse creatures die, and lesser Tyranids lose their connection to the hive mind, these lesser creatures revert to instinctive behavior. They become feral, attacking the nearest threat or fleeing to safety, acting on biological programming rather than directed intelligence. This state is revealing because it shows what Tyranids are without the hive mind's guidance. Simple organisms driven by hunger and aggression, no more intelligent than any other predator. Their consciousness, such as it is, exists only when they are connected to the greater whole. Severed from that connection, they are essentially already dead, even if their bodies continue to function. There are specialized Tyranid organisms whose entire purpose is related to death. The Haruspex, for instance, is a creature designed to consume biomass from the battlefield as combat proceeds, its massive jaws processing dead and wounded creatures into nutrient slurry that can be used to spawn new Tyranids. These creatures make the battlefield itself into a factory of death and rebirth, the fallen immediately recycled into new combatants. Watching a Haruspex work is watching the Tyranid philosophy of death made manifest. Nothing is wasted, everything serves the swarm, and death is simply another resource to be exploited. The hive fleet's digestion pools, vast organic vats where consumed biomass is broken down, represent the final destination for most biomass harvested by the Tyranids. Here, the bodies of the dead, friend and foe alike, are dissolved into component chemicals. These pools don't distinguish between a fallen Tyranid and an enemy soldier. Both are simply resources, raw materials to be processed. Any individuality, any consciousness, any sense of self that might have existed is completely obliterated in this process. It is death in its most absolute form, not just the ending of life, but the complete dissolution of everything that constituted that life. Yet even this is not truly the end in the Tyranid cycle. The broken down biomass feeds the Norn Queens, the massive Tyranid creatures that birth new organisms. These birthing chambers consume the processed nutrients and use them to create new Tyranid bioforms, each one designed for specific purposes based on the genetic templates in the hive fleet's vast biological database. In a strange way, the dead do live on in the swarm, their physical substance recycled into new bodies, their experiences recorded in the hive mind's vast memory, informing future evolutionary adaptations. It is a form of immortality so alien that it barely deserves the name. Consciousness extinguished, but matter persisting, death and rebirth happening simultaneously in the endless hunger of the great devourer. What makes Tyranid death particularly horrifying from the perspective of their prey is its inevitability and meaninglessness. When the Tyranids come to a world, they will not stop until everything is consumed. You can kill individual organisms, you can win individual battles, but the swarm simply keeps coming, learning from every defeat, adapting to every defense. Your victories are temporary, your heroism forgotten, your sacrifice ultimately futile. And when you finally fall, when the Tyranids overwhelm your position and claim your body, you become part of them, your death serving only to make them stronger. There is no honor in death to the Tyranids, no meaning, no memory. There is only consumption, transformation, and the endless hunger that drives the swarm forward. This is death in the tyrannid swarm. It is death without consciousness, without fear, without any of the elements that make death significant to thinking beings. It is biological process elevated to cosmic scale, life and death reduced to simple matters of resource management. The individual dies, but the swarm continues. The body falls, but the biomass is recovered. The consciousness, if it existed at all, dissolves, but the hive mind incorporates the data. Nothing is wasted, nothing is mourned, and nothing ever truly ends because the swarm transforms death into life in an endless cycle that spans the galaxy. The Cursed. The fate of the Aeldari. No race in the Warhammer. 40,000 universe has a more tragic relationship with death than the Aeldari, the ancient species once known as the Eldar. These beings who once ruled the galaxy in an empire of unimaginable magnificence now face a doom so terrible that death has become something to be feared beyond all else. When an Aeldari dies, their soul faces a fate worse than mere oblivion. It is hunted, claimed, and consumed by Slaanesh, the Dark Prince, the youngest of the Chaos Gods, born from the depths of Aeldari excess and forever hungry for the souls of the people whose depravity birthed it into existence. To understand Aeldari death, we must understand the fall, the cataclysmic event that shaped the entire species' relationship with mortality. In the ancient past, the Aeldari civilization had reached heights that younger races could barely comprehend. They were masters of psychic power, their technology indistinguishable from magic, their lives stretching across centuries. They had conquered the galaxy and found it insufficient for their ambitions. In their boredom and hubris, they turned to ever more extreme pursuits, seeking sensation and experience that would satisfy their refined and jaded palates. This descent into hedonism and excess created psychic ripples in the warp, the twisted emotions and dark desires of an entire civilization coalescing into something new and terrible. When Slaanesh was born, the psychic shockwave of its emergence tore through the Aeldari Empire like a blade through silk. Trillions died instantly, their souls ripped from their bodies and consumed by the newborn god. The heart of the Aeldari Empire became the Eye of Terror, a tear in reality where the warp bleeds into real space. The survivors scattered, their empire shattered, their species condemned to live forever in the shadow of the monster they had created. And Slaanesh, gorged on Aeldari souls, developed a taste for them. Now, whenever an Aeldari dies, their soul is drawn to the Dark Prince like iron to a magnet, pulled into the warp to be tortured and consumed for eternity. The Craft World. Aeldari, those who fled the fall aboard massive world ships, developed a solution to this terrifying fate. Every Aeldari of the Craft Worlds wears a spirit stone, a psychically reactive crystal attuned to their consciousness. When the Aeldari dies, this stone captures their soul, preventing it from entering the warp and falling into Slaanesh's clutches. The dying Aeldari's final moments are spent in full knowledge of what is at stake. They feel their life ebbing away, their psychic presence growing dim, and they pray to whatever might still listen that their spirit stone will function correctly, that it will trap their soul before Slaanesh can claim it. The experience of dying as a Craftworld Aeldari is intense beyond human comprehension. Aeldari experience all emotions with an intensity that would overwhelm a human mind. Joy is ecstasy, sorrow is agony, love is all-consuming, and fear is absolute terror. As death approaches, this emotional intensity focuses down to a single point. The Aeldari feels their consciousness beginning to separate from their physical form, a sensation of being pulled in two directions at once. The spirit stone pulls gently, a quiet psychic call designed to gather the soul. But there is another pull, far stronger, far more terrible, the hunger of Slaanesh reaching across the boundary between realms, eager to claim another Aeldari soul. If the Spirit Stone functions properly, the Aeldari's soul is drawn into the crystal, their consciousness preserved within its psychic matrix. There is a moment of transition, a sensation of moving from one form of existence to another, and then the soul finds itself within the stone, aware but disconnected from the physical world. This is not death in the traditional sense, but neither is it life. The soul exists in a kind of limbo, waiting to be brought to the Craftworld's infinity circuit, the vast psychic network where all the preserved souls of the dead reside. Here, they will join with their ancestors, become part of the collective consciousness that sustains the Craftworld itself. It is a kind of immortality, but one that requires giving up individual existence, merging with the whole, becoming one voice in a choir of billions. But if the Spirit Stone fails, if it is destroyed or damaged, or simply not present at the moment of death, then the Aeldari soul experiences a fate of unimaginable horror. She who thirsts, as the Aeldari call Slaanesh, claims the soul with eager hunger. The transition is instantaneous and agonizing, the soul ripped through the barrier between reality and the warp, pulled into the Dark Prince's domain. What happens next is beyond the ability of mortal minds to fully comprehend. Slaanesh does not simply consume the soul. The god tortures it, plays with it, finds every possible sensation that can be extracted from a consciousness and extracts it. The suffering is eternal, consciousness preserved specifically to experience endless torment, a fate that makes mere death seem like the greatest mercy imaginable. The Drukhari, or Dark Eldar, who fled into the webway rather than aboard Craftworlds, face a different but equally terrible relationship with death. They do not use Spirit Stones, cannot use them, for reasons tied to their lifestyle and the nature of their existence. Instead, they avoid death through a form of psychic vampirism. The Drukhari feed on the suffering of others, consuming pain and agony to sustain themselves. Slaanesh constantly drains their souls, slowly sipping at their essence, and only by inflicting suffering on others can they replenish what is being taken. And Drukhari who cannot feed, who cannot torture and torment, begins to wither, their soul being consumed bit by bit until nothing remains. When an Drukhari dies, whether in battle or from simple soul starvation, their fate is the same as any Aeldari who dies without protection. Slaanesh claims them instantly, and the torture that awaits them is possibly even worse than that of their Craftworld cousins. The Drukhari have spent their lives inflicting suffering on others, and Slaanesh ensures they experience every agony they have ever caused, magnified and endless. It is said that the screams of Drukhari souls being consumed by Slaanesh can be heard echoing through the deepest levels of Komorach, the dark city in the webway where the Drukhari make their home. Whether this is literal truth or metaphorical warning, it speaks to the terror that death holds for these twisted beings. The Aeldari relationship with death shapes every aspect of their culture. They walk the path, a system of highly disciplined lifestyles designed to prevent the kind of emotional excess that led to the fall. An Aeldari might spend decades or centuries as a warrior, completely devoted to the art of war, before setting that path aside and becoming a craftsperson or scholar or something else entirely. This discipline is not just philosophy, but survival, a way to control the intense emotions that could draw Slaanesh's attention even in life. They know that to give in to excess is to strengthen the god that hunts them, to risk becoming consumed by emotion and falling to the Dark Prince even before death claims them. The Exarchs, Aeldari warriors who have walked the path of the warrior so long that they cannot leave it, represent a kind of living death. They have surrendered their individuality, their consciousness merging with the psychic essence of all previous Exarchs who wore their armor. When they die, they do not transition to the Infinity Circuit. Instead, their soul merges completely with the war mask they wore, becoming part of the artifact, waiting for the next warrior to don the armor and lose themselves in turn. It is a form of immortality, but one that erases the self, consciousness preserved, but individual identity lost forever. The arrival of Iniad, the nascent Eldari god of the dead, has changed the equation for some Eldari. The Inari, followers of this new god, believe they have found a way to escape Slaanesh's hunger. When a Inari dies, their soul is claimed by Iniad instead, absorbed into the growing power of this god of death, who might one day be strong enough to challenge Slaanesh directly. For these Eldari, death becomes an offering to their god, Asium, sacrifice that strengthens Iniad and brings the species one step closer to potential salvation. Ivrain, the prophet of Iniad, has demonstrated the ability to resurrect fallen Eldari, pulling their souls back from the god of death and returning them to life. This suggests possibilities that have not existed for the Eldari in 10,000 years. But for the vast majority of Eldari, death remains the ultimate terror. They live their lives in the shadow of Slaanesh's hunger, knowing that a single moment of carelessness, a single failed spirit stone, a single instant where their soul is exposed, could result in a fate worse than anything else the galaxy has to offer. They fight harder than other species, not out of courage, but out of desperate fear, knowing that defeat does not simply mean death, but eternal suffering. They recover the spirit stones of fallen comrades with fanatical devotion, launching raids deep into enemy territory to retrieve the stones of warriors who fell in battle, because to leave a soul in enemy hands is to potentially condemn it to Slaanesh if the stone is destroyed. The Eldari Farseers, powerful psychers who can see potential futures, know their own deaths years or decades in advance. They see the moment of their ending, the circumstances that will claim them, and they carry this knowledge with them always. Some try to avoid these fates, but prophecy in the warp is a treacherous thing, and attempts to escape a foreseen death often lead directly to it. Others accept their fate and prepare, ensuring their spirit stone is properly attuned, making arrangements for their soul's transition to the Infinity Circuit, trying to make their death meaningful in service to their craft world. But even with all this preparation, the fear remains. What if the prophecy was wrong? What if Slaanesh claims them despite everything? These questions haunt them through their long lives and follow them into their final moments. The process of joining the Infinity Circuit after death is described by those who have experienced it through psychic communion as both beautiful and terrifying. The individual soul dissolves into the collective, consciousness expanding to encompass countless other minds, while simultaneously losing the boundaries that define the self. Some Eldari souls resist this dissolution, trying to maintain their individual identity within the circuit, but eventually all merge with the whole. The Infinity Circuit is not a paradise, but a kind of preservation. Souls kept safe from Slaanesh, but at the cost of everything that made them individuals. They exist in a state of peaceful unity, their thoughts and memories accessible to the living Eldari who commune with the circuit, their consciousness woven into the very structure of the craft world itself. This is the ultimate tragedy of the Eldari. A species that once ruled the galaxy now lives in terror of the simplest of all endings. They have turned death into a complex spiritual technology, built an entire civilization around avoiding eternal damnation, developed philosophies and practices that seek to control emotion and experience. And yet, despite everything, despite their desperate ingenuity and ancient wisdom, they know that one day Slaanesh will claim them all. Every Eldari who dies is one less soul to oppose the Dark Prince, one more feast for an entity that grows stronger with every meal. The species is slowly dying, and there may be no salvation, no escape, only the prolonging of the inevitable until the last Eldari soul is finally consumed and she who thirsts claims her final victory. The already dead, Necrons, and the curse of immortality. There is a profound irony in discussing the death of Necrons, for these beings have already died once, 60 million years ago, when they underwent the biotransference that stripped away their organic forms and imprisoned their consciousness in bodies of living metal. To speak of a Necron dying is to speak of something that cannot truly die. Beings who have transcended mortality in the most terrible way imaginable. They are the walking dead, immortal but soulless, eternal but hollow, cursed to exist forever in bodies that can be destroyed but never killed, in a state that mocks everything that death once meant. The Necrons were not always machines. Once, they were the Necron Tyre, an organic race born on a world bathed in harmful radiation that gave them short, pain-filled lives. They built a vast empire, despite their mortality, driven by the knowledge that their time was brief. But when they encountered the immortal Old Ones and were denied the secret of eternal life, their envy turned to hatred. They waged war against the Old Ones, a war they were losing until they encountered the Satan, the star gods, who offered them the immortality they had always craved. The Silent King, Zarek, in his desperation to save his people, agreed to the bargain without understanding its true cost. The biotransference furnaces processed every living Necrontyr, stripping away flesh and blood and bone, transferring their consciousness into bodies of necrodermis, the living metal that would become their new form. The process was supposed to preserve them, to grant them the immortality they sought. But something was lost in the translation, something fundamental. Their souls, the spark of consciousness that made them truly alive, were consumed by the Satan. What remained were engrams, neural patterns, memory and personality encoded in metal, but lacking the essential quality that defined life. They became the Necrons, immortal but dead, existing but not living. When a Necron warrior falls in battle, what occurs cannot truly be called death. The body is damaged, sometimes catastrophically, the necrodermis torn apart by weapons that can actually harm these nearly indestructible forms. In that moment, the Necron's systems register the damage, calculate whether repairs are possible, if the damage is too severe, or if the battle situation makes immediate repair impossible, the reanimation protocols activate. These are sophisticated self-repair systems built into every Necron body, designed to reconstruct even the most severe damage. The fallen Necron lies on the battlefield, its body beginning to knit itself back together, nanoscarabs swarming over the damaged areas, pulling atoms back into their proper configuration, rebuilding what was destroyed. The consciousness within the Necron body experiences this differently, depending on the sophistication of that particular form. A lowly Necron warrior, mass-produced shock troops, whose minds are little more than basic combat programming, experiences nothing at all. Their consciousness is so diminished that they are barely aware even when functional. When they fall and begin to repair, there is no moment of trauma, no sense of resurrection. They simply switch from operational to non-operational and back to operational. A state change no more meaningful than a machine being turned off and on. These warriors were once Necrontyre citizens, ordinary people transformed into mindless automatons, their personalities completely overwritten by military programming. If anything remains of who they once were, it is buried so deep in their circuitry that it might as well not exist. The higher-ranking Necrons, the overlords and lords who retained more of their original consciousness through the biotransference, have a very different experience when their bodies are destroyed. For them, there is a moment of awareness, a recognition that they have fallen. Their bodies may be metal, but their engrams contain sufficient complexity to experience something approaching consciousness. They feel the disconnection as their body ceases to function, a sensation that might be compared to the moment between falling asleep and waking. Then the reanimation protocols engage, and they are pulled back, consciousness restored as their body rebuilds itself. Each time this happens, there is degradation. Memories blur, personality facets are lost. The engram degrades slightly from the trauma of resurrection. Over thousands or millions of resurrections, even the most powerful Necron overlord will slowly erode, their consciousness wearing away like sand in a stream. For some Necrons, however, standard reanimation protocols are insufficient. When a Necron body is destroyed beyond immediate repair, or when the battle is lost and retrieval is impossible, they phase out. The necrodermis body dissolves. The Necron's consciousness and the atomic pattern of their form transmitted instantaneously to the nearest tomb world or tomb ship. There, in vast reconstruction bays, their body is rebuilt from scratch, their engrams downloaded into a new shell identical to the one they lost. This process is more traumatic than simple reanimation. The consciousness experiences a discontinuity, a moment of absolute nothing as they exist only as data in transmission, followed by the jarring sensation of awakening in a new body in a completely different location. Each phase-out extracts a price. The reconstruction is never quite perfect. Small errors accumulate, tiny corruptions in the data that translates consciousness and form. Over time, over countless deaths and reconstructions, a Necron's personality begins to degrade more seriously. They might forget entire campaigns, lose memories of their organic life, find their behavioral patterns growing strange and erratic. Some Necrons who have phased out thousands of times become little more than automatons themselves, their once brilliant minds reduced to repetitive loops and basic responses. They are technically alive, insofar as their consciousness still functions, but everything that made them who they were has been worn away by the endless cycle of death and rebirth. The truly ancient Necrons, those who have survived since the biotransference 60 million years ago, carry the weight of their accumulated resurrections like scars on their consciousness. The Pharaon Imhotep, the Stormlord, one of the most powerful Necron rulers, maintains his clarity of mind through sheer force of will and sophisticated maintenance by his cryptex. But even he knows that every death brings him closer to the final degradation. Trazyn the Infinite, the self-styled collector and archivist, has become obsessed with preserving things from loss because he understands intimately